And I've said something similar before. What a lot of people don't know is that I live on an extremely limited income. I Donations are almost non-existent, pretty much rare. Um, and that's part of why I put so much time, effort, and energy into researching and hosting here at the Maria Report. Um, I took a good close look at my bank balance today, and I just donated $20. And Lita, I want to thank you. Lou, I want to thank you for making my small donation have a bigger impact. And we had somebody on earlier tonight, a very limited income, and they said they donated $1.50. And what I want people to think about is how small donations can make a huge difference. Because we just heard that it costs $7,000 to buy one of those solar power systems. And what if we were $1.50 short in buying one of those and your donation made the difference and we were able to buy that to help the people of Herson who are going through so much right now. So Lou, I want to thank you for a very, very inspiring night. Lita, I want to thank you for bringing the deputy mayor on again tonight. It was a beautiful surprise and it was extremely touching. And doesn't matter if you can give $1, if you can give $20, if you can give $1,000. Every little bit makes a difference, and your little small amount can mean the difference between being able to provide something and not being able to provide something. So I just I wanted to say that, and thank you guys. Um, Thank you all because I appreciate everything that people do for this space, and I learn more and more how much people do for this space, and we have become like family. And so I just wanted to share and say thank you, Lou, for inspiring me because hearing in Lita, hearing her just unbelieve, just total unbelief you could hear in her voice that people in the United States care so much to do something like this. And that's something that we need to realize is sometimes people in Ukraine don't realize people all around the world care and are going to do things to help them. And interactions like this will help spread that word so that they know that they are loved and that they know that they are cared for and they know that they are supported. And so with that, I just say thank you all and Slava Ukraine.
Yaron, Slava. Thank you, Prince. That is so kind of you to even, offer that. But thank you to me, because honestly, I don't feel like it's me. I feel like it's this community, and I am so thankful to be part of this community. So come on, folks, let's do it. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. Good morning, Wartago.
Morning, dears. Well, my regular drive in the morning and connecting to MriyaReport matched in a time where I heard so many good people. I've seen many times the announcement that the deputy mayor of Kherson is coming, and the head of the military administration of Kherson, if I recall correctly, being also coming, and so big pleasure to hear people and to see how many people care, because like in certain moments, we are all humans, and our emotional condition being in different environment, and like sometimes you sound happy and excited, but in fact no one knows what is inside, and you will never show to the others what is inside, because we Ukrainians have to be strong, right? All the things that we're going through is, how to call it, is something that we have to we have to fight back strong, and we have to fight back bravely. Whatever we do, supporting, fighting literally on the ground. And Ukraine is very strong in the horizontal connections with, not only inside of Ukraine, that was something, in fact, since 2014 when the war started. Many got their own, like, how to call it, uh, somebody who knows someone, and you make the things moving by that, right? That's our superpower. And we see how the world is getting more connected around the same topic. We are we are me, I mean, I can speak about my personal opinion. I'm being Ukrainian. I'm so happy to meet in my life so many people who care, because obviously the evil that we are facing in Ukraine, unless it's balanced by many good things that in the same proportion is showing the different approach, right? Not the medieval barbaric aggression as an instrument, but power of human balancing all of that evil and showing those who help. Prince, you just said about 20 dollars that you have donated. And I mean, every $20 from every person, amount doesn't matter, but what matters is how much care you send, not only with this donation, but what you do. It's not the first day we hear each other in the space, and what's the job being done. People, uh, front end and back end in MriyaReport, and many others who just listen to this space, and they support Ukraine with their thoughts, deeds, prayers, all they do. I mean, that's amazing. We in Ukraine really hear, we really hear how, uh, we really feel how many people care, and how many people are different to, mm, what we've been even said. You remember 2014, when the main narratives from Russia being, yes, we have captured Crimea, and you see what you will do to us. World doesn't care. Everybody has its own business. No, it is not so. And so many people are exactly showing that. You know, that's when I hear also the Ukraine government officials coming to the space, and the stories that they are sharing, their life experience. Uh, what I can tell that through, like, so many years, the 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 Ukrainian, those who were like administrating, not during the independence but before, they were always the representatives of the occupational force, right? And they always, they set a bias for many Ukrainians not to trust the government. But the conditions that are today many Ukrainians are, and and the government, because all are in the same boat, are living and fighting through, is making, how to call it, black on white. You are the one who is representing you, right? You elected someone, and he's in the same situation, and by that you go through this horrible, unfair, unprovoked war as challenge to start finally trusting each other, and Ukrainians having so much support from many people abroad, just simply taking care. I don't know. That's hard to express my emotions, and my vocabulary in English maybe not perfectly enough, and my brain without a coffee doesn't express myself. I don't know how to say. every $20, every 100, whatever you're capable of, is not just money. We take it much more than that. We take it as being those who care. That's why always when I connect, I try to say, please retweet the space that you're in, because those people care and those people make things different. Support those who keep Ukrainian peaceful skies over Ukraine and bring Ukrainian victory closer. And many organizations like MriyaReport organization that we are discussing here and mentioning so many times, we just don't we don't push the agenda, but we try to bring you awareness to those who bring non-lethal help to those who are in need. Many of you have seen the horrible things that are happening in Kherson, in particular, with the disaster that Russians have brought in the short term, mid term, and long term. Many even don't even imagine these days the long term consequences, because first they have to mitigate the short term consequences that Russians have did. Right? Every new city that is liberated, where Russians stood more than 14 days, they are all looking similar to Bucha, European, and we still are in front to kick the Russians out from Mariupol. And in Mariupol, there's still to be the tribunal, same as there was the tribunal in the Nuremberg after the Second World War. As Zaluzhny said, the tribunal for all the things that Russia have done in Ukraine will be in Mariupol. Apologize for that long monologue. I just couldn't hold myself from expressing the excitement of so many good people saying so many good things. And I feel, as a Ukrainian, just to mention a couple of words that is not taken for granted. And in this darkest hour for Ukraine fighting for its independence, we all not hope, we are sure about the bright future. But all of your words, all of your actions are really making us sure that it's not just a hope, it's not a guess, but it is something that is something that will come. Hugs and love from Ukraine, as always, from me, and and forever. Take care.
Thank you very much, War Doggo fella. You are quite wrong, of course, though. The tribunal for the former Russian Federation will be held in the Ukrainian occupation zone of Moscow City. I
War
joke only
Dog,
slightly.
we are with you. We are with you. Yeah, our hearts are with you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for expressing your gratitude. But really, truly, we are grateful because we are inspired by what you and your fellow citizens are going through right now. And we're with you. And, you will prevail. And we will rejoice with you. So, Slava Ukraini.
Of course,
Thank you.
Heroyam Slava. Thank you so much. Apologize for jumping in.
Not a problem. Frank, you had your hand up. Frank?
Sorry about that, Tim. I was just busy DMing fellow Vancouver Islander here. Can I ask where we stand in terms of Lou's match for the evening? If you have a rough idea.
I
I
do
don't
not.
have access. I don't
Yeah.
have access to check. I need to wait for the person to wake up.
What I was just gonna say is, Yehuda was giving us updates before he logged off and went to bed. Lou, do you remember the last number that he gave us?
Hey, come on, let's assume it's 10 grand. Like, what's the point? Like, come on, donate. Whatever, step up. Let's do it now.
Well, the reason I ask is because I can't let. I heard an awful lot of talk about how the Americans love Ukraine and all this stuff, but I can't let the Americans have all the glory, So how about I match what? How about I match Lou's match?
Oh, a double match. I love it. Frank, you're the man. I love it. Brother. But you could also do this. You could do it tomorrow night and
I was
match
thinking that too, actually. Yeah,
tomorrow night.
I had that thought too, actually, but
either way, it's going to a good cause. So, do whatever is in your heart. But yeah, let's get people motivated. This is what we're trying to do here.
how about? I think actually I had that thought before, and I think I like that idea better actually of doing doing like maybe not like I don't know. I mean, people get donor fatigue, right? They get tapped out. So I could do it tomorrow night. I could wait a week. Could wait 2 days. I don't know. I'm not sure I don't know the right formula, but I'd be open.
until it feels right, my friend. You know what I'm saying? Match me tonight, and then step up whenever it feels right again. Come on.
That works. I can do that.
You and I are blessed, right? You and I are blessed. Let's face it, and we can help this community step up and support Ukraine. So let's just do it. I love it. Thank you so much.
Frank and Lou, have you thought through the maths on this one? Because if you're each matching each other's donations, it's going to kind of turn into an infinite spiral, right? It's going to get out of control. I'm teasing.
I love it. Yeah, somebody's thinking, but no, it's all good. Whichever way it goes, it could get out of control, or we could spread the love, or whatever. It's all good, because honestly, this isn't the last night I'm going to do this.
Sounds good, sir.
Wow. Well, thank you so much. I'm actually blown away. I'm blown away by you guys. You're amazing. If I could do the same, I would. I'm one of these people with a very limited budget, and I have a monthly donation set up. It's not a lot, but
you are
it's what I
doing
can do.
way more than me, for sure. And I'm not speaking for Frank, but you're doing way more than me. So please don't sell yourself short, because you're helping this community stay together, right? And that is absolutely important, because as War Dog mentioned, just knowing we're here, knowing there are people who care, is a big impact. And if we can also support them financially, yeah, that's a big help too. But we're here to like spread the word, and being here 24/7 for what, now 16 months, 17 months. It's crazy.
It is. It shouldn't be going on this long, should it? It really shouldn't. Yeah, anything we can do to help. Well, that's it. I give time more than money, and it's what I have, so it's what I can give. And thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just jump in here
Go on.
too. Commitment that you and Prince Heather and Tim and David and of course Alan and Nafo Davo. I mean, there's so many of you that put in so much of your time. It is just it's an amazing contribution, and we owe you a debt of gratitude. So does the people of Ukraine. Honestly, it's you're doing an amazing service for freedom.
It's one of those things that when you can't look away and you feel like you have to do something about it, then you do what you can. And I don't know, for some reason I found this place very, very much a comfort at the beginning of the war. And I just, well, here I am. This is what happens. I got a bit obsessed. But it's not a bad obsession to have. MS, good morning.
Hi, I just wanted to say hello. I sent you a DM, Walkers, of a situation in one of the towns. It looks like some bombs fell, but I don't want to necessarily focus on that. I want to say how this is a lifeline, this space for me. I don't often talk in this space, but I have it going 24/7 pretty much. And Walkers, someone earlier said you never run out of words to say, and I always find your quick wit very interesting, and I love, of course, the British humor. And also, I just want to say to the one gentleman who put his money up, followed by the competitive Canadian, that that's wonderful to see the generosity of those who can give. And I just want to say to Frank, I'm also on the island. Can't DM you though, but I did follow you. It looks like you don't have DMs, but anyways, Mockers, as I said, I've sent you a link to the first thing the bomb attack that I was talking about. And when the time is right, you can use your wisdom to discuss that if you feel it's appropriate. Okay. Thank you to everyone, to the co-hosts. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much. And Prince, go ahead.
I just think it's interesting right now because I had another listener message me asking if I would help to get connected with Frank because they are also on the island. So it sounds like we have some people there on the island in Canada, and I think that's just rather interesting and an interesting little detail that
All amazing people live on the island.
I've never been to the island, but I hear that that it is beautiful. I have a cousin that lived on the island at one point. I have many relatives in Vancouver and in the surrounding suburbs. So anyway, that's
My
all.
door is open to anyone except a dirty Russian.
Well, yeah. So yeah, I just thought it was interesting. I've seen so many connections made on this space. So many connections. From another person messaging me asking how to get in contact with the deputy mayor, and it was somebody that I trusted, and I was able to pass the message along, so that connection got made, so more aid and support can go to her son. And it's just just an amazing network of people, that connects people and all to help Ukraine. And War Doggo, I just want to say hugs and love from Portland, Oregon, because you are someone that I look forward to hearing every night, because it is 11, almost 11:30 p.m. for me, but I know it's your morning, and I hope you have a great day. So thanks.
Go ahead, Waldo.
No, ma'am. I will try to get mornings earlier for you and for me. For that particular reason, apologize. That so late. Sorry that it is so late where you live. Overall, about the connections and beautiful people making important things. Look, I will never get tired explaining the same story, like when we gave a call in Twitter, when I asked if someone knows someone where when uh, one military unit been looking for the metal detectors, because in the area where they were it was highly mined, and they were in trouble, and they needed the equipment in order to save the they needed tools to save the equipment from getting blown off regularly, but what's more important, to save lives, because the equipment you can replace, but one human life is the whole world, right? Somebody been living, growing, and Russians just came and decided to take it. That's not right. That's not right. And just asking for if someone knows someone to bring those metal detectors. We've got, guess whom? We've got listeners of that space. And in particularly Yehuda, who said, I know someone who most probably will bring you. And in 1 week, we already have mentioned that these metal detectors are doing their job where they are expected to be, on the front lines, and doing their job in demining the areas. We are now trying to uh, discuss with the same organization to bring much more, because there are much more many of those whom we know personally, and they will be, apologize for the noise, we there are much more of those whom we know personally, and who need the equipment that will be serving its purpose on the front lines, saving people's lives. But here it is. I mean, that's how it works. uh, Unless you ask, no one will know that you have a need, right? Unless you come up asking for something, there will be no one who will know that there is something that you need. And I really glad that there is such a good community. Honestly, when in 2014 the war started, uh, we were doing all our best, how to call it, to confront the Russian way of showing the things about it, right? Because now we all know how the Russians population and the with all of the propaganda, and it started not yesterday, but when the full scale invasion started, beautiful people in this space helped so many other humans all around the globe. I don't know, to help their mental health, even to help their mental health, even, because it was pretty hard to imagine that in 21st century such kind of pure evil is possible and happening somewhere that close. I mean, for Europeans, guys, look at the map, the territory of Ukraine. I mean, how many countries in Europe you can size? The population, the country of population of 50 million is being barbarically attacked by the by the neighbor who is in its imperial nightmare. They're chasing all around to bring their stupid agenda. Like, I mean, come on, we are 21st centuries. We're thinking we're thinking how how technologies are going to work for the better future, but not how the weapons are making others enslaved. That's why I repeat, if you thought how to support the good people doing the good job, MriyaReport is the organization that is trusted by many, is 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 doing the job, and here people horizontally connected, I mean, doing fantastic things. And it's not just we connect here just to talk and talk. No, many things are moving just because people communicate to each other and people stay horizontally connected. For instance, exactly why this space having this discussion and this donations for people in Kherson, exactly because, I mean, is exactly because people communicate and people agreed to come up and to speak about it, and those people who decide to stand for it, and that's about it. That's how people make the difference. Again, some love from Ukraine. Thank you so much.
War Dog, you are spot on as always. You know, a lot of us come up here in order to satisfy our curiosity, to kind of, you know, in our sort of I would guess insulated world, somehow check in on and experience what you guys are actually experiencing firsthand on the front lines. It's horrific. Tonight is a night for not just sitting here listening to what's going on, but to stepping up and to doing something. So let's do it, folks. Let's put some money in the pocket and support Ukraine, because this community, you know, if we all are here to support Ukraine, this is one of the very concrete things we can do. So I encourage everyone to step up, and I'm matching. So let's do it. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava. I was messing with the nest. Um, and Frank said good night. His guests have arrived. And actually, what I'm working on doing in the nest is I'm working on putting up the podcast that of the interview that Helena did with us last week, and that will be second in the nest when I get done. And first in the nest will be the MriyaReport tweet to remember to donate, and it's all doubled up until noon Eastern time, is what it says. So the if you want to go, we want you to stay here and listen to us, but maybe go and bookmark this so when you have some time, you can listen to the interview that happened a few days ago with Helena when she was here, and that's all good. And I guess we're gonna have to resort to people asking. Let's see here. No, people asking us, send us a message if you would like to come up and speak, because for some reason I cannot add speakers right now. So I think Mockers probably has that problem too. So
All
let's
right. Well, Prince, you, I'm gonna say you can come up and that's great. But you know what? The better thing, go to MriyaReport.org, go to the donate section, donate, and it's being matched. And it's being matched, and that's what we're doing. We are supporting Ukraine. So let's do it now.
Thank you so much, Ella. Becky, go ahead.
You opening your heart, opening your wallet, and I just appreciate you guys so much and being able to listen to you. And LR, unfortunately or fortunately, you're going to have to give an extra $1,000 because that's what I just gave.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you.
You people today. You're making me like emotion stuff. I don't feel emotions. Come on. Love you guys. Thank you, Becky, so much.
We love you, Mockers, and all of the staff of MriyaReport, because honestly, you guys are helping us participate, virtually in the struggle of our times, the absolute struggle of the current generation. And Ukraine, sadly, is on the front lines, and we need to support them in every way, shape, and form that is possible. And that's what I am committed to doing. But honestly, I also look at this as a struggle in my own country and around the world. And so I think we all need to take stock in our democracy, where we can basically express ourselves freely. We can criticize. We can say, "Hey, we don't appreciate how slow and stupid our leaders are in the way in which they're supporting Ukraine, but we can step up and do something." So I'm challenging everybody between now and tomorrow to come on, put some money up. I'm doubling it. I want to see if you can break the bank. I don't think you can, but all of it's going to a good cause. So let's do it. Let's do it now. Slava Ukraini.
Well, challenge accepted, my friend. I currently know we as of last announcement we had 12,000 I believe, which I think is pretty damn good, plus your additional donation to the solar power bank, which is just incredible, my friend. Now, I have a little message from the official bigwigs in the background here that there will be date 10 p.m. to 12 p.m. EST on June the 13th. Now, that's just because it will take that long to get the information all together. And I can see that there has been an official request. I can't post it up on Twitter, I'm afraid. However, the official request is to assist towards 3 main lines of effort: explosive ordnance disposal and demining, tactical combat medicine, humanitarian medical aid, such as hospital beds, stretchers, bandages, syringes, everything that you might find and need in a hospital that is disposable in some way, because it has to be, obviously. So that's the 3 main lines of effort they've been requested. But of course, we'll make sure that solar power bank fund gets sent directly. And with everything else, as long as the funds are unrestricted, we can always redivert them to, if say they need a emergency water filter, we can sort that out for them, that sort of thing. So we are currently diverting our main efforts towards Kherson and the efforts of the difficulties that the flood has caused. So, I mean, obviously, it's a massive disaster, and it covers a large area. So we also, we need to sort of club together, and those are the specific things that we've been asked to help towards. So that's just to give you some clarity and more information on that. I like to try and be as transparent as possible. Talking of honesty, right, I have to bring this up now. That information was still coming through when I first got up earlier. So a total of 6 rockets were launched at Kryvyi this morning, resulting in 5 sites of destruction. None of the buildings had any relation to military objectives, of course. There are, unfortunately, deceased. I think the total is currently 6 people have been confirmed to have died in this attack. There is at least 25 injured, 10 of them seriously, 3 of them critically. It is believed that there are still more people possibly trapped. So there is some better news with regards to the Kyiv Air Defence Force successfully intercepting and destroying all cruise missiles launched towards the Kyiv region. These were X-101/555 missiles. So in Kyiv, there is no casualties. However, this strike was launched by Strategic Air, consisting of 8 Tu-95 bombers from the Caspian Sea region and several attack drones. A total of 14 air-launched cruise missiles and up to 4 UAVs. Unfortunately, one of those missiles hit the residential sector in Kryvyi, resulting in the destruction of a 5-story building and the death of some of its inhabitants. First thing in the morning, the enemy launched a second attack with 3 Tu-95Ms, but only 1 cruise missile reached Ukraine, and that one was destroyed by Ukrainian air defense. I don't know how many missiles they launched, but what does that say? Only 1 actually reached Ukraine. It makes it sound as though some of them may have fallen short. Something to think about. Let's hope they all fall short in the future. So obviously we have great news and we have some rubbish news as well, unfortunately. And it's a shame that I have to tell you about that as well, but this is why I'm here. I'm here to keep you informed, and even if the news is crap, you're still going to get it from me because I'm honest. Yes, my lovely.
I am so, my heart is broken to hear that news, but that is in fact what we are here to do, to tell the truth, to tell it like it is, to expose to the world the terrorist state that Russia is, and and let's vent that anger. Let's collectively respond to this horrific tragedy that we're seeing unfold, and let's do something. Let's put a few shekels, whatever you can afford. I am doubling it. Let's do it. Let's do it now. Come on. We want to raise as much money as possible between now and tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time. I think that's what's been put out there. Whatever you guys say, that's good with me. But when we hear these kind of things, we can't get depressed. We need to just step up and do something. So Slava Ukraini.
Hello, I'm Slava, and thank you. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. I'm always going to tell the truth. I'm one of those people. I don't like lies. I can't stand them, and I find it very difficult to even fib to people. Even for their own good, find it very difficult because I'm like, nah, the truth is better, no matter what it is. So yeah, I'm never going to sugarcoat stuff. I'm going to tell you the truth, but I'm not going to give you my emotion about it because, I'll tell you how I feel, but I won't be emotional while I tell you because it's just not how I do things. I seethe with anger very quietly, usually about these things. So yeah, if you ever hear me cry, it's generally over a puppy or a kitten. Now, better news, I think. According to multiple sources, these are including Russian mill bloggers, of course, there is advancement of the armed forces of Ukraine in a number of areas. Now, what have we got here? Velika Novosilka, I reckon, is one axis. And this is approaching the first proper fortified positions that the Russians have in this area. Now, if the armed forces of Ukraine were to manage to bypass that particular fortification, then the next line of defence is pretty much their final line of defence before there's a lot of space for them to run away. Let's put it that way. So they have indeed, in some areas, fully breached the first line of defence, and they're after the second one now. I can only wish them Godspeed in everything they do. And let's just keep hoping for more unpronounceable towns to be liberated as the day goes on, because that's certainly something which gives me joy to see them raising the flags and taking back their land. And yeah, it's incredible.
Mockers,
Yes.
I would also like to request a day with a lot of booms. A lot of booms. I want to hear about booms. I want to hear what made that place in Krasnodar go up in flames today. I would love to see the impact. I want to hear booms in Tokmak. I want to hear booms in occupied areas where we need to soften that up and get rid of some people so that the Ukrainian forces can continue to move forward and liberate their land even more.
Absolutely. And let me just pull up something that I was looking at. You know, when you're looking at something and then Twitter just decides to move it, it's really annoying. Really, really annoying. Okay, so I'm just getting back to where I was before. Now then, I have the MOD report. Would you like to have the MOD report with me?
Of course.
Excellent stuff. In that case, here we go. Did I do this already?
I don't think so. I just sent it to you because I just found it.
Okay. You know what it is? The days drift into one so badly. I'm like, I don't know. I had a Groundhog Day moment there. Weird. Here we are. Defence Intelligence Update for the 13th of June 23. In recent months, Russia has highly likely worked to ensure its long-term high-volume supply of one-way attack uncrewed aerial vehicles. By supplying these weapons, Iran continues to breach UN Security Council Resolution 2231, which, yeah, if you write it down, doesn't mean you can enforce it, does it? Anyway, grumble. Russia has likely moved from receiving small deliveries of Iranian UAVs by air transport to larger consignments by ship from Iran via the Caspian Sea. The international north-south transit corridor has assumed much more importance since the invasion. It allows Russia to access Asian markets, including arms transfers, in ways it hopes are less vulnerable to international sanctions. Russia is also working to start domestic production of UAVs, almost certainly with Iranian assistance. Russia is highly likely investing in UAVs because it provides them with a relatively cheap long-range strike capability at a time when it has already expended a large proportion of its cruise missiles in stock. So they're basically saying that they're going to be starting to rely on UAVs an awful lot more. But as we can see from last night, they still have UAVs. UAVs. They still have missiles. They still have plenty of them. So it's a case that they can still use them, and every single one that they use is likely to be deadly. So yeah, we obviously know that there's shame to be handed out with regards to the Iranian drones, especially to the UK. I believe a number of universities involved in teaching Iranians how to make better drones. Yeah, well done there, well done there. However, that more than anything is a reason to put a stop to it, to make up for that, and I think that's very important. I think it's something that they need to get a handle on with regards to sanctions. Iran have been skirting sanctions for a long time, and they've become very adept at it. And I think it's about time they got cut off. So let's see what we can do with that, hey? That's something at least that we can perhaps look to get sorted. Now, I have some, well...
Marcus, can I join?
Yeah.
Can I jump in here for a second?
Of course.
Thank you. Yeah, 16 months into the war, and they're just figuring out they got to use drones, huh? It's almost a joke. I mean, really? Oh, it's important? Good thing you figured that out. But guess what? It's too late. Too little, too late. Slava Ukraini.
Haram Slava. And, well, they have produced quite a few recently, so I won't discount them completely on that note. Although Ukraine have got extremely good at shooting them down. Do think that some more of those systems that they use to shoot down their drones would be fabulous. I think there are some more things coming in, aren't there? So we shall see what difference that makes as well, because, well, the more systems are there protecting towns and cities, the more systems can be released to go to the front. And judging by what's going on the front, any sort of air cover, any sort of assistance over there is going to be really helpful, especially with regards to drones. So I have a tale of woe. It's a sorry tale of woe. And as I can't bring anyone else up to speak, I'm going to tell you it. So This is with regards to the, in inverted commas, Donetsk People's Republic soldiers. And it's turning out that things are not as happy as they should be for these people. They are apparently having awful treatment, inadequate medical treatment, virtually no contact with their relatives, and well, some have even been sent back to the front line to fight on crutches. Did you hear that? On crutches. Now, I've walked with crutches when I broke my foot. And how do you fire a gun when you're walking with crutches? I'm not sure. I'm just thinking that might be a bit of an issue. I mean, I had an issue doing anything because, you know, at least one of my arms at all times was tied up with crutches. So, blimey. Hey, I've managed to bring someone up. Hello, Will.
Oh,
I probably didn't
oh,
really
sorry,
know that.
sorry. I didn't speak when you said my name. I put my hand up instead. I'm so used. Yeah, so that report, you know, Chris Owicki, his stuff is so insightful and so detailed that you can draw really interesting pieces of information from it. You know what I found most striking about that report about the treatment of DNR soldiers was how close to the front lines those guys were being treated. Mockers, these are people who are clearly injured far enough that many of them are not going to be taking part in a war any further. And so normally you move those folks well back from the front lines. That hospital that he showed there is like within 5, maybe 10 kilometers of the front lines. So they're going to let they'll probably hide behind them, right? Use them as human shields or something like that. That honestly, this and Lou and I've been talking about this all day, and I'm going to say it again. It's the hard part to understand, and why we got talking about this kind of this morning, and Lou raised this incredible effort that he's announced here in matching was the absolute moral outrage, you know, that Lou will probably tell you about again in relation to what Russia will do, right? And we've even gotten tired of it. We have gotten tired of hearing the latest war crime that Russia will commit, and it caused us all to be a little bit, I don't know, like our papers weren't covering it, and then our governments weren't talking about it, and you know, so Lou got really pissed off and basically said, you know, we're going to have to do this ourselves, and so it is easy to fall into a beleaguerment with hearing day after day after day another war crime, and there's no bottom to this Russian civilization right now. There isn't. There is no bottom. They will, as we talked about, commit war crimes, crimes against humanity in every location they've occupied within this country of Ukraine. They've committed multiple forms and numbers of genocide. You know, all the things that are classified as genocide, summary executions, rape, driving people from their land, separating them from their children. You know, those are things that are genocide. And it's hard when they do the next thing, like blow up the Novokakhovka Dam and do a triple threat thing, right? Kill people, despoil the environment, and eliminate the economic activity into the future for about 10 years in Zaporizhia, Kherson, Oblast. And Crimea cut off totally. So it's really, really hard to listen, and you can get a bit tired, right? And the other thing is you become numb to being shocked. You become numb to being shocked about what the shittiest thing that you could possibly imagine to do today. Oh, gee, I think it's shell refugees and people who are going to help them. That, you know, so I really appreciate people like Lou, and I appreciate I've actually been here since Lou announced this morning. Morning My Time, and I'm just following along in fascination with the support that he's getting, and of course I jumped on that bandwagon right away because I agree with Lou perfectly that money isn't everything, and those of us who have more money to throw away should do that. But the key is that's actually easy, Mockers and Prince. If you've got more money like I do, I give money to people for, I can afford to do it, right? So if I hear a good cause, I vet. I'm not going to throw money around, but if I can give money to a good cause, I do so. And I also not pay, I also give money to politicians if they're genuinely hold my values. But the key is not everybody can do that, but it's actually easy to give money. What's a bit harder is to do the other things you can do, like Prince and Mockers put in 10, 8, 10 hours of your day, 5, 6 days a week, something like that. I mean, it's that effort is phenomenally recognized, and you guys should be as proud as anyone of the time and effort you've put in to making a success, even if you can't give any money. And then, the other things everybody should be doing is calling and talking to their representatives, as Lou said before, in reasonable, cogent language without any conspiracy theories mixed in about you don't want to talk to your representative, no matter if they share your political views or not. Don't talk about politics, talk about values. Talk about the value for liberal democracy. And if they do or don't value liberal democracy, and if they do value liberal democracy, they should be doing what they can. And if they are a politician, they should be taking to the government of the day or the opposition leader of the day their proposal for what we're going to do to make sure that liberal democracy survives in the world, like more Bradleys, more, you know what I'm always on about. I want XXX millions of extra bullets for everything each month. I said for a year. That's what I want to see from the United States and Australia. Not what we're going to do today. Our governments ought to be talking about what they can program to provide from now until this war is over and Ukraine has won it, because we all know they're going to win. And we got to focus. I guess where I'm going is we got to focus on the things we can do, whether you're giving time or you're giving money or you're doing like Frank does, give people a room. I've got a spare apartment. I've put refugees in for short periods like that. You got to do what you can and feel good about what you're doing, as long as you're doing all that you think you can. And that's, I guess, what Lou's trying to say with his incredible offer to match anybody's donations. And Lou, boy, you're gonna hate me. So if I've been here a lot of my day, listening in, and if you're just coming home from work in Sydney, or it's late afternoon in Perth, or the rest of the country, or you're in Singapore, Hong Kong, my buddies in Manila, if you're hanging around and thinking, hey, I believe in liberal democracy, and I've maybe never spoken in the space, but I know somebody who can give some money, talk to somebody, let somebody know if you've never participated before, and pass on MriyaReport so that other people can come here and hear the facts and the news like we all come to hear each day, and to hear people with interesting stories and perspectives on what this whole thing means to them, and what they're doing to support it. I just think it's a fantastic community. I'm happy to be a part of it, and love your work, Lou. Lou, I bet you're up all night, buddy. And I am almost tempted to try to stay up with you the entire time till this is over at noon tomorrow Eastern, just to see how it comes out, because it's fascinating, as I say.
Come on, dude. Let's do it. Let's do it, Will. Hey, thank you. Thank you. Get your friends to break the bank. Come on, let's break the bank. Will, you said something very, 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 very important. Really, truly important, right? We are in a fight for freedom and democracy, and Ukraine is on the front lines. And we come here to be satisfied and learn what's going on and get educated and talk about this and that and our particular things, but tonight is the night. Step up, do it. Let's do it now. Let's support Ukraine because, that's what it's all about. They are on the front lines, and frankly, we owe them a lot because they are inspiring all of us who are living in a free democracy, who are living, under the rule of law, to realize what a beautiful situation we have and how horrific it is for them to be on the front lines and to be subject to the whims of a crazy, insane, autocratic regime that is basically trying to just take them over, genocide them, and take their resources. It's hard to believe that in this day and age, that kind of stuff can happen. And for those people out there, whether they're in the media, somehow like, making apologizing for this or trying to justify it or telling Ukraine they should be, somehow, going to the peace table. I mean, that's so much BS. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna go. It's late night, but I'm not gonna go there. Um, it's BS. Let's face it. Let's call a spade a spade. Russia is a terrorist state, and we need to help Ukraine win. So come on, step up, put some money on the table. I'm matching it. Let's go, Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava. Good morning, all. I think this is a fantastic thing you're doing here, Lou. And I will be screaming it whether you're here or not for the next, 8 hours? Is it 8 hours? 9
Hey,
hours?
Doman,
8.
I'm with you. I'm here. Okay. I'm pulling an all-nighter with you.
I'll take that the right way. Albion, good morning.
Good morning, Doma and Marcus and Lou. I assume you're American. This is another American speaking, and I'm here to step up. But I just pointed out that Marcus, by message, that the MriyaReport post calling for donations won't allow me to open the link to the donation function, and I don't know if it's MriyaReport's normal donation page or if it's something that you've set up. Could someone sort that out? Because I'm here, ready. Slava Ukraini.
Yeah,
Hey,
let's
if that
figure
doesn't
out,
work,
guys.
if that doesn't work, you can just go to the regular website, MriyaReport.org, and make your donation just through the button that's there. It definitely works. I used it earlier.
Okay, great, because I donated last week, but there was no offer to double my donation, so I'm back. I'll be there. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Albion.
We're trying to break the bank, everybody. We're trying to break the bank. So make your donations.
Good morning, Doman. I'll try that again.
Good morning. So I've had another chap just message me that the link for him works fine and opens directly to his PayPal app. So I'm wondering if maybe it works on some things and doesn't work on others. If it doesn't work, go straight to the MriyaReport.org page, and then it should work fine. Could be something with the setup of your browser or some such.
Yeah, if I may just jump in, I think I was doing it on my laptop. I'll try it on the phone.
Thank you, Albion. Aaron, evening.
Good evening. I think Lou can tell me if I'm wrong, but I accidentally donated to Maria Aid and then wanted to donate to double my money, so I donated to MriyaReport, but I put the message on Maria Aid, and I think Maria Aid said they're going to transfer the money, or because I put a message, and then it will be that money will go to Maria Report from Maria Aid and still get doubled, I think Lou said. So I don't want to be wrong here, but someone can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think it still gets doubled. And if you're having trouble with Maria Report, maybe you could try Maria Aid. Someone tell me if I'm off track.
Hey, Aaron. I don't know how all of that stuff in the background is going, but how much were you donating to Maria? Can I ask you that?
I put 50 Australian to Maria Aid, so that was 76 US. 50,
Okay.
$76 Australian, $50 US, and then I put 25 to MriyaReport.
Thank you so much.
MriyaReport. So it ended
Thank
up
you
being,
so much.
no worries, mate. You're the one who inspired me. Your enthusiasm is infectious, and I think it's in a really bad time. There's a sense of joy in you that sort of makes it fun to donate, and there's a reason we're doing it. But you're a character, mate. You've got you're a personality, and it's you have brought a bit of inspiration. So good on you, hey.
Haha. Thank you. Well, hey, no matter how it works in the back end, just know this: I got you covered, doubled. Okay. So no worries. And thank you for the kind words, but it's my pleasure. It's really, truly my pleasure. This effort, this space, what they've been doing for the last, 16 months, it's unbelievable. It's an inspiration. And Ukrainians, the fight that they are undertaking for their own freedom, but on behalf of all of us, is also inspirational. So, frankly, I feel honored to be able to support this. So, no thanks to me. Slava Ukraini.
Sweet, like my favorite summer.
I think we have a resolution to what might be the issue. So it could be a glitch with how Twitter treats images. So if you click on image, sometimes the linking works, sometimes it doesn't, but the link in the text should. There we go. We'll have a friendly tech supporter chime in with the possible solution. Marcus, I have no idea what the hands were.
I think they pretty much all came up at the same time, but
Right.
I know it's late for Prince, so I'll go to Prince.
Thank you. And earlier tonight, Alex Backus came up, and he is with Maria Aid, and he shared with us a little bit what they were doing. And what Alex said was that he was going to work with Yehuda, and from the time that we started, which was about 10 p.m. Eastern time, I believe, until noon Eastern time, that he was going to pull all of the donations made to Maria Aid during that time and give Yehuda that number so that LR can match that also. So whether it's donated to Maria Aid or MriyaReport, it will get doubled. And so that is just something to be aware of also. Now, also, since I said what I said, I have gotten several messages, and they have been very sweet, and I appreciate every single one of them. Our listeners, even though I've never spoken to them or heard from them, boy, I got some very sweet messages, and I thank you all. But I also got some messages saying, you know, I'm also on a limited income, but I found a way to donate $5. And so, you know, it's just that reminder, you know, if you can't, you know, I understand some people can't. I, of all people, really do understand that. You know, if you're doing something in your community, if you're you know what, listening to Maria Report makes a difference because you're educated and you might run into somebody in the store that you can educate, or, you know, who knows, someone in your life. Um, but again, just that little reminder that, you know, we were talking about the solar power, that, you know, that costs $7,000. And if we get to a point where, you know, we're $1.50 short to be able to buy one of those, well, you know what? Somebody made a donation tonight for $1.50 because that's all they could afford. But that would enable the purchase of one of those solar power units. Um, and you know, I hope that we get the you know, the deputy mayor of Kherson came on a little earlier tonight, and her reaction and just knowing that people all over the world actually care about Ukraine was so genuine and so sincere and so heartfelt that you just couldn't resist it. I mean, it had several of us in tears. We're sending messages to each other. I'm crying, and you know, and then you see all these other messages. I'm crying because she was so excited and so thankful, and she will come back. At around, I think, 9 a.m. Eastern time, which would be 1600 in her son. So she is planning on coming back a little bit later. But I just wanted to get that clarity about Maria Aid and say thank you to the people who have messaged me. And you know, every small donation makes a difference. And thank you guys. I'm gonna eat dinner and go to bed. While Doman and Mockers play
Wow.
chicken with the microphone.
Wow, the sounds of silence. What what is happening?
I think Doman and Mockers play this little game of who's gonna press the button first, and neither of them want to press the button first, so they just wait it out. And it is sometimes rather entertaining to listen to Mockers and Doman when they co-host together, because you know, you get these periods of silence, and it's just like, okay, one of them's gonna get to that button pretty soon, but which one is it gonna be? And you're never gonna know. But they're gonna play chicken.
Well, I was just sending my mum a message, would you believe, about how amazed I am since I woke up this morning and everything that's happened. So that's where I was. I was excitedly sending my mum a message about the good things in this world. So, yeah. Will.
Yeah, we call that the Dominator pause. He usually, you guys, there's a pause so long, somebody from the audience eventually breaks in and goes, is this thing on? Anyway, that's it.
He's now going to make us wait forever, you know that, don't you?
Axel's now telling me that actually it's at 3 times, not a two times. In the that sorry, I
Yeah.
was.
Yes. What's happened this morning is Frank Arnold. We know Frank, Canadian.
Absolutely.
Very generous chap. Has been looking after refugees or people, displaced persons. He's been looking after displaced persons in Canada. He's got number 11 and 12 just arrived at his house today, and he came up earlier and announced that he was quite happy to also match all tonight's donations along with Lou here. So yeah, we have a ×3 situation going on. It's a bit like if you're in a casino and it doubles and now it's tripled. So get on with it, folks. Now's the time to make your donations really count. Thank you.
Wait, two times 2 times is 4 times, not 3 times. Come
Hey,
on.
let's not get too excited now, Lou. It's your money.
It's only money.
Well, we're at a ×3 situation, and I think that's brilliant. So let's make it count, people. Let's really make it count.
But it makes a big difference. All right. Any news that I might have missed or should be particularly aware of, or shall I plow us into something?
We don't have many speakers tonight. Where are the donators?
It's first thing in the morning in like the European hours, and it's, well, you know what time it is at your end of the clock. So that's what happens first thing in the morning here. So we usually do some little announcements and things like that. We can announce to anybody who's just joined us that the Deputy Mayor of Kherson will be back later on today. I believe it will be 4 p.m. Kyiv time, so that is 2 p.m. UK time, 9 a.m. Eastern time. And she's going to come back and update us a little bit more, because she'll have a bit more time then. And it was amazing to hear her come up this morning, LR, and for you to make that incredible offer for the solar panel power bank thing. I don't know what it is, but whatever it is, you made her morning, and that made a lot of our mornings. And I'll be honest, I had a big lump in my throat that I had to swallow past a couple of times. So, you know, stop doing that to me, but carry on.
You know, when she comes back up, let's have a big number for her. Okay? So everyone who's here participating in this space, we've been here for 16 months. These people have been volunteering, like sacrificing incredibly their time and energy and intelligence and diligence to keep this going. Let's show them and you, the people of Ukraine, that we are with them. So come on, let's do it. Slava Ukraini.
Herom Slava.
Herom Slava. Right, shall we delve into the big thing from last night then, real quick? Because I think it's quite important. Yesterday, it was reported that as a result of a missile strike by Ukraine, a Russian major general.
I take the silence that everybody is off to the website trying to hit the donate button. That's good. Let's break the bank.
Lou can't hear Doman, apparently. Pop your captions on, Lou, or give us a recycle, and we'll carry on. Go ahead, Doman.
So it was reported late last night that as a result of a missile strike yesterday on a Russian headquarters, a Russian Major General Sergei Goryachev, who was the chief of staff, that is to say, second in command of the 35th Combined Arms Army, is no longer around. The note from Russians is that as a heavy fighting on the so-called Vremivsky Ledge, the troops of the 35th Army, I guess, had to leave Makarivka, the difficult situation in the defense zone of the 60th and 37th Motorized Rifle Brigades. And then, as a result of a missile strike, Major General Sergei Goryachev, the second in command of the 35th Command Arms Army, was killed. He was native to the VDV and served in the Kirovabad Airborne Division, and then commanded the Recon Company, Parachute Battalion, the 76th Division, etc., etc. And also led, this would be interesting to a number of our listeners, the Russian contingent in Transnistria, as well as commanded the 27th Motorized Rifle Brigade in Tajikistan, where Russians served as, well, different kinds of peacekeepers, you know, PIEC kind of keepers, which is very interesting. So he would be, according to the account @killed in Ukraine, the 5th Russian general, all of the major generals, to have been killed during the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And it is, in a way, quite significant whenever you get people at that sort of a level, out of circulation. Let's call it that. I wonder if he was very hot very briefly and then not hot at all, not doing so hot anymore. Whatever else you can do that. Sorry, puns on his name are kind of forthcoming, but not very well. It is how it is. Remember that the Russian military is a very much a top-down command structure kind of military. They rely on quite high-level officers to make decisions about most anything and everything. So, in a situation like this makes quite a bit of a difference. It's not entirely clear where exactly this headquarters was, but there was earlier yesterday a missile strike in Primorsk. That's near Berdyansk, not quite Berdyansk, but near Berdyansk, where Russians have apparently set up a headquarters in a beach resort. That's probably the best way of putting it. And it could be that is the place where he was moved on from. There are speculations that he could have been present at the cruise missile strike at Shashtyevo, Shastlivtsevo, sorry, Shastlivtsevo on the Arabat Spit, which is south of Penipinsk. Yeah, that's fine. Which was hit a few days ago, because apparently there were there was a big military headquarters there as well. It would be plausible that that is another place that he could have been at. There's one more important thing I wanted to mention here. Yes, right. He's not the only the only one in with who has encountered some difficulties. There is another report entirely completely separate from Kursk Oblast, possibly wanting to become Kursk People's Republic at some point, where at what looks to be a training base. It's either a training base or it's no, it's not a training base, is it? Now I understand why this happened. So I had to look at a map where Korinov was, but it looks like the Russians are equipping further defenses on the borders on the Russian side of the borders with Ukraine. They're right north of Sumy, and while inspecting an anti-tank ditch, a lieutenant colonel, head of the sapper regiment. I don't think that's true, is it? Can't have a lieutenant colonel in charge of a regiment, I think. Either way, a lieutenant colonel stepped on an anti-personnel mine while supervising the work on an anti-tank ditch, and was taken to hospital with consequences of that injury. I wonder what made them put anti-personnel mines all around the not yet finished anti-tank ditch. I would have guessed, maybe David can tell us, that whether this is true or not, but probably the order would be the opposite, right? Whereby you put down anti-personnel mines last as opposed to first. But then what do I know? Possibly roughly about as much as Russian engineers.
Could it be that they've been using, a firing mechanism to just shoot them out willy-nilly, and that's how it happened to be there?
I mean, they do that, but I just don't think they would have done that, where they were still setting up anti-tank ditches in actual, genuine Russia. So I don't know, but I would have thought that's probably why.
Fair enough.
Yeah, just an odd decision.
Sabotage or stupidity, then, is my only other thoughts.
Well, I was thinking sabotage. Right?
Yes,
If you don't like your lieutenant colonel, you know where he was going to be going to inspect an anti-tank ditch. Then you would have you might have placed an anti-personnel mine where he was going to be going. I'm not saying that's what happened, but kind of explains why an anti-personnel mine would have been in a position like that.
I'm hearing early reports that there is a factory in St. Petersburg on fire. So I'll have a wee look at that, no doubt.
Excellent, thank you, Marcus. MTB fella.
Mic check.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I've just been driven to come on this morning for the first time as a result of Lou's amazing generosity. So I'd just like to say thanks for that. I've heard it is also been matched by somebody else as well, but I missed who that was. So thanks to that person as well. And I just wanted to say a massive thanks to everybody running the space. It's become a massive part of my life since the beginning of, this war. We've had a Ukrainian family living with us in the UK since May last year, which has been a privilege really to help them, but also, challenging at times. But yeah, I just want to say I really appreciate the space. Great news about the general. Rest in peace. And yeah, keep it up. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, MTB fella. Thank you very much. No, it is a world that runs on decisions of good people sometimes, or gets better by such decisions of good people. And thanks for hopping up. Do join more often if you'd like to. Lou?
Well, Twitter is not liking me. Interesting. Yeah, you guys are amazing. Thank you for what you're doing. And thank you for everyone else who is here, who has joined me in this little contribution that we're trying to make to this horrific conflict and the Ukrainian heroism that we're witnessing. So please join me. Please make whatever donation you can, small, large, whatever. I'm matching it. I encourage you to step up and make that donation. Go to MriyaReport.org, click on the donate button, and make whatever you can afford. It's greatly appreciated. Slava Ukraini.
And I'm Slava. In much less good news, tonight was again a night of missile strikes by Russian cruise missiles at Ukraine. To the best of my understanding, there were 14 KH-101 and KH-555 air-launched cruise missiles launched from above the Caspian Sea. That was last night. And then this morning again, there was another another sortie that launched another missile, which was intercepted. Odd for them to have only launched one missile. Maybe all the rest failed and fell into the Caspian Sea. However, of the initial 14, I believe only 11 were shot down, and 3 of them did make it to some sort of targets. These targets included an apartment block in Kryvyi Rih. Kryvyi Rih is a pretty large city. It's not an oblast level city, but it's larger than many oblast capitals. It's to the north of Kherson. You might recall from last year that the Russian invasion initially came almost to the southern edge of the city. That's about, let's call it more or less 100 kilometers north of the city of Kherson. But never managed to actually enter the city. They did shell it quite extensively for quite a while, however. Kryvyi Rih is already, at this point, kind of affected quite strongly by the effects of the destruction by Russians of the Kakhovka reservoir, or rather of the dam holding back the Kakhovka reservoir. Yesterday there were already notes saying that the residents need to reduce their consumption of water by about 40%, because a very large chunk of the water in Kryvyi Rih was being supplied using the Kryvyi Canal, and that was fed from the Kakhovka reservoir, which of course now is very much emptying. The industry and other large consumers have already ceased consuming water and have ceased activity as a consequence. But overnight, a number of the missiles that did get through, it looks like there are 5 different places in Kryvyi Rih that got hit. I believe some of those might have been with Shahed loitering munitions. That included a food warehouse, which I would presume that at this point had quite a lot of water in it as well as 1 multi-story building. There are 3 that have been confirmed killed, murdered in said strike already. Another 25 are reported injured. The rubble is still being cleared, so the number of casualties might still rise. And this is the sort of compounding effect that Russia likes to have on places which it already has attacked, and then it somewhat tends to attack them even more. Kryvyi Rih was famously the target of a major Russian strike last year, when the initial counteroffensive by Ukrainians to clear Russians out of the right bank of Kherson Oblast started last year in September. As the Ukrainian armed forces were establishing a bridgehead across the Inhulets River, somewhere to the north, maybe northwest of the city of Kherson, there were several Russian missiles that hit the dam holding back the Karachun reservoir in the south of the city of Kryvyi Rih, on the southwestern edge of the city of Kryvyi Rih. The intent was clearly to cause flooding. Now, yet another dam destruction. How many have Russians done thus far? To cause flooding downstream and to wash away the bridgehead that the Ukrainian armed forces have established, but also, of course, to flood parts of the city of Kryvyi Rih, President Zelensky's hometown. Now, the dam was only damaged; it wasn't completely destroyed. And 2 days later, the Russians decided to hit it again, and rather celebrating the fact that not only would hundreds of millions of tons of water pour into the city, but also, of course, to have achieved the tactical victory, let's say, over the Ukrainian forces further downstream. And then 2 days after the initial strike on the dam, Putin warned that this was only the beginning, Most recently, the Russian armed forces delivered a couple of sensitive blows there. Now let's assume that these are warning strikes. If the situation continues to develop like this, the answer will be more serious. And of course, the situation did continue to develop like this. And just under 9 months later, they went and destroyed the much larger dam in very much the same region.
Doman, I came up earlier this evening and I was enraged because there was a discussion about the destruction of this dam, and people were debating whether we should call it a weapon of mass destruction or what have you. And I came up to offer my suggestion, which I feel very deeply. This is a terrorist act of mass destruction. We need to start calling Russia out for what it is. It's a terrorist state. There's no doubt about it. All of these actions, large, small, whatever, they're all basically aimed at civilians and they're aimed at terrorizing the civilians of Ukraine and also of the world. And it's unacceptable. And if any of you out there agree with me and you're enraged by this behavior, well, the best thing we can do is to support Ukraine and show our solidarity and donate some money, and I'm matching it. So let's do it. Slava Ukraini.
Head Slava.
You have to excuse me for a moment, Doman. I am just having a negotiation with my boss.
I think that means there's her cat. Those are, of course, always very important negotiations because if they don't end up successful, the democracy can't move for many, many hours on end. I know how that goes. It's quite reasonable as well. Right, shall we turn to the other very exciting news yesterday? So, a T-80 BVM got captured somewhere on the Zaporizhzhia front by Ukrainians yesterday, which I thought was absolutely fascinating. And the video of it was very interesting indeed. Now, just having a look at that, and on the outside, it wasn't all in the absolutely best condition. It's a little bit rusty, but on the inside, it was terribly, terribly tidy. And very clean, much more so than any other previously captured piece of Russian equipment. And I thought, goodness, has this been used for what? An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours since it came from updates, upgrades at the workshop factory or whatever? I think they did or what happened here? And I really wonder if there has been anything tidier than this ever captured by Ukrainians. It's awfully impressive. Jan, did you see those images?
I did. Look really nice. It's good to get some clean kit every once in a while from Russia because of all the suppliers of weapons to Ukraine. I think overall Russia has been the supplier with the worst quality. So it's good that they're stepping up this.
Yes, it's one thing to be the largest supplier by volume, right, of heavy weapons, but it's a whole other to also add some I don't know, elbow grease before you send things over.
Yeah, and the audacity to send kit that needs a lot of maintenance and then to just have rust and all those kinds of stuff. It really speaks to the Russian culture.
It really does, doesn't it? Is anything moving yet on the Norwegian fishing side? Now that Iceland has followed the Faroe Islands, there's a big odd one out still there.
Actually, there's been a big thing going on in Norway the last couple of days, and I just wanted to tell this story because of the absurdity of it all. Because we have been fighting continuously to have a debate to focus on Ukraine and stuff since the full-scale invasion started. And in the last couple of days, it has really exploded in Norway. And do you want to take a guess on what kind of products the current debate in Norway is around?
Is it chocolate?
It is chocolate, Domin, which is insane because it's not that important. But I write for a publication called Nettavisen, which is just web newspaper. It's one of the first web-only newspapers in Norway. It's quite large, and they interviewed me about this. That the owner company of a Norwegian chocolate company, an American owner company, Mondelez, was put on the blacklist of Ukraine, and asked me what I thought about it, and I said we should boycott them, and that just went through the roof. So now there's op-eds and marketing professors and all kinds of, I think there were 4 op-eds about this chocolate boycott in Norwegian media yesterday. And the spread in social media and on Twitter is insane because this really hit a nerve. This Norwegian company called Freya, which is now 100% owned by Mandela, so it's not really Norwegian anymore. It really goes into the Norwegian tradition. They have a chocolate that they literally call a little piece of Norway. And we have a chocolate called Quick Lunch that has been the sort of official hiking chocolate in Norway since the 1960s. So it's this, their brand is very web into the Norwegian fabric. So this boycott is really hitting some people in the wrong places, but they're not helping themselves. So the representative for the mother company, Mondelez, in Norway, gave an interview to NRK yesterday, where he basically said that this is a very difficult issue for us, because if we close down our factories in Russia, what will happen to our machines and our recipes and stuff, which is basically admitting that the only reason why they don't close down their factories in Russia is because they'll lose money. I don't know if you hear this, but I'm being overflown by Norwegian Bell helicopters from the armed forces,
Yes.
which is kind of fun.
I don't think it's the armed forces. I think it's the television helicopter coming to.
No, actually, it's a Bell 412 helicopters in formation.
So, Jan, you're telling me that you started this? Because it's not just Norway, is it?
No, I started. We helped start it in Norway, but it was a shop in Sweden that took away this chocolate bars, and they interviewed me about this shopkeeper in Sweden and what I thought about that. But since this in Sweden it's just called Mondelez, but in Norway it's called Freya, which is this very, very, very historic Norwegian brand with production in Oslo still. So it has a lot of feelings connected to it. So that I think that's why it has exploded in Norway. But it's just so fun when this director from the mother company tries to salvage the situation, and he just makes it work just by saying, "Well, it's about money. We don't have the decency to pull out like everyone else does because we don't want to lose money." And they employ 3,000 people in Russia, so that's not nothing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Jan. Thanks for coming and talking about this. May, you have a...
Yeah, no, I just wanted to confirm what Jörn was saying about the Freya being such a... I don't know, it's really hard to explain, but it's just so central. And there's the special occasion chocolate, Jörn, is it Håkon the 5th? the big red boxes where the kids always want the cone with the gold wrapping in the middle.
I think Jun left. I think he's being chased by the helicopters. Hopefully he'll be soon. He'll be back soon. I think he just needs to evade them first appropriately. There we go. Strategic move. Strategic, tactical.
I couldn't hear Ming, so I had to drop down and recycle.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, and just confirming what you were saying, how central it is to sort of every Norwegian, not just daily life, but special occasions with the Håkon V chocolate box, where all the kids want the gold wrap cone in the middle.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's also this storyline that little Norway has no effect, and it only hurts the jobs in Norway that we boycott Freya, and that the mother company doesn't care. And it is clear that the mother company absolutely does care. But to just back up that storyline, we should globally boycott Mandela's products. So if you see a chocolate like that in the shop, don't buy it.
So how widespread is the boycott in Norway? Is it like 10% of people, or like 30?
Well, major Norwegian companies has taken it out of their assortment. So all the 3 major airlines in Norway has said that they're not going to sell the chocolate anymore. One of the
the SAS Norwegian Widerøe.
Yeah, and one of the major hotel chains in Norway has said the same. A lot of smaller companies as well. So it has an effect, and some of the major shop chains are going to have a meeting with Mandela's about this. So it's actually having an effect, but it would have an even bigger effect if people globally watch the blacklists of the Ukrainian government and don't buy these products.
I have to say that sounds quite impressive as effects go as well. So very good. I'm a big fan of that. And thank you, Evan, for having pushed it along so well as
yeah, but still no traction on the fishing vessels that are even more important. So that frustrates me. But we take the wins we can.
100%, Chris, I'll have you wait just a second because I have another Norwegian-ish join us real quick about this, and I just want to close out the topic before we move on to the sunny islands to the southwest. Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you. The major supermarkets do not currently stop distributing products from Mondelez. So until they do that, that will have some impact, but not that much in terms of sale. So, but it's a major. It gets much attention, and that is needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Yeah, I think Union are very much on the right point here. That's the move that really needs to happen if you want to have the big effect, and well, we quite likely seem likely to have it indeed. Right. Thank you both, and Chris, very good morning.
Good morning, Damon, Mockers, everybody, and these great people that are doubling up all the donations. Fantastic. Yeah, Damon, obviously Mondelez bought my favourite chocolate company, Cadbury's, and ruined it. And now I can't eat any of the stuff, even if I wanted to. So, yeah, we need a Cadbury's ban as well, unfortunately, which, if you're in the Midlands, is a bit of a shocker. Since the Bourneville factory is very famous here in Birmingham.
Oh, absolutely, right, and that's if you might find, even if you've never heard of Mondelez before, that wherever you live, your most commonly found kind of typical chocolate is actually owned by them by now, because they've expanded rather substantially all around. Jun, I've got a question for you. The free lunch versus Kit Kat.
It's the same. It's basically the same. And in Norway, it's called quick lunch. It's not free lunch, but it's classified as a cracker because the percentage of chocolate in it isn't enough for it to be labeled a chocolate, which is good for tax reason somehow.
Right. I mean, I guess that kind of depends on a country by country basis, right? Like in the UK, where Jaffa Cakes made it very clear that their cake, not a chocolate covered biscuit, because that brought with it a lower rate of VAT.
Yeah, and boycotting quick lunch doesn't harm me much because I never really liked it. It's like a poor man's chocolate. If you can't afford to have it solid chocolate, why put some crackers in there? If I want to buy crackers, I buy crackers. So that's no worry for me. But Freya has this solid blocks of milk chocolate that I really like. So, but we have the other major Norwegian chocolate company, Nida. They have no business in Russia whatsoever, so I'm quite happy buying their chocolate.
Excellent. I'll just do a tweet out for anyone who's confused why Mondelez specifically, because they're far from the only ones, but most companies on this Ukrainian list of so-called international sponsors of war are things like shipping companies. Basically, in many cases, things that people don't normally have an interaction with. So that's why this is one of the most visible ways for people to interact with it, just because it is something that's quite, what can we say, quite everyday, right, and quite different in that sense, which helps with visibility. But it's also not something particularly necessary, such as, for example, chocolate, and that also makes it easier for boycotty type things to work well, because people just don't mind nearly as much.
Absolutely, boycott Mondelez globally.
Isn't it the same company that's called Marabou in Sweden? Is it
Correct.
as well? Okay,
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I think actually Marabou bought Freya, and then Mondelez bought Marabou.
Nalle?
Yeah, hi friends. Since we are talking chocolate, buy the Finnish stuff. It's good. On a more serious note, this Zelensky asking for more Leopard 2s. How many millennia will we have to wait before it comes to fruition? Thanks.
That's a great question. I don't know, Nalle, but hopefully things will move along and across quite well and quickly. If only there was willingness on the part of some lovely, wonderful people up there stuck in the Alps, who are called the Swiss government, to move their stock along, because that could very substantially augment Ukrainian forces on top of everything else.
Yeah, because I was just listening, was it yesterday or the day before, when Axel talked about the German industrial capacity, and I agree with everything he said because, come on, people, it's Germany. God damn it, get it done.
%. No, just get it done. Denjon.
Yeah, just get it done. But sorry, my fault. Yeah, regarding chocolate, no despicable development with this Marabou, which is a subsidiary of the big evil owner. So Marabou in Sweden is almost like vodka, Absolute Vodka. I think it's bigger than Absolute Vodka. Everyone knows about it, and they could actually make something good out of this instead of being, despicable. I think the best seller is Marabou Mjölkchoklad, which is Marabou milk chocolate, and it's blue and yellow packaging, so that they could actually make something good out of this. In their marketing, saying that look at our colors, what we stand for. We don't support genocide by Russia. So let's see, but there's a lot of pressure building. I think they will have to back down eventually. It might be too late when they do it, but I think they will have to.
I like the suggestion of buying the finished stuff instead of this chocolate. And by finished stuff, I assume you mean vodka.
I guess that was for Nalle. Yeah, I was reading into that fats, but maybe you're right, John. Maybe it's vodka.
Vodka is a decent thing to have instead of chocolate. It works.
It's a decent replacement. Yeah. Actually, I might tell my kids that because they really like Marabou chocolate. So, thank you, John. That's a good idea.
Well, I recommend that you do like in Russia. If you're going to feed it to children, you should have a little less than 12% alcohol in it.
Oh my. They're old enough though, Denjon. I think I remember correctly that it's okay to actually tell them that.
Yes, some are old enough, not one. One is not, but anyway, there we go.
But close.
Close.
They're not like 4.
No.
No, so that's
But yeah, let's see how we deal with this.
Yeah, we won't get you in trouble with the authorities. So my question for you then, John, is how big do you think would you say the response is in Sweden thus far?
It's in the news. I don't know how big it is on grassroots level, but there's some, SJ, which is the train operator, the government-owned train operator, and Scandinavian Airlines. They have decided to not deal with Marabou. I don't know how much they are actually, or how much they were dealing with Marabou, because on the flights you don't get anything anymore. You can buy stuff, but before you used to get chocolate and stuff. But so I don't know how big the implication is regarding the SCR. Also, I don't know, but I mean it puts it in the news, making people aware at least.
That's good. I'm glad to hear it, then, John. Me, can I just have a mic check just to see if I can hear my co-host?
Well, since we're talking about food, I'll switch it over to drink. A while back, about a month ago, Pernod Richard, and I don't know if I pronounce that right, had started shipping alcohol to Russia again. Okay? And I just read, and they make Absolute vodka, and they also make Jameson. They handle Jameson whiskey, and a lot of other very popular brands. So apparently, there's been a hue and cry, and now they're not going to ship to Russia, and that may make some people happy. I think it's nice because that means I can buy Jameson whiskey again, but we'll see what happens with that. They seem to have trouble making up their minds.
I think the Pernod paid more than 500 billion Swedish crowns for the brand. That's a silly glass bottle, so to say. That's more than Volvo, eller Ford gave to Volvo when they bought it.
10 times.
Yeah.
10 times more, right?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
A lot of
I
more.
think they paid 50 billion SEK for Ford.
So that's how you say it? Oh, so that's how you say it, Pernod?
Pernod Ricard. It's a conglomerate of two big, basically pastis manufacturers initially that then has expanded into many other things. If you don't know what pastis is, that's fine. You can live your life without that. It's a very niche drink that very few people drink.
Okay. Well, I don't really want to do without Jameson, though.
So the pushback on Absolute, actually, we spoke about this quite a lot when it was happening. Now, there were two big kind of things that got them to realize that maybe, it's not worth selling Absolute to Russia. The first one was when a very large chain, sort of like an operator of many chain restaurants in Finland, said they're going to take all of their products off of their list and all the restaurants and hotels that they operate. And that was absolutely huge because, where did Nali go? Who knows where? But that was absolutely huge because that's a pretty big, rich market for them, right? And then a day or two later, the Swedish farmers said that they would no longer sell their grain to them, and that would cause them some supply chain issues when it came to production as well. So that when they realized it's really not worthwhile. Now, the funny thing that many people asked at the time was, why did the Russians even want to import, vodka, right? Don't they have plenty of their own vodka? And actually, this is quite interesting. But Russia imported in 2021, so before the invasion, Russia imported 6 times more spirits than it exported. And then people think, Russian vodka, that's a thing, that's a symbolic thing as well. It's not really. And nobody's buying it, and it's not very high value. Whereas these Western things have a lot more value added, and also Russia imports a whole lot more of those than it exports. So Russia is a net importer of all alcoholic beverages of each category, but critically, it's a massive net importer of spirits, which many people were quite surprised at. Indeed, I was surprised at when the American Association of Wine Economists tweeted that out. They said, "Oh, wow, that's a different one." But that gives you a bit of context, why this was actually an effective thing to have done. Dejan?
Yeah, and actually, I think they see Absolute or maybe Jameson as a status thing. Because I remember I know some Russians, and one of them wanted to buy a new car, BMW, but he could only buy a Russian-made BMW. If I'm not wrong, they had an assembly line in Russia, but that was not the same as having a European-built BMW. So they really see, I think they see it as a status thing to get the imported stuff, which is bad sign for a country. If you're not proud of your own domestic product, then it's kind of crap. But regarding Marabou, I can say this: last time
it was the Finns with a hotel chain or restaurant chain, but this time it's actually the Norwegians with Petter Stordalen. I want to have Jörn's comment on my pronunciation there. And his hotel chain, they are not going to sell any Marabou products.
Yeah, that's perfect pronunciation. And his hotel chain recently rebranded under the name Strawberry. He's really focused on ethics and corporate social responsibility and stuff. So it's no surprise that they chose to do that. But I think, yeah, I don't know how much chocolate they sell through their chains and how much chocolate SAS and Norwegian sells, but it has an effect that some of the most known brands in Norway are going out saying that we won't sell this product because of ethics. It is that effect is even bigger than the monetary effect on it, and I hope that people will pick up from this. And actually, somebody bought 4 big plates of Freya milk chocolate today and posted it in social media. His name is Hans Lysglimt Johansen, and he is the most famous Nazi in Norway. And he is currently forming a new peace party in Norway that consists of his Nazi party, actual Nazi party. Their anti-Semitic stuff is like, yeah, real Nazi. It's not. I'm not saying that he's a Nazi because I don't like him. Because he's an actual Nazi, and they're forming a new peace party with people that broke out from Rødt, the Communist Party. Those few people that were so unhappy with Rødt supporting weapons deliveries to Ukraine that they're breaking out to literally form a peace party with Nazis. So
let's add a little bit more to this, Jan. So Rødt was the last holdout of all the Norwegian parliamentary parties, of which there are like 10 or 12 or something like that. How many parties are in the Norwegian parliament this session, Jan?
Well, this is a bit embarrassing because I worked as a political consultant for years, and from the top of my head, I can't remember. I have to count them, but it's around 10. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's lots, right? So the last party was this far left sort of communist party that then said, yeah, okay, actually you're right, fine, we're up for Ukraine getting our weapons. I counted, it is 10 actually, and well done. So there were a few people in there who were quite unhappy with that. Now, funnily, there was a thing in Oslo last week, right? Or last weekend, where Corbyn got photographed next to this Hans-Jørgen Lysglimt Johansen, and he said he didn't know who he was. But apparently now it makes even more sense that he would have wanted a picture with Jeremy Corbyn, because the horseshoe very much is closing on this one, isn't it, Jan?
Absolutely, and I am a massive anti-fan of Corbyn, but I believe him when he says that he didn't know who he was, because although, yeah, I'm not going to go into my Corbyn views, but I don't think he would have posed with him if he knew that.
Oh no, I just wanted to bring that up as something that
absolutely.
Other people will have seen, so that it's not the first time that they're hearing of this Norwegian guy, because they literally heard about him a week ago.
Yeah, and he sort of became famous in Norway because he was the first outspoken Trump supporter in Norway. So before he turned really dark, he was quite a bit interviewed in media and stuff. But then he formed this party called the Alliance and went full Nazi. And it is interesting that people, and they call it the Peace Party, and they break out of Rødt because of weapon supplies to Ukraine, and they actually, with open eyes, go into a cooperation with a self-proclaimed Nazi. So that's the horseshoe meets at the end, absolutely. But it is fascinating. And the poll we conducted on supplying Norwegian F-16s to Ukraine, there was a large majority of the voters of Rødt that supported giving Norwegian F-16s to Ukraine. So this is party elites, if you want to call it that. The actual voters of the party, they want to support Ukraine.
And I really want to highlight, this really shows for a healthy democracy there. Benton, I'm not going to say my joke because I fear that you might have the same one, and I'll be nice. Benton?
Yeah, actually, if they haven't come up with a party name, I can help them there. Yeah, maybe you can ask them. Because it was Rutt and basically a Nazi, so they could call themselves the Rutten,
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. That was a good one. We had different ones because I was going to say, they're peace party because they're literally taking the piss.
Yeah. But and their logic is sound. If we all bent over backwards and let all the communist regimes and all the Nazi regimes of the world just invade without without trying to stop them, we would have world peace.
Yeah, it'd be much easier if we just rolled over and yeah. Klaus?
There's the company Freja that produces chocolate here in Norway have a slogan. They sell something called Quick Lunch, which is a bit like Kit Kat. I was going to say TikTok, but it's Kit Kat. And the slogan is a small piece of Norway, or in Norwegian, I think it's in Lille Bit Norge, where bit is dual purpose, not dual, but has two meanings. So small piece of Norway. And when we found out that they are also a big part, a small part of this huge Mondelez, a small piece of Norway is somehow supporting the war machine in Russia. So now it gets a total different meaning for me. Thank you.
Yeah, and somebody has, I'm trying to find it again. I saw it last night. Somebody has made a picture of this quick lunch and turned it into the Russian colors and called it a little bit of Russia. So that's fun.
Oof, that's a hard one. Yeah, I'm guessing in a context where such an overwhelming majority of population, and of course such an overwhelming majority of political actors supports Ukraine, supports weapons deliveries to Ukraine, wants Ukraine to win, kick Russians out, etc. I would be guessing so much so easier to implement boycotts like that, and if anything, it brings good publicity to companies who say no, we're not allowing for this anymore, right?
Yeah, but you also have this kind of people that, yeah, they support Ukraine, but now when we're attacking chocolate, they literally go out and say, now it's gone too far. It's like there's a genocide going on in Ukraine, but boycotting a chocolate brand, that's where you draw the line. That's when the support for Ukraine has gone too far, which is that's not a lot of people, but you see them in social media and some of the trolls and stuff. But it just speaks to the absurdity of this whole thing.
And the thing I'm kind of curious about is how much bigger is the profitability and let's call it the Scandinavian market for them compared to Russia. Yes, of course it's fewer people, but margins must be much more considerable than whatever they can actually get out of Russia. So the economics of it really don't. I think they're missing something, in their analysis.
Yeah, I don't know. It's like that they don't want to lose the machinery or the investment that they've done in Russia and are hoping that this whole thing will blow over soon. But yeah, it's gonna cost them.
Klaus?
The CEO of Scandinavia or Norway, Denmark, said yesterday or the day before that, oh, it's very complicated. And remember that there are 300 people working in Norway producing yada, yada, yada. And Mondelez have had more than a year to prepare for withdrawal from Russia, and they haven't done a shit to prepare for that. So even if they have to withdraw from Russia and lose some money that is being grabbed by the Russian government, so what? They've had their time and they're only in it for the money. So by pushing 300 people here in Norway is so absurd that they are trying to divert the attention that Mondelez is getting from being put on this list by being in Russia, producing food in Russia to Fire, which is a very small company in this conglomerate. So they should just pull out as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. Dental?
Yeah, I mean that sounds strange that 300 people in Norway should be working against the Russian market. So maybe they're using the numbers, not in an honest way. But I had something else. I think they could have done this completely different. They could have pulled out and actually made a campaign out of that. Being a good citizen. Look at us. We pulled out from Russia, and here's our I don't know, commemoration chocolate or whatever. They could have made something completely different about it, and put out some product where some of the profit would go to support Ukraine, and they would have sold a lot because the support in Sweden is very strong for Ukraine, and the same in Norway, I guess. So they probably would have made a buck on it as well. Now they're just going to get bad press and lose a lot of money, more than they would have, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I really don't see the math working out for them here. Virtual?
Yes. Hi, everybody. It's kind of funny that we're talking about Norwegian chocolate. I didn't expect this to happen. It's kind of weird, but it's like Jörn says. It's like part of the Norwegian soul. This Freia chocolate, I really hate that we sell our products, or we sell companies to foreign actors. So I'm a little bit protectionistic concerning that, but it's like Rosengren, I think it was a Swedish politician. He said that Norway is the last Soviet state. That was like 20 years ago. It's because there was a trouble that Telenor, it's a telephone company, the Norwegian state stopped the selling, I think, of this Telenor company to Swedish mobile company. So it's kind of funny, but be careful what you sell, because also Volvo is linked to China. You just don't know what's going to happen, so don't sell to foreign companies, because you don't know what's going to happen. But anyway, I just saw the latest Norgesgruppen, which is like the biggest distributor of like what do you call it? Normal food shops. They don't want to boycott just yet, so they have no plans to do it. It seems. Maybe you know something about this, as he has his hands up, but that would have a real big effect. The biggest food chains would boycott. So, but what's happened until now is mainly political and the messaging. But it won't hurt as much, I think. Thanks.
Thanks,
Yeah,
Richard.
it was the same thing I was going to say, that they just sent out their press release. Yeah, that's not fun.
Which store chain was this?
Norgesgruppen, they're the biggest one in Norway. They have chains like Spar, Joker, and yeah, so they have some of the major chains in Norway.
Right. Thanks, Jen. Nalle.
Yeah, hello, Domen. You wanted me earlier, but I was having lunch. So has that want superseded, or what?
Our want for you only grows through the day.
Yeah, thanks, here. Well, if it has passed you by, I have a comment regarding this Mendeles spokesperson in Sweden that said that if they pull out, they will get the machinery and the recipes. And my question would be, how long did it take for the Russian company that took over from McDonald's to totally F things up, and in the land made of potatoes, they ran out of fries? Was that 3 weeks or what?
Oh no, they never had the fries. When they opened, they no longer had the fries. So yeah,
that's great.
Lukashenko ate them all.
Yeah, I think so too. But the Russians will totally find a way to F things up totally, and if they're making the chocolate, it will taste nothing like the Marabou stuff. I guarantee it. Give it a week or a day even, and that's the outcome. Thanks.
thank you, Nalle. I tagged a bunch of you in a piece of news that another, I believe, Norwegian highlighted to me. I want to have a read through that, and in the meantime, let's go to Dengar.
Yeah, I'm fully with Nalle there. I think they will whoever takes over, if they take over, if someone takes over, they will they will look at the recipe. 3 liters of that. Come on, that's expensive. We can use this instead. And yeah, slippery slope. But yeah, regarding
you're making me think of Blackadder and coffee.
Yeah, I never watched that series. I have to watch it, and I'm old enough, so I should have watched it. But anyway, regarding how this works, we have the same here. I think in Sweden with ICA, which is the biggest, supermarket chain. I don't think they have taken any decision to remove Marabou. I don't think they will. It has to come from the grassroots. I think people need to stop buying it, and then it might happen. And regarding Volvo being sold to China, actually Volvo was sold to the US to Ford, and then Ford sold it to China, I think, which was bad. But nevertheless, it shows that keep your trophies. Don't sell them, because they might end up in the wrong hands eventually.
Now, from chocolate to seafarers, you've deported the same Russian twice in less than 12 months. What's going on?
Well, I don't know any details about this. I just read the link that you sent me, and it seems that the police has legitimate reasons to throw this guy out, and I'm just happy that they're doing it. Traditionally, we don't have enough police resources for things like this. Police in Norway traditionally focus on marijuana users and things like that, because then they can keep their closed case percentages up. So like organizations like the PST that has this focus are chronically underfunded. So I'm happy that they're on this guy. If we now could just close the ports so they don't get to land intelligence officers as easy as they're doing today. That would be fun too. But I'm glad that they're on it. I'm glad that they're checking this guy out.
I just think, the goal of the guy to get deported, last year and then this year rock back up. That's the more shocking thing. And surely that makes him very suspicious in itself, doesn't it?
It looks like they're testing. They're checking out our responsiveness and how much we're actually watching these people. So I think it's on purpose, yes.
Exactly. I completely agree with that. No, and it looks like they rocked up for repairs, but clearly, these things were somewhat more scheduled rather than anything else. Anyway, very, very curious. And of course, the other two Russians on board already had valid Schengen visas in other ways. Who knows on what basis? But quite an interesting setup there. Maybe we'll get Nick onto this later on today sometime. Jens?
Yeah, just another silly thing. You know that Volvo is owned by a communist party in China as well. So should we stop buying Volvos or what?
I think that's for Swedes to figure out. I mean, Volvo, of course, is infamous for having been the company that should have, gotten the Swedes' great gas and oil riches, right? But then that fell through. They're done.
Yeah, I can inform that we stopped that long time ago to buy Volvos. But yeah, I get the point. Maybe we will come to that, depending on how China acts in the future.
Jen?
Yeah, that's also a large part of the debate in Norway. It's like literally boycott whataboutism. It's like, oh, well, if we're going to boycott Freya, we need to boycott Procter and Gamble. And I'm saying, yeah, sure, let's boycott them as well. And they're like, yeah, well, how about Chinese products? Should we buy Chinese products? How about this? And how about that? And my answer to that is that if you're going to boycott a product, you can do it in and of its own right. You can decide that I don't want to buy this specific product because that helps finance the war in Ukraine. And that doesn't mean that you have to, before you can boycott that product, have a complete overview of every product on Earth and how they influence different human rights issues. You can just boycott that one product if you want. But if the end game of this Freya boycott in Norway is that we have a larger debate on corporate social responsibility and whether or not we should buy products from China or products that has coming from Moroccan occupied Western Sahara or Myanmar or anyone else or Iran, I welcome that. Fine, brilliant. Let's have that debate. But that still doesn't mean that there is any reason not to boycott Freya.
And I'll highlight this again. I think chocolate's a pretty good one because it's one of those very optional things, but also one that's very visible. And like you guys have been describing this whole morning, they're very 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 culturally visible within the country, right? Lots of associations to that with it, and that helps things along quite a bit because it is such a recognizable thing. In Sweden, right? And the same works here, like with Freya, like with MriyaReport. Evan.
Good morning. Another Norwegian here. I have a story about boycott and sanction because I worked for an oil company that have is spread all over the world, and they were actually also in Norway where I worked, but they was all also in South Africa during the apartheid. And it was a huge boycott against the oil company and other companies to make them pull out of South Africa. The company, you probably know who it is. So
It's Shell, right?
It's Shell. And Shell in South Africa had the refineries, they had the depots, they had the sales, etc., gas stations all over. And they employed quite many South Africans. And many of the South Africans that was employed by Shell was actually black and colored South Africans. And they had, as in my impression, they had quite decent work conditions for these workers. So in South Africa, Shell was not very unpopular by the black, but nevertheless, it was boycott. And this is, now I'll tell how boycott can work. Because in the Shell board in South Africa, there was, of course, these guys sitting in the top there, they were white. And they, of course, they knew other whites. So there was kind of a white club in South Africa, politicians, etc. So I believe that they influenced those whites that had the power in South Africa at that time. They influenced them from the inside and say, okay, you guys, we will lose money, we will be poor, we will lose our good jobs in Shell, etc., if you don't change. And when Nelson Mandela was sworn in as a president, next to him, on a picture, it was shown by one of the Shell guys in Norway. He said, "Who do you think is standing next to Nelson Mandela there?" And that was actually one of the guys from the Shell board. So it can work, not even if not a company pull out, but they can influence. I don't think it will have they will make that in Russia, because Russia is different. But boycott can work in many ways.
Thank you, David. That's a very interesting story. Just for anybody who might be upset with some of the terms that David used, they're a part of the South African census still. So it's an appropriate usage of word or verbiage in this context. The other thing I wanted to highlight is, this is one of those things I kept going on about last year, which is reducing a sense of normalcy within Russia. Right? I don't know exactly with what components, products Mondelez is represented in Russia, but if Mondelez leaves Russia, it will be yet another thing that kind of, used to be a part of the normal, used to be a part of how Russia felt included into the rest of the world, and could end up being another thing that becomes scarce, that just becomes a little bit different. And while the stuff, on both the inside and outside of the wrapper might not be that different, as they introduce some sort of replacement, it won't be quite the same. And a lot of these things, visa restrictions, all manner of other things, they're aimed at reducing a sense of normalcy, to maybe, illustrate to the Russians there that this isn't normal, and it cannot be normal, and it will not be allowed to be considered normal. So this is the principal, reason for this, but also, again, because it is something so everyday, because it is something so visible, because there are all these cultural attachments, it helps a lot that it's done, because everywhere else it very much drives a conversation, like I believe it currently does in Norway as well. JUN?
Yeah, that is a brilliant point. And you probably haven't read this yet because it's a brand new article, but there was somebody interviewed by a friend of mine in the biggest business newspaper in Norway today that said exactly that. That's Gary Kasparov. He commented on this Freya boycott, and he said he wants a chocolate-free Russia so that even the people at the top can get a little bit more of the feeling that things aren't exactly normal anymore. So he's really onto that. Do we have time for a quick other non-Russia related but good boycott story on how you can push major businesses?
Sure.
Yeah, I worked a lot with the Western Sahara conflict, which is labeled by the United Nations as the last colonial question in Africa. They are under Moroccan occupation, but still formally a Spanish colony because Spain hasn't done what they were supposed to do and formally ended their their administrative duties as their colonial masters and doing a referendum and stuff. But anyway, since they're under occupation, the UN has said that taking products from occupied Western Sahara is theft. And in the early 2000s, a major US oil company called Kerr-McGee, they're now been acquired by someone else, so that name isn't out there anymore. But they started oil exploration off the coast of Western Sahara. And if they had found oil, that would have really cemented the conflict, and stopping the occupation would have become from close to impossible to really impossible. So a network of activists globally tried to stop this Kerr-McGee company, contacting stock owners and everything, doing a lot of good work. But it was an Oklahoma-based company. So what really
Can I have a mic check? Just anyone?
Yeah, I hear you.
Because I lost everyone for quite a bit while Jan started talking. And I don't know what happened. And then half the people left the panel.
Yeah, I thought the space died. I was going to come reset it. I mean, I thought for me, I thought my Twitter crashed.
I thought mine did. I don't know what just happened. This is very odd. Okay, I think Jan back as well. Right, this was weird. Sorry about that. But welcome back, everyone. Marcus.
Yeah, we've had that happen before, where Twitter suddenly pushes everybody down from speaker to listener, and I think also it popped Ming out of the co-host slot as well at the same time. It's done that a couple of times before, and just weird Twitter stuff. Unfortunately, that nothing to do with us.
I think it's an Oklahoma conspiracy because the last thing I heard from Jan was Oklahoma.
Yeah, wasn't that a fun story?
Yeah, yeah. Just to close that out, was a Oklahoma-based company, and even though activists from around the world tried every avenue to influence them, it was contacting the priests in the churches in Oklahoma that really worked, because they knew right from wrong and was really upset about this and started talking about this in their sermons. So particularly the wives of many of the investors and some of the people that the top brass of the company got really upset, and the stock course crashed, with many investors pulling out, and they had to pull out of this virtually unknown little country in Africa, because the churches in Oklahoma got really upset about it. So it just shows that you never know what avenue is going to end up having an effect. So let's try all of them.
Yeah, do you want to expand a little bit on the sense and feeling of normalcy, and why that's important in the context like this?
Yeah, regarding chocolate in Russia, you mean?
Yeah, and all these other little things that seem kind of insignificant.
Yeah,
or that might seem kind of insignificant.
yeah. I guess it's a major problem that the sort of if you want to call it elites in Russia, the people with money and influence don't really feel that the war is about them. They buy their way out of the draft and just live their normal lives. They can't travel as much internationally as they could. But if we start taking away their luxuries in their everyday life, even such simple things as chocolate, then at least they're not going to forget that the war is going on and they can't ignore it. So I think that's really important. It's probably not in and of itself going to topple Putin, but we're never going to get rid of him unless large swaths of the people in Russia, especially the ones with influence, start thinking about him as a problem. So every avenue helps, just like the Oklahoma story.
Exactly, and it's not just elites, right? There's that, let's call it whatever equivalent there is of like middle class, especially in big cities, Moscow, St. Petersburg, who still haven't been nearly as touched by the fact that the war is in many, let's call it more provincial parts of Russia, right? And if that can be affected more, if that can be concentrated more, it just to make it look kind of off, and to not give them a perception that also a victory somehow helps. The one thing that I learned from that Medusa article, I'm sure you've read it a week and a half ago or so, where the liberal, quote, liberal newspaper in Russia asked its readers who were supportive of the war to tell them why. Right? It was quite often that they said, well, the only thing worse than a started war is a lost war, something along those lines, right? So, and there was also quite many that said, well, I don't want to live in a country that will suffer from having lost and have to pay reparations and all these other things. I think that a good thing to illustrate is, well, even if you win, it won't be normal, right? So it's better if you lose, because then at least you have a way out, send Putin on a one-way trip to the Netherlands, stuff like that, and then maybe there is actually a way out for you. And with the deprivation of some of these relatively small things, I think that can be better communicated than without it as well.
Absolutely. And the thing about chocolate is it's really addictive and difficult to stop eating. And in the same way, MriyaReport is really addictive. It's difficult to stop once you've started. But now I have to leave you guys, because I've been meaning to finish my op-ed about Mondelez and Freya all morning, but I've just been talking to you guys, so I'm literally gonna have to put away the phone and get that done, and I'll see you guys a little bit later. But nice talking to you.
Ping me when it's out, so I can spread it among the non-Norwegian world.
I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Jan. Ming, what do you reckon? Actually, we have to a couple of chaps at this. Ming and Will, what do you two think? How much of a difference do you reckon this can it can make, just reducing that normalcy? or a sense of normalcy within Russia. I'm presuming, quite a small one until it actually gets some sort of a real grip.
We're talking here about brands like Freya chocolate pulling out of Russia.
Well, Mondelez more generally, right? Because they run all sorts of chocolate companies nowadays. Pretty much anyone you can think of.
Are they specialized in chocolate?
Not exclusively, but that's definitely a big part of what they do.
Or are they a kind of broader FMCG type?
They do all sorts of optional foods, let's call it. Highly processed foods, I think, is a fair way to describe them. They bought Kraft, which you might be familiar with. So basically anything that goes through that is a part of it. I don't know what all types of it is, but pretty much all manner of chocolates, all manner of other snack type things. I won't claim I'm the best at it, but here we go. Here's a list of some of them. Belvita, Chips Ahoy, Oreo, Ritz, TUC, Triscuit, Lou, Club Social, Sour Patch Kids, Barney, and Peak Fiends. Chocolate brands: Milka, Koto, Toblerone, Cadbury, Green and Blacks, Freya, Marabou, and a few other ones, and then a bunch of other things. This is just read off of Wikipedia. I presume that they're correct in their listing. So a lot of these, supermarket kind of see everywhere.
So I've got two views on this. So one is, broadly from a moral point of view, absolutely they should pull out. In terms of impact on the Russians, unless you've got a brand which is like highly premium and highly prized by the Russians, or something that's just doesn't have a local substitute, or the local substitute's absolutely awful. So the one there that I always think of, so in Soviet times, the stuff that the Russians used to use to clean their loos was absolutely repulsive smelling. So there wasn't any point in cleaning them in some senses. So, if say Procter and Gamble supplies some kind of, loo cleaning liquid, pull it out, definitely, because they're going to notice.
Oh my. And here we are back to toilets. Fred Monkey?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I have a very controversial opinion as a Swiss man, is that Freya chocolate is, I think, by an order of magnitude, a lot better than most commercial Swiss chocolates that you can buy. If I said this anywhere close to my home country, I'd probably get murdered. But it's true. I don't think it's going to have that huge of an effect on Russia, but you can always hope. Yeah, I love Freya.
So you're saying on the back of that alone, it should be a very, very highly effective thing.
Well, I seriously don't really think so, but it's important messaging nonetheless. I think Mondelez also has Oreo, and I have a feeling that maybe they're more fond of Oreo in places like Moscow and St. Petersburg. So I don't know.
Can I just take the opportunity to remind everyone that in the event you're able to donate at all, we are on a double up deal at the moment, where your donation will be matched. I think there's some argument about the maths, whether we're on 3 times or 4 times, whatever it is you donate, because we've had 2 double up people earlier this morning. It was very touching, very quite emotional, in fact. We had the deputy mayor of Kherson speaking to us, and I think one of the listeners, L.R. Reynolds, on the spot donated $7,000 towards solar panels to supply the hospitals and things, and is doubling up all everybody else's donation. I forget who else is doing the doubling up, but there was a Canadian chap as well.
Exactly, and we will have the deputy mayor of Kherson back in, oh goodness, I need to do maths, in 4 hours, back with us. So 4 p.m. Kyiv time.
And I'm not calling on anybody to donate $7,000. Obviously, if you can, that's great. But it doesn't matter how small it is or how large. Anything you can would be really appreciated.
There's a tweet right there started the next to help you through with it, and help you through it. Right, Meg, any news that particularly piqued your interest?
Well, I'm fascinated by what's going on with Wagner and Prigozhin. Because my theory about Wagner, about Prigozhin in particular. My theory about him is that the source of his protection isn't that he's got a roof above him necessarily. I think it's just because he's got a bunch of armed thugs who are going to look after him. And so first off, his beef with Shoigu, and Shoigu putting Wagner under the Russian Ministry of Defense umbrella. And then following up on that, he's now apparently calling, Prigozhin is now calling for Shoigu's and Gerasimov's executions. And amusingly, and I suspect this is fake news, that someone's just knocked up just to stir the pot a bit, this decree by the defense ministry that anybody from Wagner now needs to be shot on sight. All good fun, probably untrue. Again, but just the broader thing is just fascinating to observe.
So there was a report yesterday that apparently the Ministry of Defense, after having said that by the end of June, everybody who is a part of any sort of PMC has to actually go and sign over to the Ministry of Defense, and so Katina Weitz immediately went and said, yes. We're, of course, very happy to do this. And the Ministry of Defense said, yes, we're going to pay you 700,000 rubles a month. Did I get that right? Which seems like quite a lot, frankly. But, for anything, but especially by Russian standards. They were clearly a part of this whole scheme from the beginning. And then what? Right, but then yesterday there was this alleged document from the Russian Ministry of Defense saying that Russian troops should shoot any Wagnerite on sight, something along those lines. Now it's been questioned by people who are usually right on these things, and by question I mean said it's not true. That's just somebody made this up, and I will say that until one or several of them say no, actually this is for real, or it's published in the mainline Russian papers, because then I'll kind of believe this for real. But it does seem a little bit over. What can I say? A little bit over exciting.
I think it's produced by an overexcitable mind, Dominate. But the more interestingly, and this one I do believe, is the reported investigation of Wagner and Prigozhin allegedly for stealing fuels and lubricants.
Oh, of course. I've never even heard of that one. There was is this something you wanted to bring up?
I mean, I suspect that these fuels and lubricants, I don't think Prigozhin's got a side business in the fuel and lubricant business. I think more likely they needed it to run their operations. but clearly some paperwork isn't in order, and in view of the broader political issues going on between Prigozhin and the Ministry of Defense, this fuel thing and lubricant thing is probably a handy piece of leverage to pull off getting Wagner under the thumb of the defense ministry.
Yeah, and anything that they can that they can do to get things more aligned with their general idea. Well,
Yeah, I read that this morning too, Ming. And so if you read the other official things that came out and then read that thing, it sort of presents itself as the joke that it is. And of course, I retweeted it with the joke on top of it, meaning that I don't think it's true, but clearly it's entertaining. But like all good disinformation, it does have a kernel of truth inside it, right? And this is, if you look at the back and forth messaging between Prigozhin and Shoigu in the Ministry of Defense, you see this ratcheting up of tensions. I mean, the things that Prigozhin said about the elite and Shoigu's kid in particular, and things before, probably led to and the idea that I'm not sure. Well, I'm pretty sure that Putin knows they're moving into a time of his life when you wouldn't want a large of heavily armed mercenaries on the street. And so I think the based on the Prigozhin's bad blood, the Ministry of Defense has, for that reason, and probably Putin said, "Yeah, time to cut this guy out," has promulgated this ruling that all members of the PMCs have to join, and if the prisoners were told subsequently that they would not have their pardons granted. They wouldn't honor the pardons that they said they were going to give them at the end of their service, because Prigozhin said, "No, we aren't doing it." Right? Kadyrov, yeah, we're in, but Prigozhin said, "No, none of my guys will be doing that." So MOD said, "Yeah, you will, or we won't be honoring your discharges." And right at that point in time, this is when the fake thing came out, right? That the Ministry of Defense has actually said they're going to shoot you guys on sight, because as the response to Prigozhin saying, no, his guys weren't going to be doing that. But Ming's also picked up on the other important thing out of the Ministry of Defense, again, is that if they're trying to get rid of Prigozhin, they've also now got a reason to expunge a couple of his supporters within the Ministry of Defense, because Prigozhin, I think, just to get more stuff for himself, like he was with ammunition. It's not real corruption. He wasn't taking it to sell it. I think he was getting additional fuel that wasn't fuel, oil, and lubricants of all types. He was getting all that in addition to the stuff that he was being able to procure through his normal route by talking to some people he knows inside the MOD and getting issued additional material that should have been going to regular army units, right? Because he's not a regular army unit. Can't have it both ways. And that's the thing I think they will use to, they could use it against him as a crime if they wanted to imprison him. And they can also use it to out a number of people in the MOD who were allowing him to get fuel like a regular army unit when clearly he's not. I mean, you'd have to be living under a rock to not know that Wagner PMC is a PMC, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and on top of that, it could be a signal of a broader dispute. So let's go back to the scenario where Prigozhin does have a roof. Let's say he is, under the umbrella of the GRU. There could be a broader GRU defense ministry thing going on.
Yeah, totally agree. That could also there is some sort of skullduggery going on here that you normally would think they'd let go through to the keeper, because yes, it's a for you and me, it's a decent size inappropriate transfer of fuels, oils, and lubricants, but it's not so immense that we would normally expect them to be announcing it as a big case now, because you know, if he's valuable to you, you would probably overlook it. But clearly, he used routes that he's not allowed to, and yeah, it's probably been exposed by the GRU or somewhere in the Siloviki, FSB, or in the Ministry of Defense himself. You know, there might be Shoigu and Gerasimov people inside there separately that are, you know, all jockeying for position. Yeah, it's another signal that it's starting to all come apart, and I think there are members of the public in Russia who are feeling around and thinking, you know, it might be time for the coup and whatever's, you know, turn it over into whoever's going to be next, kind of thing. It might be that sort of jockeying, but I don't see anything beyond a conspiracy case to try to get try to get Prigozhin if they want him, and a few people in the MOD.
Johannes.
Yeah, maybe just to throw in another speculation of what all this route is about. Um, One thing I heard yesterday from, I don't know, a reasonably well-informed Russian blogger was that the whole purpose was to be I mean, Prigozhin and Shoigu and Gerasimov stage this whole drama just for a single spectator for Putin. So it's basically all just about getting Putin's attention, because Putin is very much missing in action. I mean, he's quite withdrawn. He rarely says anything about the war now, and I'm not sure how well. I don't know how much sense that speculation makes. I just wanted to share it because I heard it yesterday.
What do you think, Ming?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's plausible too. But I don't know. I think the level of drama's probably a bit more than you would need to get Putin's attention. I think there are genuine. There's really bad blood, obviously, between Prigozhin and the Rumot. So, I think Prigozhin's earlier statements, just criticizing, Gerasimov and Shoigu were enough for Putin to have noticed. He doesn't need to go to this level. So I think it's that there's a deeper thing going on.
We know a few things about Putin, and one of the things we know is that he doesn't operate with he doesn't get any direct first sources information from any other source than his little entourage. I mean, he doesn't have access to emails or the internet, or he's terrified about being listened into, phone tapped, all that kind of stuff. So it's also possible that there's a real vacuum of leadership from the top, because he would refuse to have any direct conversations with anybody who's not from just around his entourage. So that's one interesting thing to think about. I think that's one of the reasons why you have so much drama going around. But also, if you look at the background and the history of Wagner, I mean, it was clearly one of Putin's numerous back pockets. The modus operandi of Wagner for the past few years was to be a sort of security company in a country like the Central African Republic or Syria, get a contract to do so-called security work, but essentially they would operate companies that would have mining interests or oil interests, and they would get basically a cut of that. And I'm pretty sure that they were paying off, of course, the Kremlin in exchange of more or less different levels of support. I think that seems to have changed now with this war, and Prigozhin has been trying to obviously reinvent himself, but maybe he just doesn't have the access that he used to have to Putin, and he's trying desperately to stay relevant as this kind of warlord. So I think we're just going around in circles with this conversation, but it is fascinating because it makes so little sense from an outside perspective.
Yeah, and this is where a lot of things become believable, right? Because there's so many of these little components of the of court intrigue here that then we of course get to interpret and overinterpret and do whatever with. But the really important thing is, and I think the really interesting thing is what this is going to do for the dynamics of figuring out how to end the war. A court, a coup from up high, right? A courtier stabbing the Tsar in the back is the most likely always, with his axis and so on. But also what it means for later. And it looks like many people are preparing for what happens later. And I think that's very interesting, very, very interesting in itself. Well,
Yep. Yeah, I agree. That's what I mean. It does look like there's somebody looking around. So, but I don't know, of course. But all you can do is see what you observe. But one other thing that I observed is Shoigu himself has been putting out, has been doing a lot of public publicity, like announcements himself in the last week. These wildly overinflated estimates of how well they're doing on defense and how many kills and things they've got that just beyond belief. And that, coupled with the fact that if he was given such glowing numbers to his boss, you would have thought their last public appearance, it would have been very happy to be with each other. But I'll tell you what, if you look at Tom Zarabinos, I think his timeline, he's got a
Bardo.
Zombardo. He has a video on there of their last public appearance the other day, and it looks like, I don't know, like your boss is really, really, really pissed off of you and just wants to ignore you're in the room, and the subordinate is also, just trying to pretend he's not there, and they're basically not acknowledging each other in the room, and not even standing side to side. They're very skewed, so it's a bizarre setup. Clearly, Shoigu, either for a short term or for a longer period of time, has not got a great relationship with Putin. Maybe just that day, maybe it's deeper, but that coupled with the level of public appearances he's now making, which are out of the ordinary, is just another bit of data to throw in there on what's going on inside that Red Palace.
Maybe you mentioned that any information that Putin gets is printed out. You remember when you were a kid and made some drawings on a piece of paper and made it into a cartoon by flipping the pages? Maybe they should print out every 24th frame of Prigozhin and hand it to Putin so he can flip the pages and see what he says. But there's clearly a lot of divide and conquer going on, and it's very fragile as we see it, since it's difficult to control the dynamics of what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Klaus. And yeah, that makes it quite interesting, right? Because it breaks assumptions about not just the chain of command, but the informedness of the chain of command, and that can make a difference. And knowing that messengers get shot makes a difference as well. But this is where he seems to be happy being deceived, being lied to, because it's easier as well. So maybe there's actually salvation in that. They eventually there would just be great losses, but we'll be like, well, we have had all of these defensive successes and defensive victories. So, who cares if we lost the war? We have won so many battles. At least he thinks that. Tommy?
Hello, everybody. So regarding Prigozhin, there was something very interesting that happened, and we all saw how the Kadyrovites and Kadyrov basically bent the knee immediately to the ministry. Within a couple of days, he had signed up his guys as part of the army, as under the command of the Ministry of Defense. And since PMCs are officially legal in Russia, Wagner and all the others are also voluntary organizations, or however legally. But something weird happened was that Prigozhin issued a statement, and the statement says that the chain of command between Wagner and the state apparatus has already been worked out. And there's been, how should I say this, insinuations and different reports for years that Wagner is part of the existing state apparatus, that it's not, it's PMC only in name, and it's not like in the West, it would be a front company that exists and acts on in a hybrid fashion for the government, if such a structure exists in the West. But it seems that there's an actual possibility that they are de facto, not a de facto, but a secret, but de jure branch of the FSB or some other state entity within Russia, which was a very interesting thing to find out, because if this is factually correct, then they are integrated in the chain of command. They are part of what's happening. And it also explains why we have seen a lot of Prigozhin, who is a public face of Wagner. We haven't seen a lot from, what was his name? Utkin or Yutkin, or however it is, the guy with the net tattoos and so on. He was the combat leader of Wagner, and he was operating in Africa. And recently only, I think it was this week actually, we saw him, we saw a message from him along with a cryptic photo appear, because he rarely, if ever, shows up. Now, this guy was part of the KGB, was part of all the African operations and so on, and now he's apparently popped up back in the European theater, and he's sending messages for the first time in God knows how long. It was, I think, maybe since the beginning of the special military operation. So there's a competing theory on what Prigozhin actually is, and that is somebody who's, and it would also conform with his status in the prison culture and so on that Kristaps discussed. Because if he's a figurehead, in the sense that he's something that can be offered to the public to explain Wagner, there is an actual possibility that if he starts getting too big for his britches, he will be removed under the guise of, well, Prigozhin has all this public support, but the fighting guys actually support Utkin, who's the real, leader or whatever. And in this way, Prigozhin would get removed, remove the pressure on the state apparatus, and also maintain the support of the armed guys that are supposedly protecting Prigozhin, because at least that's how I think about it. So that's something very interesting to consider.
I think the critical thing here is, right, Wagner started as a GRU way to do operations while having some sort of a public face without being called a GRE, right? So really the question is the reflection of these fightings between the Prigozhin and Shoigu. How much of that is really a fight between Shoigu and bits of the armed forces that don't quite like listening to the guy who was never a soldier who sits there in the ministry as well? And how much does divide and conquer, or rather divide and rule in this context, also apply to dividing bits of the military against other bits of the military and bits of the military against other bits of military organized and then somehow otherwise ran, just so that there is a plausible deniability at all levels exercise as well. Now, and I think that the dangerous thing is how much of this is being done to keep us and everybody around busy and ignoring the more important things that might be happening. But at the same time, now, as long as they go and actually shoot at each other, that's a really good thing. So I just want to check. Ming, do you see a co-host invite? I'll take that as a maybe. Tommy.
I do, and I've accepted.
So something very interesting is like we keep. If you think of the setup in the Russian state as a feudal state, as we often do, because of all those infightings at the lower level, while the sovereign or the leader of the state apparatus rules above and uses the division to prevent himself being toppled, then Prigozhin's bid for power and so on makes sense. But on the other hand, it's the thing that if it's a criminal organization, the financier isn't the, and that's what Prigozhin was. He was the financier of Wagner. He stored the money, his business interests and so on, stored the money of Wagner. But the way Wagner operated up to this special military operation has always been as a hybrid warfare tool. So they would go in, carry out combat operations, carry out all those things that are like training different troops, supplying covert supply of armaments, obtaining resources in a covert fashion, all those operations, and this and whatever information leaks out about them always happened by a third source. So it was either somebody leaking a video that was a warning to a local population that they were suppressing, so some atrocity they were committing in Syria or Mali or whatever, and that would get leaked, or it was something that leaked out from their internal communication. And there was never this public face to Wagner that is integrated somehow in the state apparatus. So Prigozhin is not. There's this idea that I don't really agree with the idea that Prigozhin is the boss of the organization or that he holds real power. I think he's like the oligarchs of the. In the same way that Kadyrov doesn't hold power over the Kadyrovites, which was made perfectly clear to him, he enjoys a lifestyle that is based on the protection, but the control of the protection doesn't lie with him. At least that's how I feel about Prigozhin. And maybe now that he had all these public capital in the Russian public space, he's trying to negotiate that into to actual power. the way that Kadyrov tried, but was disabused of that notion very rapidly by being poisoned and his son invited to Moscow. I'm thinking that Yevgeny is making the same bid for control. And I don't really think that it's going to work out for him because there's far too many levers to pull against him. And the appearance of Yudkin back into theater is very, very significant for that, because I don't think that people who have fought for 20 plus years and were veterans before that of the same services are all of a sudden going to change allegiances to this guy who they consider, he's a petuk. They consider him less than human, essentially. And they let him run his mouth, but there's no respect for him. At least that's how I think they would feel about him. Maybe there's a bunch of new guys, a new core to the organization, a new smaller part of the organization that has some genuine support for Prigozhin, but I don't consider him powerful at all. On the contrary, I think he's in Bulgarian we call those guys in a criminal organization a fuse. So he's a prepared scapegoat who gathers attention and is kept in the organization. So when the organization is in danger, he can be severed like a diseased limb and discarded, so that the organization can preserve itself. At least that's my opinion, but maybe I'm wrong.
That's an interesting take. What do you think? It's kind of saying, maybe Prigozhin is so loud because he knows that he needs to be visible, otherwise he'll be cut off, not from the outside, but from the inside.
Yeah, no, so the Prigozhin, the lightning rod theory is that's plausible. I find that plausible. Look, I simply, I don't know, and we're speculating, but I have been giving some thought to a separate issue, the theory of a rift between the GRU and the MOD. And, previously I've been a bit skeptical of that, because basically the GRU is under the MOD, it's not under the FSB or anything like that. But something Laughing Tommy said there, that Shoigu does not get respect as a fighting man, because he's not, he's never been, and on top of that, Gherkin, he's also GRU, and he's incredibly dismissive of Shoigu, calling him the carpenter and whatnot, because of his hobby. So yeah, no, theoretically, it's becoming more possible in my mind, certainly, that there is some kind of major rift between the GRU and the Russian MOD.
I mean, could it be that they're trying to shake the control of the guy that just really don't respect up there at the top, and they're using somebody else who they don't respect below them to act against them? I mean, that's a very trivial or very straightforward sort of a way to achieve that, no?
No, but definitely is, and yeah, no, again, the Petuch thing, the Gopnik thing, let's face it, Prigozhin is never going to end up as president or anything official.
Tommy?
Well, what you mentioned about the MOD is very interesting, because you see, and you can see this all over the Russian apparatus. There's always a mouthy guy that's supposed to be the face of the organization, and then there's the guy that actually makes the organization run. So in this case, it's Shoigu and Gerasimov. So Gerasimov is the technocrat that's actually competent and understands the process, and is actually supposed to make things work after everybody has taken their cut and so on from the stream of money that goes into the organization. So And that's also why Shoigu gets there's a separation between the power and the money. So the power goes to the power and control goes to the actual guy that does the job, and he's securing his position, and he will always be taken care of because he actually knows how to do the stuff. And the other guy is established as protection to him, so he gets to enjoy a better lifestyle. You know, he has the 14 million whatever dollar villa that Shoigu has, and he doesn't do a lot of the job. So, but he takes the responsibility if there's a failure. So he's basically the fuse, the insurance. So he enjoys the lifestyle and etc. But if things go downhill, the competent guys basically discard him as as the scapegoat, and in this way, they don't have to carry the responsibility. He's an insurance against failure, and you can replace Shoigu tomorrow, and nothing about the U.S. military apparatus, the Russian military apparatus will suffer. But if Gerasimov gets taken out, well, then who's going to be in charge of the actual military stuff? And that's the thing. You can see this same kind of redundancy in a lot of the posts. I think that this guy, what was the name? Because there are Russian names. Patrushev is the same with the FSB. He's credited publicly with being the mastermind behind the whole operation. And don't forget that the operation was supposed to be based on all these networks that the FSB had cultivated and so on. And but Patrushev is actually God knows how many years old, and I doubt that he's the one that's been running the entire Russian apparatus all this time. You know, he's not being credited with particular genius, while Gerasimov, for example, was the guy who stood behind the entire revised military doctrine under Putin. He's the guy who reformed the army. At least on paper, what he did was supposed to be actually pretty functional. Now, how good the execution was is another matter. But there was, and it's been internationally recognized by experts, that there is a lot of expertise there. And it's very interesting. If you look at things through this system of redundancy, you'll find it in a lot of places in Russian organizations. And that's how I feel also about Putin himself to a degree, because if Putin croaked tomorrow, being that he's above the age of life expectancy in Russia, it's not like the state apparatus would just fold up and go home. You know, there's all these guys behind him, and that's one thing I worry a lot about, is that if Putin gets discarded, and all of a sudden all the West goes, well, now that Putin is gone, the whole regime is gone, and just like before that in the 90s, the entire apparatus gets basically, how should I say it, exculpated or whatever. They get relieved of any responsibility, and things go back to normal with Russia without any meaningful political change once again. So that's a big danger. And I think that this structure of fuse and the actual power behind him should be very much examined, because it's a model that I think the gangsters in my country have, who, by the way, a lot of them used to be part of the state apparatus beforehand. So it's something that they borrow from that and have borrowed very heavily. It's an old Soviet state tactic.
Thank you, Tommy. You know what's kind of interesting, right? All of these activities that Wagner was kind of founded for, to have deniability for the GRU, for everywhere else around the world. What is that really doing? Okay, they were set up in the first place in order for this to be deniable. So if they want to integrate them into the MOD, it's
Did I
basically
lose
shutting them down.
sound? Just do a
I
quick
think
sound check because I just got a phone call.
I think you did, but you might get it back. Let me say
Domin
something.
was speaking, Ming. Ming, do you hear me? Do you hear Domin?
Amazing.
Yeah, he's gone.
Yes. Well, maybe we'll come back. Maybe we'll have to recycle Ming. We'll get him back as the way he is. We need to figure out something else other than recycle, because it sounds like I'm sending him to some sort of a place to be ground up and melted down. I don't want to do that. So where were we? So it's basically shutting down Wagner's operations, right? Because then all of these quasi-deniable activities elsewhere around the world are being then actually performed by the Russian Ministry of Defense actual members, right? So either they're saying we don't care about this anymore, it was all a ruse this whole time, and we don't need to be deniable anymore, even for ourselves, even for our mates, buddies, whomever. Or it's the other one, which is which means that they can just go and be shut down because they have somebody else to put in their place, be it Redout, be it anyone else, and then it doesn't really matter. Or they can just invent a new one. So lots of options there for them. Ming, mic check. Now, yeah, let's go to Johannes with this. Johannes.
Yeah, I just wonder. I mean, has the term Kremlin astrology actually been used internationally? Because I mean, that's what politologists in German-speaking countries in Soviet times used to call what we are doing right now this
Kremlin astrology.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we called it Kremlin astrology. I don't know if that the same has been.
In English, it's usually criminology, so a bit shorter.
Okay. Right. Okay. Because I mean, of course, let's be real. I mean, what we're doing here is speculation. It's not really actionable. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it either way, and until it's not done until it's done. I mean, there has been like a year ago, Shoigu has been missing from the scene like for weeks on end, and there was lots of speculations of whether he has fallen out of the window or else, I don't know, has become incapacitated, and then he reappeared. So I guess there's not much we can. There's not much utility to this kind of speculation, and what counts, I guess, are only actual results. And so, yeah, that's just my point of view here.
Johannes, I absolutely agree with you, but I think there's a difference in the utility of the discussion. So when something minor happens and gets extrapolated, dozens of times above its actual significance, you're absolutely correct that there's no point in it, because we won't be able to penetrate in detail a palace or something until it's a fact. So you are correct in that, but this would also some analysis is warranted due to two things. First, if you understand the adversary you're facing, you can better assess what is actually happening. That's one. So if you remember how Surovikin was brought in just to basically take the hit for he staged his air campaign, the terror campaign that didn't work. He staged the Kherson withdrawal with moderate success, and then he left. And when he was ushered in, he was given great significance because he was, I think it was General Armageddon. He was supposed to be the one that's going to burn down the whole of Ukraine, and so on and so on and so on. And then, without much fanfare, he got pulled out, and the MOD basically came out of the water nice and dry. And that's the point. So understanding this mechanism is important in understanding the adversary we're facing, and also understanding the adversary is important in assessing the results, because how do we know that you are right that it doesn't make much difference in the short term, but in the long term, at some point, there's going to have to be an assessment whether actual political change has taken place in Russia, so that Russia can be reintegrated to some degree in international organization, at least to the degree that's necessary for them to conduct peace negotiations, so that this war actually ends de jure, and after their de facto expulsion from Ukraine. So that's the point. If we don't know who we're actually negotiating with, and we think that the regime has changed and it actually hasn't, that's very important, because this has already been a mistake that has been made. Now, of course, that's not up to us, but military decisions and everything else that we discuss is also not up to us. But I think understanding them is part of an informed public and an informed voting body in all our countries, because that's how we influence the process. And if politicians think that they can quickly sweep things on the rug and get away with it, well, that's exactly what's going to happen, because in the end, that's when they care about our opinion. So we should do our best to have a properly formed opinion.
Exactly. So it's good to not get swayed, not get thought to be something else than they really are. Lots of I don't know. Being the simile of a wolf in sheep's clothing comes to mind, or the metaphor rather. But I guessing there could be a better one. Maybe a, what can we say? A Wolverine in goat's clothing, maybe.
I'm not very good at metaphors, Damon. I'll leave that to you.
I don't believe that in the face of it. Bear in goat's clothing? We'll see. Tommy?
Yeah, just to say that I agree that we shouldn't be focused all the time on criminology, and I think we pretty rarely are. We only comment on it when something significant happens in the Russian political space, like in this case, it was the MOD taking action to officially integrate all these volunteer organizations, so-called, and I think that's appropriate. But yes, I also agree that we shouldn't be spending too much time unless there's a lull in the information space. So better, of course, to prioritize stuff that we have actual tangible proof of.
Absolutely. A couple of things we do have actual tangible proof. The sooner you do it, the better. There's a special double match. Oh, you can't hear me again, can you?
No, I think you skipped out for a sec, but now you're back, at least for me.
Now I'm back. Okay, good. So I'll highlight a couple of tangible things. First one, today for the next 6 hours, there is a double match set up on the MriyaReport donation page. So for every dollar, euro, pound you donate, $3 euro, pounds end up going to Ukraine, courtesy of a couple of our very generous listeners, speakers here. One being Lou, the other one being Frank. And the other one that's quite tangible is water at Kherson has been dropping quite well and quite a lot over the recent days by between 1 and 5 centimeters an hour for the last couple of days, and has dropped by a couple of meters now altogether, which is very good. But that doesn't mean that the effects of the flooding in Kherson are anything like finishing quite yet. Right? There's a lot more. When the waters recede, that doesn't mean that the effects of flooding are quite over, especially when it comes to things like clean water supplies. Ukraine got, so the parts of Ukraine got a lot of their clean water supplies for domestic use, also from the Kakhovka reservoir. And that, now that it has more or less emptied, and it's just about finishing emptying, is going to be a great problem, not just for the city of Kherson, but also a number of places around it. In 4 hours' time, that is at, sorry, not 4 hours' time, in 3 hours' time, that is at 9 a.m. Eastern, that's at 1600 Kiev. We will again be joined by Halina Lukhova, who is the deputy mayor, the secretary of the city council of Kherson. We were joined by her a week ago in the immediate aftermath of the flood, and she'll be joining us again today with an update from, organized very much the front lines of the civil response. She previously served as the acting mayor as well as the head of the Ukrainian military administration of Kherson following the liberation of the city. So she's, let's say, very well plugged in to all of that. And that's the one thing that she's been doing this past week is leading a large chunk of the civil response to the flooding. So in just over 3 hours, she'll be with us again. The other very tangible thing that's occurred, and which is decidedly bad in every way imaginable, is that Kryvyi, the city north of Kherson, about 100 kilometers, give or take, north of Kherson, well, between 100 and 200 kilometers north of Kherson, let's put it this way. This is quite a long city in itself, was hit tonight with air-launched cruise missiles, both KH-101 and KH-555. While the majority of cruise missiles launched by Russians over the Caspian Sea was intercepted, a few made it to their targets in Kryvyi, and one of them hit an apartment building. 6 people have been identified to have been murdered in the strike thus far. 25 are identified as injured, and digging through the rubble continues following those strikes as well. A number of the injured, I believe 10, are in critical condition. Don't think that Ukraine has quite enough of air defenses. Certainly not when things like that are still happening. This is not the first time that Kryvyi was attacked by the Russians. Far from it. The Russians have previously struck Kryvyi in mid-September, among others, and destroying a dam on the southern edge or southwestern edge of Kryvyi to flood the valley of the Inhulets River below, as well as a part of the city of Kryvyi. Kryvyi also suffered considerably from the destruction by the Russians of the dam at Kakhovka, because much of the fresh water supply was coming in from the Kakhovka reservoir, and there's very significant reductions on water use in the city, and parts of the city also don't have clean drinking water and is being supplied otherwise. So, Russians very much enjoying compounding the tragedy of places, even ones quite far away from the front line. Again, a thing that shouldn't be ignored or forgotten in this context. Yesterday, one of the more notable things that occurred is that a major general second in charge of the 35 Combined Arms Army, has been taken out by a Ukrainian missile strike. It's not entirely clear whether it was the missile strike from Primorsk, the city right next to Berdyansk, where Russians have set up one of their command centers in a holiday resort there, in a hotel very much on the beach, or in one of the other ones. But he has been reported as dead by Russians, and that will make, according to the @Killed in Ukraine account, Russian officers killed in Ukraine, the 5th Russian major general to have been killed in the fighting in Ukraine. That is rather a lot of Russian generals, and there are more that are rumored to have been, to have gone missing during the course of the fighting, but whose deaths haven't been confirmed by obituaries or Russian authorities otherwise. So we're standing at, this is at least number 5, but certainly number 5 that has been very much confirmed by the Russians in this case. Now, in the Russian military structure, which is very heavily top-down, which requires a strong leadership from officers, including quite high-ranking officers, this is a very significant loss for the Russians there locally on the Zaporizhzhia front line. In other news, there is also a lieutenant colonel who stepped on a mine in Kursk Oblast. Somehow, Russians constructing an anti-tank trench in Kursk Oblast have left an anti-personnel mine lying around on which a lieutenant colonel trod. So the sappers no longer have their officer in charge as a consequence, which I would suppose might be a case of sort of sabotage, really. And no surprises there that eventually you get Russians somewhat rebelling against the actions of their superiors. Certainly hoping that that is the case here. Johannes.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Berdyansk. I mean, it's as I've been told, because right at the beginning of the war, we hosted several refugees from Berdyansk who had actually been working in the tourism industry, and she's been very much talking about how incredibly beautiful that is, the place. So I really hope that next summer we'll be able to spend our summer holidays there.
Indeed, absolutely, and there's already a proposal that I've seen going around that maybe if Berdyansk gets liberated quite soon, maybe there can be sort of a pre-Crimea beach party in Berdyansk. I don't know if that's going to be happening or not, but that's certainly a suggestion I've seen drifting around bits of the internet as well. Now, for Russians, Berdyansk is absolutely critical right now because their supply lines are somewhat restricted. And one of the easiest ways for them to supply the Zaporizhzhia front line is to ship things by ferry, by transport craft across the Sea of Azov to Berdyansk, offload it there, and then truck it north to the front line. And if that and when that is, let's say, limited when they become more limited in their capacity to do so, that can be quite significant. So hopefully that's a major component here, right? Not just as a command node, but critically as a logistics node, somewhere where a lot of things are transshipped and transloaded. It can have quite a significant effect if done correctly. Johannes? 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 Have I glitched out? Johannes, go ahead.
I can hear you, Damon. Johannes, go ahead in case you can't hear Damon.
It just dropped. Okay, so it was an issue on his end, not mine. I'm very fidgety today on weather. I think everything is a problem on my end. So, I mean, you like sailing. If you were to, go on a little sailing trip, would you make sure that any country you might be sailing past or wanting to be stopping in, would you make sure to have visas arranged appropriately for the country that you might be stopping in?
Yes, typically that would be something that you'd have to think about well ahead of time.
And hypothetically, if you're already deported from a country, let's say in the last 12 months, and then wanted to sail back.
So I think we're talking here about Russian ship sailors or yacht sailors who get deported from Norway but show up again. Is that right, Damon?
Yeah, that's exactly it. I'm just very curious. If you get deported once, it's some goal if you go back within 12 months to try it again. But really, it kind of smells to me like it's some sort of an, let's say, testing operation, seeing what they can get away with.
What is it? Who is this guy? I mean, is he connected to the Russian military in some way?
Unclear, but the spies don't tend to advertise themselves particularly loudly, right?
No, but then again, once your cover's blown, you're burnt. That's it. You're no use as a spy anymore. So, I think I don't know. I'm guessing there's something personal going on here.
I think what Jörn and I were thinking about is, if they just want to kind of check test the defenses, right? And perfectly reasonable to use someone who doesn't have an actual connection.
Did he sail in on his yacht, or
yes.
did he? Okay, yeah. You see, that's interesting because Norway's coastline is absolutely vast. If you flattened out the fjords, etc., and all the islands and everything, so he probably thought he could get away with it because there's all sorts of uninhabited islands everywhere off the coast of Norway.
Yeah, and of course the population density isn't the largest, right? So it makes it a little bit more easy to get away with some things. But that's what they thought, and maybe that's why. Maybe that was the whole plan. Who knows?
So was he deported physically on an aircraft, and has he had his yacht seized, or is he just kicked out on his yacht again? In which case he'll probably just be right back.
Now, apparently, the other two crew members, who were likewise Russian, have long-standing Schengen visas, so they were fine. So the yacht stayed, the other crew members stayed, but one of the crew members was deported, they said. They didn't say how, but Norway, of course, does have a little bit of a land border with Russia as well, so even if it wasn't by plane, that could have been arranged, right, in a different manner.
Well, all I would say is good on Norway.
Exactly, good on Norway. Johannes?
Yeah, there was just one more thing regarding that beach party in Berdyansk. I don't know if that's coming. I guess we still probably won't be able to enjoy the sea very much because, as you probably know, the Sea of Azov seems to be incredibly, at this time, incredibly contaminated due to the war. So it's probably going to be, after liberation, probably going to take quite a while to recover. And the same seems to be true also as far as I've learned from my Ukrainian tutor last week, that like even before the Russians blew up the dam of Kakhovka, with several nature reserves on the coastline of Khersonskaya Oblast. So the Russians just seem to continue their what their traditional reputation is, the incredibly wasteful handling of nature, which of course they have practiced very much in their own country, and now they're practicing those territories that they've grabbed. It's probably going to take many years, although I hope there will still be a party.
No, you're quite right, Johannes. Look at Russia. Look what they do out of sheer neglect and carelessness. Now imagine what they do when they kind of put their minds and effort to it. This scorched earth policy by Russians is very, very extensive, very thorough, but also it's something that they're invariably doing because they know that they're going to get kicked out, or at least they think it's very likely, even if they might still think that they might be able to lose it now and then fight their way back. But either way, I think that they're pretty clear that they won't be there for very long in the immediate, and they're really pushing forward, and they're really pushing this scorched earth policy at all levels. They've destroyed, after the destruction of Kakhovka Dam, they've destroyed, I think I've seen at least half a dozen dams, much smaller ones, admittedly, on rivers and canals, across the south of Ukraine under their occupation, having been destroyed. And of course, they're doing that in part for their tactical effect, right, on the Ukrainian defensive in the immediate. But certainly, it also has very much a longer term effect here as well. So that's quite a big thing, I think. Johannes?
Yeah, I mean, that's the same thing that they have been practicing for a long time to the country that is legally considered their own. I mean, that's the problem, that you don't even, I mean, I think the general problem with Russia is they're not just mistreating the others, but they are also mistreating their own people, their own nature, their own country. When I spent some months in Western Siberia in the Khanty-Mansi autonomous okrug back in the mid-90s, one thing which I don't know embodied that very much was that's actually the heartland of Russia's oil industry. So where most oil is being extracted, I think, still today. And one thing that embodied this careless attitude, or this neglectful attitude very much, was when I did a lot of traveling with those overland buses going from one city to another, and they have these vast distances. And the Russian oil workers, when you left the city, an oil city like Surgut or Nizhnevartovsk, what they did was usually they closed the curtains of the buses, so they didn't want to see what was outside. And of course, there were those incredibly kind of raped landscapes where those gas flares are boiling day and night, where all the forest is burned down and so on. They just don't want to see it. They feel they have just kind of endless nature, and they can just burn it down. There's always going to be another place. So that's I think at the root of what they're now doing in Ukraine. That's not just because they want to destroy Ukraine, but that's also because the general attitude towards nature is really one of neglect.
Exactly, right. You can say even in the best of times, even when they should be caring, they don't. They're very, very poor custodians of places that are actually a part of the Russian Federation, let alone everywhere else, right? And where they really put their minds to it, they can be immensely destructive to the area, both in the environmental as well as the economic sense. Not to, of course, mention what they do to people in the area, very willfully, very willingly, and this current one is just the last example of that. Just the last example of that. Nale?
Yes, hello again, friends. Are you, Domen, ready for a piece of news?
I don't know. Depends on what the piece of news is.
Well, the Wall Street Journal writes that the US has decided to send tank shells with depleted uranium to Ukraine. That's the news.
as you can tell, I'm absolutely speechless at these news. Do they specify whether they're 105 or 120 millimeter shells? No, no idea.
Is there just a lot of dead air at the moment?
Did you hear Nale? I was waiting for Nale's answer.
Yeah, that
I was
I
hoping
heard.
for Nale's answer.
Good afternoon. That I heard. I heard Nale.
Did you see my question after that?
Yeah, of course. And then there was nothing.
Okay.
Because the key element is, of course, it's nice to have some mortar shells, but that's not relevant. What you need for the M1 Abrams is, of course, 120s, and they should be the proper ones. That's all there is to it.
Well, so the reason I was asking, so mortar shells are by the by, because he said tank shells, but I was curious whether the 105 or the 120, because of course there are strikers in Ukraine. There are also other things with an L7 gun, and those employ 105 millimeter shells, and the US has developed depleted uranium ones for that as well.
But it
Now,
depends a little bit
for
on
Abrams,
whether they send the MGS as well.
exactly, and that's something that we don't know, right? But it's based on the Striker platform. So there's other things with an L7 gun. Leopard 1's incoming. Of course, the M55 is already there, and the Leopard 1's are imminently incoming. In use today, they are imminently going to be delivered the first batch. So, of course, they've developed the depleted uranium round for the L7 gun, or the M68 as the Americans call it, for the use on the original M1 Abrams, and then later on the Striker. But of course, it should work with the other iterations of that same gun on other vehicles. And unlike the 120 for the Abrams, which will come in useful in September, the 105 for these could come in useful, tomorrow, Friday, Monday, whatever. And that's why I was curious which type it was.
I absolutely agree. One is the future shelling, and the other one is the everyday shelling.
Yeah, exactly. One is for today, and then one is for a few months from now. Either way, I mean, my preferred answer would, of course, be plenty of both, because that's the real way to deal with these things, right? Working on several timelines concurrently, doing the most you can for today, and doing the most you can for next week, and the most you can for next month, and the most you can for 3 months, 6 months down the line as well. I'm just reading through the article, and they
for
just say
the
tank.
Abrams.
Yes, and they're not specifying anything to do with millimeters.
No.
So
No.
I would presume that is Abrams only, so 120 millimeters only, which is kind of a shame, because it really up gauges the utility of the it really up gauges the utility of a 105 gun, right? If you would have depleted uranium saber rounds, because it allows you to penetrate vehicles that the 105 gun otherwise just isn't able to penetrate at all. But at least now that the initial barrier has been broken on that, what is it? 2 months, 3 months at least after the British one?
Yeah. 3 months.
It could well, yes.
It's a horrific drip feed.
Do you want Ben Wallace to be NATO Secretary General?
It's not what I want, but for him, it's definitely better. And Heapy would be a very good, say, secretary. I mean, Heapy would be good in the same job. But then you have to find someone who can replace Heapy. I mean, the thing is, I'd rather have Ben Wallace there than anybody else Macron likes. And there's very few people who have served and have the quality to
be actually the spokesperson. The problem is just that the job is not as powerful as the one which he holds. The question is, how long can he hold this one? And it's probably anywhere in the last quarter of 2024. So it would be a waste for his career, so to say, in the service to end at that point in time, and we don't have a good job to give him then. You see the tragic conundrum there.
Do we know who else is in the running for that role, Axel?
Yeah, there's a few names of, say, Scandi and Ugric politicians who all have lackluster qualifications for that job.
So when you say Ugric, are you talking about Finns or Hungarians?
Definitely not Hungarians.
Yeah, because that sounds awful. So,
It'd be kind of funny in itself. No, but military qualifications have never. When was the last NATO Secretary General who had any real military background?
That's not the point. It's the question is, what do we need now? I couldn't care less as to what we've all done wrong in the past.
Well, but is it
That's
necessarily wrong?
like
Is the
saying
other
we need
question, right?
consistency. We have always had idiots leading us. We need
I'm not
consistency.
saying we need consistency.
Yeah,
I'm just saying there's very little precedent
yeah,
for anything.
and I don't care for president at all. I care for winning. I care for the future. I care for what's now. And what's now is finally waking up that NATO is a military organization. We need to get rid of the French minion syndrome. And that's not a criticism of your opinion or anything, or your comment. It's just the fact that we've dithered long enough. We need people who have a solid background and understanding of both what it means to be a soldier and what the strategic concerns are of NATO, and who can also communicate. I mean, walking, chewing gum, all at the same time. I mean, it has to be a Brit or an American. And don't forget, the Americans don't like to be in that position because then they're going to be called out as...
They never have.
Yes, I understand. You see, you come again with precedent. I couldn't care less for it. I care for winning. Again,
I'm not saying precedent. I'm saying they refuse to because they don't want to.
They didn't want to be seen to be driving NATO. I understand this, but I couldn't care less at this point in time. I would name Ben Hodges Secretary General of NATO. If I were in charge, Ben Hodges would get that job.
So I've had the look, and it's back to Peter Carrington, who became Secretary General in 1984, who was the last with any, that's sort of significant military experience. I guess Manfred Werner kind of counts.
Manfred Werner had, I think he was what? Was he a reserve officer?
He was, but he did actually pilot the jets, so he did something. Axel, host connection issue just popped up.
Really? 1 sec.
On my phone, yeah. And the only reason I'm saying this is because very clearly there hasn't been too much interest thus far in recent, almost 4 decades anyway, to have anything but let's go with civilian control of military in that respect. And my real concern really was Ben Wallace leaving the cabinet. Does that make Britain a less forceful leader, always first to step up, always first to expand the bounds of what is possible for Ukraine without his arguing there? And that's really my principal question about Ben Wallace. But then again, it doesn't really come into it until September, October this year, and hopefully by then all of these decisions will have been made anyway, and there won't be any need for any such advances going forward. As in, there won't be any need for anybody to, say, and now the next step, because all of those steps will have been taken, hopefully.
So the host connection issues should be gone completely, correct?
I don't see it anymore, but it only pops up and then disappears. So the fact that I don't see it doesn't mean anything one way or the other, really.
Yeah, in any event, I think that we need to make decisions which are out of the box, outside of the box. We need to, in terms of politics, we really need to be focused. And this comes back to what we've been saying here since, February? If not, actually, that's not true. We discussed this last year already with Mick Ryan and Ben Hodges in one of the earlier segments. We talked about that European nations. I think this is the second time Ben was on when we stipulated, after discussing briefly the Zeitenwende, and that nothing really had happened by that time. This must have been in June last year, maybe, or end of June. We discussed that essentially Germany had not yet made any new orders. This is 1 year ago, Domen. 1 year ago. And Germany still hasn't made any new orders other than a few replacement ones, minimal at best. Instead of making bold decisions, clear decisions going into the future, saying, hey, Rheinmetall, Krauss-Maffei, all of you lot, we need 750 IFVs. We are Germany. We will be ordering 500 of your new, shiny, wonderful boom boom tanks. MDB will buy from you about 2,000 anti-air missiles. Hey, Raytheon, boys over there, do you know what? This new kind of Patriot system you got, we want that. I mean, seriously. They ordered, they made they created an option for F-35s. Wow. For the wrong role. For the absolute wrong role. You remember we had this discussion when Colonel Jeff was at the AOC segment of the presentation in Bonn at the conference a few months ago. 2 months ago? Was it 2 months ago? Or one? Anyway, sometime in the last 8 weeks. And he was there, and there was a German, I thought he had said 4-star, but from what I'm told, it's a 3-star. Someone even attached to the Luftwaffe, shame, who highlighted that the F-35 was the best EW instrument there is. I mean, Jesus. So no, we have not procured anything in great numbers. We have not built up a sensible force structure. We have not clearly delineated what the future will hold. And therefore, we have not activated industry. Because if we were to do so, there would be more consumables at hand. Instead, we simply refurbish old tanks. That's not proper industrial output. Did I bore you to bits?
The question I had earlier when you were sorting
I
out the
bored
host
you to
file,
bits. Just say yes.
is there not any worry? And this is my real concern here, because clearly Ben Wallace, especially since the change again of Prime Minister, has been clearly the one in cabinet arguing for more, quicker. Let's do this now. Let's be the leaders in the world about every new thing, every new capability for Ukraine. Without that voice in cabinet, do you not worry that there might be a little bit lost?
Yes.
A great asset for Ukraine thus far that has been really moving these things along. Sometimes being, talking from lower up but in the right room is better than talking from higher down but not being in the room.
I agree with you. That is the tragedy about this. The longer this goes, the more tragic it is that someone like Ben Wallace has to be there, and that essentially his political career in government sometime, most likely, sometime end of 2024, when the UK has to go for elections, because the Tories won't win it. That much seems evident. They might. I mean, seriously, whoever knows what happens. We never predict the future here, do we? But it is very unlikely that they'll win it. So, as a consequence, it's very unlikely that he will have the same or another job in government at that time. So, but Ukraine needs that voice. Ukraine needs someone at the help steer through this for this, 1.5 year period. Now we lost Stoneman.
Yes, he couldn't hear you, so he
couldn't hear me.
saw in the cap. No, he saw in the captions that you were talking, so he's dropping down and
Oh, I
coming
didn't
back
see
up
that. I
again.
apologize. I'm literally not tracking anything on Signal. I apologize.
No worries. Always someone who's tracking this stuff.
I'm very glad that you're here, Mr. M. Ming, can you hear me?
Ming?
I can hear you. I can hear you, Damon. Sorry, Axel. Yes, I can.
I can hear you, David. Yeah. Okay. Great.
Sorry, I was just reading this story about this Ukrainian fugitive oligarch and suspected FSB agent hanging out in London.
Okay, tell us.
Well, he's not named, but the I paper has spent 6 months apparently investigating. I don't want to steal. Doman sent it to me, so I don't want to steal.
Sorry. I sent Doman an invite just now. Let's hope that this works. Donor is probably restarting his phone or something. Who knows? So then we'll wait for that intriguing story for a little while.
But just checking, it just seems extraordinary because there's a couple of little details. I mean, so first off, the guy is sanctioned by Ukraine and is also wanted in Ukraine, and he got his family out of Ukraine using the Ukrainian refugee scheme.
Well, then he really, really benefited from a lack of cohesion and data reconciliation. Let's put it this way.
Well, you keep in mind that the refugee scheme was set up rather quickly.
Yeah, I do. That's what I'm saying. At that point in time, they would just probably not be able to reconcile it that quickly.
No, that's right, and they've introduced a security check element into it now, but in the initial days they didn't have that.
Well, confusion always benefits those who are smart enough to exploit it, right?
The other interesting bit, the I News, is that's the old Independent, isn't it? That's owned by Lebedev, a former FSB agent.
Actually, is it? I did not know I News. I never heard about it. So if that is what the Independent has become.
I think that's what the Independent was, yeah.
Well, so one Russian oligarch stabs the other Russian oligarch. Sorry, a Russian paid Ukrainian oligarch in the back. That's a nice one.
Now, while we're waiting for Doman to come back up, I'd just like to remind everybody that at the moment, owing to very generous listeners, any donation you make, no matter how big or small, is effectively trebled, as we have 2 matching promises. So anything, any €1 or £1 or $1 you give means 3 going to Ukraine. And if you're also if you're a US resident, you also get tax deductibility thrown in, given MriyaReport status.
Which is an exceptional undertaking. Very well done.
Test 1, 2, 3, Doman.
I think I'm back.
The Dolman is back.
It's been very glitchy this morning, Twitter. I don't know what everybody else has been experiencing.
Yes, it has. It really has. Very, very silly. Actually, I don't know if you saw, but the 2 of us got tagged in a question from another listener, a Nordic one, asking what about retired Polish General Andrzejczyk, or I think he's still not quite yet retired. There's basically an unwritten rule that someone who's straight out of military can't go there, right? It's basically that's what SACEUR and similar positions are for, or head of SHAPE, or head of the NATO Military Committee, but not the Secretary General, who should be, at least for a while, in between in a civilian elected role.
Yeah, this has been going on, but yet again, this is precedent. I am completely against this. I understand the concerns in that regard, and I think that it's good for a recent general to take a break and detach himself from that work environment, and say maybe actually get in touch with whatever kind of civilian function and he can have. But it's very difficult. In times of war, I think we should dispense with all these notions. And Janacek is, I mean, yeah, sure. I think we have a number of very, very good, highly qualified, now retired generals who could fulfill that role. And by the way, when I said Ben Hodges, yes, if he were available, despite other concerns and the likes, General Breedlove would be equally qualified, no question, 100%. I mean, Ben Hodges worked with him and for him, and Breedlove was the one who literally, during the initial invasion in 2014, tried to guide then very, shall we say, very uneducated politicians through the difficulty of recognizing the evil of Russia.
No, I think General Hodges would be a fantastic option. You know, telling everyone, "Come on, attack us now. Let's get this done. This is what it needs." Be a very, very, very operational,
Yeah, having a logistics guy,
leadership, that'd be fantastic.
Absolutely, having a logistics guy in that job is great, especially when he is such a great communicator. No question, absolutely. That's why I suggested it, and I think Ben Hodges would. He is so serious, and he can still smile, and yeah, I think he has the right level of intensity and calmness at the same time. And before this becomes a Ben Hodges fanboy session, no, I'm just, I have to say this, I am tremendously impressed by what he has done.
Well, I think we all deserve an occasional General Hodges fanboy session, especially General Hodges.
Yes, I have.
Then we have another general incoming.
I have asked him to come back, and he said first Mick Ryan comes. So who comes now first?
General Ryan, who's joining us at 8 a.m. Brisbane time, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yet again, what a it's all upside down there.
So 8 a.m. Brisbane time. That's 1 a.m. for you there in Tallinn and our Ukrainian friends. And it's midnight tonight in Central Europe. It's 11 p.m. in London. For those of our American friends just waking up, it's in 11 and a half hours. Let's put it this way. It's in 11 and a half hours from now for everyone, regardless of where you are. And even if you change time zones, it's still 11 and a half hours from now. But 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. I think we'll have a card out momentarily.
Excellent. That's very good news. And this evening, yet again, at what, 7 Rome, 8 Kiev, that should be, if I'm not mistaken, 1300 hours or 1 p.m. Eastern. We also have whom? Yet again? Thomas Tyner.
And before that, actually, in 2.5 hours from now, we have who?
The secretary to the city council of Kherson.
Halina Lukhova, exactly. So we have an absolutely packed day, I tell you, full of interviews. Well spaced this time, so it's not one flowing into another. One, and then a nice breath, and then a nice breath, then another one, then a nice breath. It's absolutely perfect.
Yeah, I was about to say, because yesterday was astonishing. Brian and I had stopped, and Thomas appeared. When Thomas had left, Maciej joined. Maciej was there. Richard Woodruff arrived, and somehow it was deep at night. Did I lose everyone again?
No, sorry, but with the donation drive and the double matching for 3-time effect, I'm getting a lot of clarificatory questions and messages and people saying, "Oh, but my PayPal isn't letting me send any more money. Is there another way I can send it?" And the like. So I'm trying to guide people through the donation process as well at the same time.
That is very kind.
And sometimes, yes, it's important that both of these both of these things are done at the same time.
Doman, the PayPal help desk.
Yeah, I know. It's really not something I ever imagined I'd be up to. But apparently, there you go.
Well, you know that people who study chemistry can walk and chew gum in their own way.
Many things are possible.
They're
yes,
exposed to physics.
We're of course not.
They're exposed to physics.
We're of course not allowed to.
As opposed to no math.
Yeah, I mean, I am the last person to do anything like in solid physics because my own drift was ever more that way anyway. But on a very serious point, with everything the Russians have done in Ukraine, and frankly that they have done to Ukraine, I think that's an appropriate thing to say. But both of the peoples and as well as to their livelihoods, to the environment, the country that they live in. Blown up the Kakhovka Dam, I think is more so than it did before, because seeing just the scale of devastation from that literally from one press of a button, and with more than I read earlier today actually that over 2,000 people are known to be missing in the flooding.
That's
identifiable, by name, not just there's a number of people whom we haven't found yet. We thought there might be more living there. No. More than 2,000 people for whom they know are missing in the flooding. I think 2,300, if I remember correctly, was the number earlier today. And this is already with the floodwater starting to recede and having fallen quite a bit. by some 3 meters at Kherson since the peak was achieved at the city of Kherson a few days ago. No, this won't be coming to a close quickly. It will be a while.
Absolutely, and this is why this lack of an international political reaction is so galling, because you could, at the point in time when this dam breaks, and you even with the consideration that people on the right bank will have been able or more able to seek shelter, seek help, find ways out, but still they were overwhelmed and shocked. It was during the night. This happened during the night, during the time when people are most vulnerable, between 2 and 5 a.m. in the morning. But then people on the left bank who have absolutely no help, nothing. It is so perfidious a war crime. It is so nonchalantly sacrificing human beings and animals and a whole ecology. And no one, not a US president, not a German chancellor, not a British prime minister, when he had the opportunity in Washington, no Italian prime minister, no one of the larger nations spoke out immediately, loudly, specifically addressing this. Absolutely no one. It is shameful. And specifically this White House, and specifically this Chancellery, specifically this Italian Prime Minister, and specifically this Rishi Sunak. But this White House administration has failed Ukraine on this count 100%. It's a war crime. It's one of the most insidious, loudest war crimes they have committed since the destruction of Mariupol in one element. But this is one fell swoop, and it's completely despicable that Western politicians have failed to lead. And there's no excuse for this. Zero. Because you can't get out there with Rishi Sunak, I'm sorry. You can't get out there and Rishi Sunak hold a press conference, all smiles, talking about the future of British-American relations, AUKUS this, AUKUS that. The first statement should be a clear statement, clear decision-making, clear guidance. Hammer out. Nothing happened.
G-Man.
Fully agree with Axel. Just shows that Rishi's not the guy. He's an accountant. He's a financier. And he didn't have a speech prepared for this event, which he didn't, because he didn't know it was going to happen. He can't talk to it. For all his faults, Boris Johnson would have instinctively known what to say. Yeah. Anyway, it's a failure of leadership. The president should have said something, but the same problem applies. His teleprompter didn't tell him to say something, so he didn't say anything. His instincts should have, 50 years in that job, his instincts should have told him what to say. It's, you could go and copy JFK or Ronald Reagan. It's not hard. Even I know what to say if I had to say it. And the fact that, we're now, what is it, 8 days? It's day 8, isn't it, Doman?
Day 8. We are 7 days and 10 hours, I think. So, roughly 11 hours.
Yeah, I know. So this is just, it's complete. There's been some, I haven't even seen very many statements from anybody. I know we've got, there's no excuse. There's none. It's just another, I'm going to start cursing here, and I don't, so I'm not. But it's I'm spitting very, very angry with them. So maybe I'll rage donate instead.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you, G-Man. This could have had been the opportunity for a very, very ice cold, but still impassioned, seething rage behind and clear focus of mind speech. Short to the point, and it would have been fine. It would have been impressive. It would have literally rallied the Western world. And at the same time, it was merited because this is a huge war crime.
Exactly. Yeah. So all it would have been, literally, war crimes being committed by Russia. And because that war crime's being committed by Russia, we're going to do X, Y, and Z. If it was the president saying it, he could say, well, ATACMS are coming. If it was Rishi, he could have said typhoons are coming as a result. Anyway. Yeah. But missed opportunity. Ramstein's coming up. Maybe that something will come out of there. I know that they were talking about they're going to release evidence declassify some evidence, some intelligence or something like that. Perhaps
they
that's
have
what they're waiting for. But
they have a horseman.
Yes.
No, G-Man. They have a horseman who has to ride first across to bring the message in a leather pouch.
Yeah.
On the cobblestone streets of Belgium.
Yeah, it's hard. It takes time, G-Man. They have to switch horses to get there.
George.
Well, Pierre's boy was, as we spoke yesterday about it, Pierre's boy was in Kyiv. He met with Zelensky. You don't think that Zelensky brought up during that meeting what was going on in Kherson and Novokakhovka after the Novokakhovka dam had been blown by the Russians? Doman, you don't think that subject came up? Trudeau was in Kyiv. They had a press conference.
And did you hear the rousing speech given by Mr. Trudeau in Kyiv?
Oh yeah, really. Like, he was all over it. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but see, he's late. He's late anyway. In that case, I mean, seriously, we gave President Biden and Rishi Sunak the benefit of the doubt that they would actually utilize Sunak's visit for a considered strong statement.
I understand.
And
I
they fucked
understand
it
that.
up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but Axel, yes, they fucked it up. But the one that really, okay, so
I'm with you. You can't be. No, George, don't get me wrong. I'm completely with you. You cannot be in Kiev and meet Zelensky and then not make a more comprehensive statement.
Yeah. Exactly. He was like, huh? Like, you're not even going to mention the words Novokakhovka? Maybe you can't pronounce it. I think you would be able to, since, he speaks multiple languages. You wouldn't say, oh, the Russians, we know the Russians, there's clear evidence the Russians destroyed the dam, or, oh, this is horrible, ecological disaster, Mr., he's supposed to be like one of the big proponents of, taking care of the environment. That's one of his main, policy platforms. And you don't mention this at all? I mean, what the hell, people? Like, what the hell? And if people are listening and you're Canadian and you live in Canada, yeah, you might want to pick up the phone and say, hey, you effed up, bro. You effed up. Like, what the hell? Do you think he might, he owes, here's the spin on it. He owes the Ukrainian people, especially the ones in Canada, an apology for not bringing it up. How's that? That's what you guys should be. If you're in Canada, you should be picking up the phone and calling and saying and getting the Ukrainian federations around the country in Canada calling and saying, what was all that about? We're still waiting for an apology because you didn't mention the hundreds of dead in Kherson because of this. You didn't touch on it. You owe us an apology there, Justin. Get off your ass, make an impromptu press conference and say, yeah, I fucked up. Or don't say I fucked up and at least talk about it. But he, out of all of them, owes Ukraine an apology. And he should be held to the fire every chance he gets, every chance any reporter gets this week. And I don't care if it's the opposition that brings it up, whatever, but he should be blasted for it every chance someone gets this week. Because when was he in Kiev? Was it Saturday or Sunday? Don't remind me, excuse me. Anybody remember?
He was in Kiev 3 days ago.
Oh, yeah. Okay, there you go. So that was Sunday. Yeah. You should be calling his office, whatever the hell you guys, the system you got over there, calling and saying, what the hell, dude? You owe them an apology because you were there and you never mentioned the carnage that Russia caused there. You didn't even, not a syllable. You know, Richie Sunak and Biden, they're idiots too in this regard. You know, like, wow, there's a huge opportunity to press home the fact that Russia is a terrorist state, right? Not a word. But this other dummy, you were there. I know you heard it from Zelensky. You know Zelensky brought it up constantly during the meeting. This guy acted like he was deaf. Like he had put Putin in his fucking ears. Excuse my French, people.
Well, you are Canadian born, so you're allowed to swear.
Yeah, well, exactly. And you know, and you know what pisses me off? You know, he used to be the representative, you know, for the neighborhood I grew up in. Like, come on, man. Like, gee, like, what the hell? These guys have like huge opportunities to drive home what Russia is doing, and they don't even mention the biggest disaster, you know, man-made disaster that they've done in Ukraine since Chernobyl. Let's put it that way. This is a man-made disaster. They decided to do that. And if there's some idiot out there, because you have to have an IQ of your shoe size right now at this point to think that the Russians didn't do it, since they're blowing up other dams under their control. Patterned? Maybe. I don't know. It wasn't a lightning strike.
No, indeed it wasn't. And they're just continuing to blow more dams up. Don't have a dam update for you today, George, as in more dams, but you know, as recently as yesterday there was another one, and that says everything when it comes to intent.
Exactly.
Other questions associated with that. Anyone who still thinks the Russians had nothing to do with this, maybe it just failed and fell on its own. It need an appointment with Thomson Bardo. James.
Yeah, George, your anger is completely justified. I think that everyone is furious. And people in Ukraine are furious. I was at an event in Kiev on, I forget when it was, over the weekend, and I was forced to explain to people why this. There's one particularly poignant moment. There was a lovely girl there who she was finishing a documentary about the tragedy of Bucha. She was carrying a plastic bag. It was a screening for the documentary. She was carrying a plastic bag full of orange life preservers that she was taking to the train station in Kiev that evening, so wouldn't drown due to Russia's ecocidal act. And I told her that you don't be upset, but people in the West are both siding this, right? The media, politicians are refusing to name the culprit, and she just started crying. So I thought everyone was behind us. I thought people were supporting Ukraine. How could they think the Ukrainians would do this to other Ukrainians? It was incredibly upsetting to see. And you're quite right, for Rishi Sunak and Joe Biden to say nothing is a disgrace. And for the leader of the Canadian people to say nothing is a disgrace. And do you know the only person with any real political power who has said anything? Greta Thunberg, right? The unelected young woman. She's the only person that I've seen with any decent political power to have said Russia did it. It just yeah. I mean, you have to watch your blood pressure when you talk about this stuff. Thanks.
Gentlemen, I'm sorry, really quick. Can I just? I'm getting. I got a DM from someone saying that that Trudeau mentioned it. Did anybody
George,
else
why
hear
do
that?
you always ask me about great details that I cannot possibly
No.
answer?
I'm just saying. I'm asking anybody on
Yeah,
this
there was a
space.
side.
If
There was a
anybody
small
has.
side reference to it, but it was not.
Oh, baloney.
Yeah.
Thank you, Axel. A small side reference. That should have been the main talking point. He should have droned on, right, for at least 5 minutes about it. But he mentioned it. He popped out like a fart in the wind. That's what he did about it. All in passing.
Yeah, so not a Canadian, but I've spent 2 years of my working life there. So I'm angry at Trudeau. I'm still angry at Rishi Sunak. And I'm very angry about Biden. But here's the thing. So Trudeau is in Kyiv, and no doubt, as George has said, Zelensky's have said we're going to have said something about this here. They should have, Trudeau should have said, well, let's have a joint press conference about it. And that's how to get this on the world agenda. And no opportunities. Yet another opportunity missed. And again, James mentioned it. I mean, it's probably the only intervention that Greta Thunberg has done that I've thought, oh, okay, actually, yes, she's talking sense at last. Because I'm not going to go further than that. Right. Blood pressure is up. I'm going to go and take a blood pressure tablet.
There is a way, mind you, of having a go at Rishi about this. So we have Prime Minister's Questions on Wednesday. And if your MP is lucky enough to get picked, you could get your MP to ask Rishi Sunak about it.
It's a good idea. I'm going to send her an email. I can't see the UPMP being picked to ask a question, but who knows? Yeah, I can't. I certainly can't. I'd like to think that Keir Starmer would, but I don't think he will.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah, no, I just pinged Danny Kruger, my MP, a letter this morning on saying exactly that. Ming, that it's you have to be careful talking to politicians. You don't want to upset them. So, it would be suggestible. It might be an idea that you speak to someone on the relevant committee or raise this in the House. That doesn't really come out yet condemned. What's clearly right? I mean, yes, I understand that there's an onus upon the Ministry of Defence not to call out a nuclear power for an act of war on humanity, genocide, ecocide. That you want to be 90% certain, but let's be frank, the overwhelming evidence points straight to it. And you can just brag it. Say we're still studying the issue, but it looks like Russia, and we're going to take very serious sanction. So reach out to your local MP. I agree.
Johannes? Have I gone inaudible again? Johannes?
No, I can hear you very well. I think Johannes can't hear you at the moment.
That's fair enough. Bitte?
Yeah, hi. Thank you for all of those who are angry at their states, not condemning this ecocide, this genocide. I just wanted to point out that within one day, Israel was, I think, the only state that said Russia did it, and the others, US and UK, they've said yeah, well, we see that it was an explosion, but we don't have proof that Russia did it. It's like, hey, the guys are holding it. They have been holding it for a year. So who would have done it? Ukraine would have done this ecocide themselves and destroyed the harvest. Yeah, well, I don't know what we can do, because there is a threat with the Zaporizhzhia and CPP, and now there's strong rumors about the ammonia factory in Crimea that the Russians are going to blow that up as well. It will be another ecocide, but we'll see. I don't know. But thank you for all of you who are, talking to your leaders. I think NATO forces should be going to these remaining threat targets. Thanks.
So, okay, I need to make a break to all of this. Can we please stop making assumptions about things, about who said what, or rather, especially about who didn't say what? Because unless you definitely know that somebody definitely didn't say anything about something, can we please just leave that out? Because if you want to opine on it, just make sure first. That's the British Foreign Secretary condemned Russia for the unprovoked attack on the dam. So don't tell me that the British government didn't say anything, because they did say something, and this was either the same day or the next day, right? So they did certainly say something. Did they say enough? Fine, we can argue about that. As to the thing on Crimea, that got legs yesterday. And that got legs yesterday after it was brought up again. It was first brought up 10 days earlier. And I had spoken about it 10 days earlier. Nobody cared. It is only because a bunch of people started talking about it yesterday that now suddenly people care about it. It's not an ammonia factory. It's I forget, they make something else, like paints or something. They use technical ammonia as a coolant. So in their cooling system, they use ammonia. They have about 200 tons of it. And it was already reported, I think, on the 2nd of June in Ukraine that indeed Russians have mined it. That's at least what the intelligence was saying. But yesterday, a lot of people who like stirring lots of extra panic were starting to talk about it as well, which, fair dues, because that's fine. It's reasonable for this to be mentioned. It's at Armyansk, which is one of the two, let's say, inroads into Crimea. No wonder that Russians might do exactly that. However, Let's please not call it an ammonia factory, because then I'm complained that for people saying things which aren't correct. I prefer not to get complaints for things that I haven't said, because I somehow do, nevertheless. But anyway, you're right. It's a big deal. There's a comment from a Ukrainian. I forget what he was. I think it was a colonel or a major general, saying something along the lines of, "Well, if that would happen, it wouldn't stop us. It would certainly pause us before we got CBRN kit on, and we would have to advance in chemical gear, which is obviously, especially in the summer, not exactly a pleasant thing to be doing." But either whatever way you want to slice it, it's not a good thing. The critical thing with all of this, and this is the failure that has come from it, is when the Russians blew up the dam, forget talking about it, sending Ukraine, or announcing the sending to Ukraine of billions, or tens of billions rather, worth of weaponry in short order should have been the thing that was in order. Talking about it is one thing, fine, good. But when you're talking about people who actually have access to arsenals and to supplies and stocks of weaponry, actually sending things that make a difference in preventing Russians from engaging on more of these scorched earth exercises, that is the actually useful thing. So we can, if we can, maybe focus a little bit more on that rather than who didn't say something. I would certainly appreciate that, because I don't particularly care what people didn't say. And when you don't know that somebody didn't say something, please just forget about it and maybe go look it up first, and figure out what was actually said. Read transcripts of speeches before you say, "Oh, but such and such didn't say something." You can say it's very difficult to evidence that, and this is a general point. This is to like 5 people now. It's not just you, Mette. Don't worry. It's just because
I'm sorry, I didn't see the British because I'm trying to follow up everything. Yeah.
I know, but this is why I'm doing a general warning against saying who didn't say something, because it's very difficult. So what I'm trying to say is it's kind of like trying to prove a negative, right? Proving a negative is very difficult because you need to exclude all else. It's much easier to say X did Y, because all you need to do is find evidence for that. For the other one, you genuinely need to find the comprehensive list of things that they have said over the course of a week now, and figure out what all they haven't said on the basis of knowing everything that they have said. And knowing everything that one person has said is bad enough over the course of a week. Knowing everything that a government or a cabinet has said over the course of a week is not impossible. This is why I just warn against, saying such and such country or government didn't comment on this or didn't say something, because it's frankly very difficult to know. It's very difficult also for me to go and fact check it, because follow things as I may and remember things as I may and note things as I may, it's not something that's easy for me to do. So I'm very well aware that it's not easy for anyone to do. So I just advise against it as a rule. With that, Mink, who's next up?
Let's see, Peter, I think you are next.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I think we have to look at who's the big boy in the club, and it's the USA with NATO. I really think.
So, Peter, you're saying you want some more, you want a stronger statement from Biden, or
Yeah,
maybe from Blinken.
I think they are worried about escalation, but what they're doing is they're making escalation more likely by this complete silence around this terrible event with the dam. It's like saying, "Oh, it's okay, go on, do what you want. We're fine with it," and that is actually going to create the situation that they fear the most, and that is putting NATO or having NATO dragged into this. But people say, "Oh, NATO's there for to be, for member states, etc." That wasn't the case in Bosnia. That they put 60,000 troops into Bosnia, and it's again, and I know
but
I
we're
keep
not going to put
harping
troops
on.
there, Peter. Let's doing something and saying something and doing something in this instance means different things than putting troops there. There's no need for troops there at all. Zero, nothing.
Oh, okay, well, aircraft or whatever.
No, it's just
because if
it's
they
just weapons, and that's fine, and deterrence, and maybe significantly tighter, proper sanctions and whatnot. There are ways of dealing with this, but what we said is that we only highlighted the fact that there's a missed opportunity between Washington and London at the time when the two main representatives came together. And there was a high hope that they would take this opportunity to lead in terms of communication. That is what we've challenged. And we've also highlighted that we were slightly disappointed, or at least I highlighted that I'm slightly disappointed, and I continue to be, and I think rightfully so, that the German Chancellor has not actually made a solid statement, that Ms. Meloni has been relatively calm on this matter. And I mean, yes, one foreign service statement by the Brits, absolutely fine. I mean, the Foreign Office made that statement, but it's a different thing. It's a completely different thing from actually the president and the prime minister coming together, talking about AUKUS, having, I mean, a full day's load of long-term strategic discussions, standing in front of the world press, and not touching upon this in that format. So there are differences.
Yeah, and I think I
so,
think we have to look at why. You know,
no, the why
they're
is
not.
irrelevant at this point in time, because we can second guess this 15 times over. The one thing you said, which I agree with, if you do not stand up to such behavior, you make continuation thereof more likely. That's the key thing. So the question is, how do you
And that's
communicate?
the message that we're giving at the moment. And you know, it's we have to actually tell Russia, this is not acceptable, and if you do this, we will do that. And that is the only thing that he will kind of react to. If we kind of go quiet and we don't say anything, and and doing what we're doing at the moment, it will escalate. And we can't allow that to happen. Anyway, okay. I mean, also, I'm just going to bring it up. I know I keep harping on about these blasted F-16s, but they could have been trained up to operational standards rather than NATO standards. And, where are they? I mean, they're taking away ground missiles now to the front, which are not defending the cities, and because they don't have the aircraft. Anyway, I'm not going to rant anymore. Thanks.
James.
Yeah, I didn't know about Cleverly's statement. Thank you for that. Not enough has been said, but you're right, Damon. Not enough has been done. This is the perfect time to make it clear that Ukraine is going to get the weapons she needs. Attackers being the first priority. Thanks.
Thank you, James. And the reason why I'm highlighting that is because it's a whole lot easier to always know, what's done, because that ends up being a whole lot more headline than comments from one or another or a third. MS.
Yeah, hey, hi. I just want to start by thanking the co-host for all the work you do. I listen to this pretty much 24 hours a day, even in my sleep. And it's interesting. I heard right on this space how, and I am going to take us back to the conversation about 5 minutes ago, on this very space, accolades to the Prime Minister of Canada for being the first leader in the world to bring up the dam and point the finger directly at Moscow. So I am quite upset that someone was allowed to pontificate and rage. We are in a propaganda war where there is constant misinformation out there, and we have someone on this space demonizing the one leader who was the very first to come out and point the finger, someone who's a known friend, not acquaintance, but friend of President Zelensky. Trudeau and President Zelensky have a very special bond. Also, our deputy minister went, Christine Freeland, who is Ukrainian, who lived in Ukraine and is passionate about supporting Ukrainians. So if there is anyone in our political system who is a friend and passionate about protecting Ukraine, and I have watched Trudeau on the world stage and at home mention Ukraine, even when it has nothing to do with the topic. He always weaves it into his speeches, and he always says, we will be there for Ukraine. So I think it's very unfortunate that all this rage was started on this platform. That is a misrepresentation. And then to say, well, it was mentioned in a fleeting moment. Who is to decide what is or isn't a fleeting moment if you don't even live there and watch a speech? I have a son living in Europe. He has Polish employees and a Ukrainian employee. Trudeau is very, very well respected, and he got a resounding reception there. But this isn't about popularity. This is about sending a message, and our prime minister did. I'm sorry someone wants to attack him because they're probably a diehard conservative, but let's stick to the facts. And I'm sorry I had to jump in, but this space is supposed to be factual, and it usually does a great job of that. But we have to be vigilant about the, as we call it here in Canada, rage farming. I think the other word is fascism and misinformation.
Yeah, MS, stop, break. That's been quite enough now. But I'll let you know one thing. I think it's hilarious for George to be called a conservative. Anything. Yes, Trudeau said Moscow did it. That's clear. Let's stick to the facts. But saying, you have someone who lives in Europe. Most people here listening at this moment live in Europe. That's hardly. It just sounds very off.
But George doesn't. George doesn't.
That's
is my
true.
point. Is my point.
That's
so
true.
Where's he getting his information? And I do agree. I may not have spoken. It's the middle of the night. It's 3 a.m. I woke up. I heard this. I should be sleeping. So my apologies for maybe being over the top here, but it just, he went on for a long time without being checked. And you're right. It doesn't matter. But if people don't know, I don't know. I don't know how you prevent that from happening again, because there was a lot of people chiming in and joining in and saying, yeah, that's terrible. Phone this, call your rep, do this. You know what? We need to support our leaders that support Ukraine. It's that simple.
All right. Monica.
Good morning, Doman. If there's one observation from having spent the better part of the last year listening to you guys, and I'm mainly a listener, not a speaker, it is that, I suppose this place can be characterized as a sort of echo chamber, but it's an echo chamber in the most beautiful way. The people who hang out in this echo chamber are people who get the gravity of the situation in Ukraine and understand the importance of this conflict and the horrors of this conflict. We live it 24/7 vicariously through the people of Ukraine who have gone through unspeakable horrors in the past year. But there is an astonishing, and I think you guys probably know this, a disconnect between where we are in terms of our consciousness and awareness and passion about this issue and where most people are in North America and Western Europe. If I post a picture of a cat in a toilet on Facebook, I'll get like 600 likes. I post something about the liberation of Kherson City or the sinking of the Moskva, and maybe two of my friends might pay attention to it. People are just disconnected from this on the street in the United States, certainly where I am, sitting here well inside the Beltway of Washington, D.C. but also out in the provinces. People are just disconnected from it. Now, I do think there is a broad amount of support for Ukraine. Any poll taken in the United States or in any Western country will show pretty broad support, maybe 70% of the electorate. So the support for Ukraine is pretty broad. It's just not very deep. It's not passionate. People just don't care about it on a day-to-day basis. I think one of the problems, and I think there have been a lot of allusions to this in the past week in the wake of the this horrible war crime at the Novakhovka Dam, is a failure in rhetoric. There are a number of responsibilities our executive leaders have, whether it be the President of the United States or Chancellor Schultz or Prime Minister Sunak. And one of them, of course, is to develop and to implement policy. But another is to use the tools of what we call in the United States the bully pulpit, the tools of rhetoric. Not only to do what you think the electorate wants, but perhaps to move the electorate, perhaps to lead the electorate, rather than just to follow the electorate. And I think President Biden has a fairly, and I mean conservative in terms of his personal disposition, not in terms of politics, a very conservative disposition, and a tendency to try to follow his constituents rather than to lead them. And I think this is a situation that calls for some leadership. And I think what we're all screaming for in this space is a jump in the rhetoric, moving the rhetoric from "we will do what is necessary to help Ukraine defend itself" to "we will do everything for Ukraine to win this war, which they are fighting for us." And that rhetorical leap just hasn't happened. And I suppose I can point the finger at myself, right? Nobody is blameless. I'm a lawyer here in Washington, D.C. with some experience on the Hill, and I should be out there putting more of my bandwidth into this. But I have my kids, my family, my job, my life, and it's hard to. And I appreciate how many hours you, the hosts and the principals of this space, spend here. I'm just a listener, but there's more I could do. I think there's more we all could do to kind of take the energy that we hear in this space every minute of this 24/7 operation and kind of bring more people of the real world into this and to share our feelings and to tell them how important this is. And it's frustrating. We're all frustrated. But I suppose there's more that I can do and there's more that we all can do.
Hey, Monica, you say you're a lawyer, right? You probably hang out with other lawyers, political types, lobby types, and no aspersions here, obviously. Frankly, if you just bring it up, twice, 3 times a week, as did you see what awful crimes Russians are committing again on top of all the other stuff? I think it can help rubbing off on people very quickly, let alone speaking to. Writing to representatives and so on is, of course, a useful one, but just that alone on top of it can make a substantial difference. And if you just think, the extra 15-20 minutes a week in the right moments, it's probably an easy initial goal for you as well, right?
I think that's right. I can start with that 15 minutes. Lord knows I spend 20 hours a day listening to you guys. Maybe I should shut you guys down for an hour and start typing instead of just listening to you.
And lawyers are particularly good at writing.
That's kind of what I do. I mean, I argue and write for a living. I guess I did do a few searches early on in the after the full-scale invasion. It seemed like there was already people who were better qualified than me devoted to the Ukraine lobbying effort. But it can't hurt to throw another body. You always need more bodies for a task of this monumental importance and scope.
I like the way how you just convinced yourself to do differently and more and better because you have the tools at hand. Yeah? As opposed to the people who have failed in communication recently. So advocate for this. This is massively important.
Well, I'm aware that there's an event the next 2 days here in DC to do some lobbying. It's I forget the name of the entity, but I learned about it on this space, and I'll have an opportunity there to network with other people who are ahead of me in this and see what I can do.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for what you do.
I think Doman and I have stated this many times over here. It is a pleasure, a privilege, and a moral imperative.
Since we're talking of good things that can be done, just a little reminder: we have 2 people matching donations today for the next 4.5 hours, if I have this right. So for every $1 that you donate to the MriyaReport for the next 5 hours, it actually ends up being $3 going to the MriyaReport.org 501c3. So might be a good day if you're so inclined. With that, let's go on to Jens and then to Mette and Florian. Jens.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. Everything I came up to say have, to some extent, been said. So I'll just repeat myself and say there's time for condemnation and then there's time for action. And the action may not be as easily pronounced. So I thought it was important that world leaders reacted and condemned the situation. And then I thought it was important that their, what do you call them? The goons in uniform met up together and said, what is the reaction to this? I understand the frustration and the horror and the rage, but I just thought it was important to say that talks about sending strong-worded messages to Russia only gets us so far. That was all.
Yes, in the sense that these messages need to be strapped onto a missile, basically, right, Jens?
Exactly.
Yeah, those tend to delivery by airmail tends to work better. Mette?
Yeah, I was just thinking, I'm sorry again for maybe jumping ahead in some assumptions.
No worries at all, Mette. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I've been thinking, like, anyone who knows journalists, anyone who knows MPs or anything somewhere, would it be time to sort of separate send the leopards, send arms? This is one thing. There's a war going on, but sort of make a second line of headlines that there's also genocide, ecocide, crimes against humanity going on, and these innocent people have been bombed at for 1.5 years or since 2014, and now their land is being destroyed. I'm thinking, we are asking for weapons, and that's the main thing. That's the only thing we can stop Russia with, ATACMS, etc. But especially in America, I think people are confusing this and sort of getting tired of it. That all the time, help Ukraine, help Ukraine, help Ukraine, or something of the sort. And I hope that there would be a second message. There's genocide, ecocide, seas are dying, land is dying, people are dying. They are being shelled at when they are trying to evacuate. It's sort of too. It's of course because of the war, because of Russia, but there's one thing: battlefield. Then that's army against army. That sort of everyone understands. It's war. It's army against army. But all this other stuff, it's so beyond a comprehensive of a human being, and I think it should be sort of differentiated from the daily reports. How much they've advanced and what weapons have arrived. But that's just me. I'm just so frustrated. I'm sorry, but I hope you understand what I mean. Thank you.
No, I get it. It's a multi-pronged attack that's necessary, seemingly much in the way as Ukrainians are doing against the Russian front lines in Ukraine, right? A bottom-up, a middle each way, and a top-down all together to get some more of those deliveries by airmail that Jens and I were talking about earlier. I think I get your point exactly there, Mette. I think it's a very good one. All right, Florian. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon. Fine. I have a question to Ming that is bit technical and away from the discussion, if I'm allowed, and if you want to continue the discussion, I
No,
shut
please
up.
do, Florian.
I was wondering, because I almost had an accident this morning with a Russian car. A Russian car with a Russian license plate still allowed to drive around in Europe, the EU, European market?
Yes.
And the second question is, well, what happens to their insurance? Are their insurance still valid?
That is one of the best questions in certain countries. The insurance certificates, which they have, may not be valid anymore when they've been driving here for more than 6 months. In Estonia, soon enough, a number of Russian cars won't be allowed to drive anymore because they have to go back for technical certification in Russia, and if and when they do, they can't re-enter. And that's a very interesting point in that regard.
Because I'm living in a very woke city, so I went with the bicycle to work, and the guy almost drove me over by taking a left turn. So he seemed to be not aware of the bicycles drive around, even though in Zurich there's quite many. And then I stopped him, and he couldn't speak English, but he got very, very, very aggressive. And then I took a picture of his license plate, and then he tried to basically run behind me to get my phone. I was wondering because I was wondering if I should report this to the police, and on what grounds. In the end, nothing happened, but his behavior was certainly extremely strange. And I was wondering if I should point out to the police that the cars are actually either outright illegal or most likely illegal because insurance would not work anymore. Because how could a Russian insurance settle anything here?
Yeah, I can't speak to that because I don't know the status on Russian motor insurance. But what I do know is that almost all Russian drivers have dash cams because their insurers require it. So there will be a record in the Russian's car of what happened with you, Florian.
Yeah, I got calm again, but I'm wondering how legal they are, because I was wondering, he got so angry because he would have driven me over where I could just continue straight, and he was taking not a left turn, a right turn. He simply overlooked me, nothing else, and he barely touched the bicycle, so nothing happened. But the behavior was so strange of the guy that I was wondering that he fears losing his car or something. And that's why I was wondering, what is the status of Russian cars and insurances? I Googled it for Switzerland, but I couldn't find anything.
My guess is that he was just worried that he'd be caught up in paperwork with the authorities, because they've got this innate fear of authority figures. Famously the way to protect your Dacia in the past was to hang up a mannequin and to make it look like somebody had committed suicide in it. And Russians wouldn't go near it, partly out of superstition and partly out of fear of getting caught up with the authorities reporting this situation.
Very funny. I didn't call in the police because I had better things to do, but reflecting over lunch over it, I was wondering, yeah, maybe he was afraid of the police, but he didn't speak English. And that I was like an old BMW, like 10 years old. So not a really good car. But yeah, I will research how valid this is, because, for example, I have a house in Spain. In Spain, there's still many Russian cars driving around, at least in April I saw, and I was wondering why this still happens.
I saw a Belarusian one 3 days ago. So I had the same question, but obviously there was no close or near incident, so I didn't think of it nearly as much as you did. I forgot by the time.
Truck traffic is banned, correct? But not normal cars. I
think that even that is more subtle. See, if you asked me this a year ago, I would know exactly what the situation is, but I've forgotten. I was under the impression that truck traffic for non-food stuff is banned pretty much. Food and drugs are fine, but not the rest. Maybe something like that.
And the other question, maybe Axel knows this. So after a year, you have to go to something in Russia, like whatever, the German TÜV, correct?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Technical certification, they do that. They have this as well. I need to check whether they had 2 years on their plates or 1 year. Give me a sec.
Okay, that's interesting, because I can give a hint to the Guardia Civil. because they're anyway good in busting cars, also of the British who don't turn over to Spanish license plate. There's a huge fine to that. So I know a few candidates I could report in Spain.
I think that's a great idea. See what happens. But at least, look, at the very least, you can say that somebody who isn't paying appropriate attention while driving will have a little bit of trouble maybe at some point, and that might save somebody else who will have been less lucky than you on such an occasion.
Yeah, I mean, this problem of bicycling, and there's this big street where people take a ride. Also, people who are not living in the city of Zurich sometimes almost run you over. So you have to be careful. I was already careful. I saw it. And so there is still enough people not used that there's a lot of bicycle traffic. And Zurich is, of course, not the greatest place for bicycling because of its hills. But that has picked up considerably the last years.
You can always collide with a tram there.
Yeah, that's the #1 cause of death in traffic in the city.
Yeah, exactly.
Very interesting. Trixas.
Good afternoon, everyone. Someone just mentioned being frustrated about wanting to do more things. And now I'm going to generalize. So this is to Florian. This was a Russian guy being typical Russian. So I would just call the police and make his life a bit less fun. And it's out of your mind and on his mind.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I had to go to business and do things. So I'm not after petty revenge. It's not my point. But I was wondering how many Russian cars are driving illegally around, which is a more systemic problem.
A petty revenge, I don't know. Let me go back to Russia. It's just my opinion.
Fine, maybe next time. But at that point, I first got a bit scared, to be honest, because he got shouting and everything, and I didn't want to go in a fight. Yeah, but I took his picture, so I still have the car license plate picture.
But that's exactly it. That's the mentality. Let him, call the police, make his life miserable, instead of him making other people's lives miserable.
Fred Monkey, what do you think? You, of course, didn't see a Russian car yesterday. Instead, you saw a Russian flag 800 meters high.
My wife got incredibly upset. For those who don't know, the Burj Khalifa, the tallest building in the world, and probably one of the most ugly ones, illuminated the whole tower with a big Russian flag to support Russia for its Russia Day. Now, to be fair, they do that with every single country on the national day of every single country, but still, it was very upsetting for some. I just wanted to give some advice to Florian. If you are going to get into an accident with a Russian car, just make sure you've got a bigger car, Florian. Yeah, don't do it with a bicycle.
That's a good one.
Tends to backfire. So just get like a big fat SUV and do that. And if you want, Doman, I can just read out the message from the Burj Khalifa to the people of Russia. Tonight, Burj Khalifa celebrates the rich history, vibrant culture, and remarkable achievements of Russia, wishing the Russian nation a memorable celebration and a future paved with unity and prosperity. As I was mentioning to Doman, they have made remarkable achievements. They have managed to spur the Swedes on to get rid of their neutrality and join NATO, as well as Finland, which is quite good. They managed to revamp NATO from a little bit of a sleepy organization, which was looking for some kind of way to publicize themselves as still being relevant, because a lot of people did not really believe in the organization anymore, into something that is incredibly relevant and on the forefront of the news. And as far as unity goes, well, I've got to say, long live the People's Republic of Belgorod, supported, of course, by the Zugan troops, and
good luck with the future.
Yes, and they do not get to claim the very first air defense submarine because they needed the Ukrainians' help to convert it into a submarine. On a bigger point, I would note that most Russians have no idea. Of course, this is who wrote this on the internet. I think it was Michael McKay. I think most Russians have no idea why today is Russia Day, or yesterday rather was Russia Day, and it's the day when Russia left the Soviet Union. And of course, this is something that the Kremlin doesn't tend to like to mention at all. So it's not ever communicated anywhere. It just is Russia Day for no particular reason other than it is, because you don't want to face the music that you actually left the Soviet Union rather than the Soviet Union left you. I mean, they did, but they did kind of pull the trigger before Kazakhstan. Florian.
Yeah, you spoiled my point. I wanted to make the same point. I wanted to call it the early end of the Soviet Union Day. I got around this yesterday too, because I asked my wife and she had no clue what happened. So I Googled it and I thought, nobody is advertising this anymore. It's the sort of Russia kills the Soviet Union Day.
Right, Mikey?
Russia was my history here is a little bit off maybe, but so is it that Russia ended the Soviet Union because essentially every single country had already declared its independence, or not quite that?
No, it seceded after the Baltic states.
Okay, so, and that's the mention to Kazakhstan, it seceded before Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan was the last one.
Okay. So Kazakhstan is still like was the last remnant. Okay, that's very interesting.
That's why Kazakhstan should actually have the UN Security Council seat.
Yes, yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. Yeah, that's very interesting. I'm always very, very impressed at how much I end up learning on this space. Yesterday was all about attack helicopters, and today I know more about the Soviet Union.
I'm looking for a timeline of exactly when which chronology. There we go. So in order, secessions were independence was proclaimed in order by Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia. That's kind of obvious, right? Oh wait, that's not in order. Sorry, this sorting doesn't work. Back to you, Florian, and I will do this by hand so I don't get something wrong.
Yeah, at the time, Yeltsin declared that Russia doesn't respect the Soviet laws anymore, and it's an own sovereign state, in actually to get rid of Mr. Gorbachev. I think that was his intention. It was not the intention to actually formally end the Soviet Union. And then they started this new union treaty negotiation that would have been signed somewhere in August when the putsch happened. And the putsch happened that the new union treaty that was far closer to the community of independent states, but still would have preserved the Soviet Union in a way, more as whatever defense union and same currency region and so on had happened. But Yeltsin's intention was to get rid of Gorbachev. I don't think his intention was to blow up the Soviet Union. That basically happened as an accident and it happened essentially the Soviet Union collapsed because Ukraine left and Ukraine voted for its independence. That was the death nail.
Okay, I have it here. So this was proclamations of sovereignty. That's the anniversary of the 12th of June. So the only ones who did it before Russia were Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania. So Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, then Azerbaijan, Georgia, and then it was already Russia. And following Russia was Uzbekistan, Moldova, Ukraine, Belarus, Turkmenistan, Armenia, Tajikistan, and then finally, Kazakhstan and then Kyrgyzstan, because this was proclamation of sovereignty, but then Kyrgyzstan left as an independent state several months before Kazakhstan did. So actually it's declaration of sovereignty, not actually leaving the Soviet Union, but saying they're a sovereign country, the SSRs. So even more complicated. But they were well ahead. And when it came to leaving the Soviet Union, Russia did it 4 days ahead of Kazakhstan as well. But I think it might have been just Russia. I'm just looking through this. I think it was just Russia and Kazakhstan in it at this point. So it was second to last to have left the Soviet Union, but it was 6th within the Soviet Union to declare sovereignty, if that means anything to all of you. There we go. Russians ruined even the things that they was proud of having created. Day tripper fella.
Hi, thanks for the discussion this morning. I too listen all the time, but I wanted, as a publisher, I monitor a lot of author accounts and publishing accounts on Twitter, and I wanted to point out the courageous posting and action of Elizabeth Gilbert. I don't know if you saw that, but she's the author of Eat, Pray, Love, and she has a new book just about to come out, set in Siberia, and she decided to delay the publication because of sensitivity to the Ukrainians and the situation there. So I just want to point out that, and maybe you could have her on. It was a very courageous thing, and PEN America responded with a, sort of a damning her for doing that, which, his artistic integrity was called into question. So, I just didn't know if you knew about that, but that kind of deserves some surfacing, I think, here, because it's a different type of or a different type of person speaking. It's a famous author and it's not a military person, it's someone who's just taking a stand. So just to give you a heads up on that, Elizabeth Gilbert is her name. Thanks.
Thank you, Day Tripper. Yeah, I've seen that quite a lot on Ukrainian Twitter during the course of yesterday and then today. It's been highlighted many times, including by Ms. Gilbert herself, that indeed it was because she got quite a lot of notes and responses when it came onto the publishing calendar and where some news about the book came out, that she then decided on the back of communications that she had, letters, emails, whatever it was, received by her from Ukrainians who apparently quite a substantial number responded to this, that she had then decided to, it's best not to do this now, maybe sometime later. There are many books that only ever saw the light of day in public years, even decades after they were initially written, and maybe now just isn't the best time for that, and that's very good. I don't think that she's exactly desperate for the revenues coming from that anyway. I think it was pretty reasonable for her to have done that without too much pain, and if she can make quite a lot of people, quite a lot of her readers, quite happy about that, that's very good. Now, you highlighted the other component of this, and I for one am rather shocked by that one, with the American PEN Association saying no, this is a bad idea. Always culture should not be casualty of war, or whatever it is that they said. I saw that yesterday as well as last night, European time. And I thought, really, are you making a stand on this again? I mean, I didn't go and read their entire statement, but I just wonder if they, went off and quoted Pushkin again, like some other, if sort of fake concerns or concern trolling about. Oh, but poor Russian culture was missing in that. Yeah, that's just the other thought I had on that. Thank you for highlighting that. I don't think anybody has it here today, so it's well worth it that somebody does. And it's a good example of how you can behave responsibly. Even when you do have something particular, be it monetary or otherwise, at stake. Looking at you, particular chocolate and other things manufacturer.
Yeah, thanks. I'll drop down now. Thank you very much for all you do.
Thank you, Day Tripper. I think Ming is coming up to comment on this. I have to admit, I've never read any of her books. Not necessarily my kind of genre. Ming, but that's quite by the by.
I've got a question regarding the diplomatic relations between Iceland and Russia. Now, this happened a few days ago, I think on the 10th, but Iceland announced that they were downgrading their diplomatic relations with Russia, and the Russian MFA are very upset about this. So, but I'm curious, why can't more countries? So it's not that they've completely severed diplomatic relations or anything. They've just downgraded them somehow. Maybe they're allowed a chargé d'affaires, or maybe they're just not allowed so many diplomats. It's a bit unclear to me. But it just seems to me a really good example that for other countries to follow, and pretty ballsy of Iceland to take the lead on that.
So the best of my understanding is that Iceland has withdrawn its own representation from Moscow, or rather will, sometime in the summer, and then that they are asking Russians to lower the level of diplomatic representation to mirror that, not necessarily entirely, but at least generally. And they do say that it doesn't mean a severance of diplomatic relations. They just say that conditions currently do not permit for Iceland to continue operating the embassy in Moscow. I do wonder what it means for the fisheries. That's why I keep bringing that. That's why I thought it's interesting.
We should highlight also that Iceland, throughout the Cold War, was always the harbinger of messaging by the US.
And the other thing that's worth reminding people of is Iceland doesn't have an army or a navy or anything really. It has a police force and a coast guard. And there's a country of some 350,000 people, give or take. And if they're willing to kind of stand up to Russia a little bit, that's a really good thing. Further, I will mention the fisheries a little bit. Iceland, like the Faroe Islands, like Norway, they have all particular agreements with Russia, quite long-standing, first with the Soviet Union, then renewed with Russia afterwards, regarding fisheries. And it would serve as something of perhaps a stiff drink does for courage, a Dutch courage sort of approach. It's called it for the Norwegians, maybe after the Faroese have downgraded the relationship, now the Icelanders, to move on the question of fisheries and allowing Russian vessels into their ports. It's something that I'm interested in, maybe more because of JUN than myself, but also because of myself, and also because of an interest in not having lots of spy ships masquerading as fishing vessels off Russia all over the North Norwegian seas.
That would indeed be nice, wouldn't it? Now, Dominic, I've got to ask you a couple of things, because I went for a little nap and I woke up. And I woke up to things which look to be good news. So I just want to check what's going on. So we've had an announcement by Hannah Malyar, whatever, of the advance of military in 3 different directions. So in Bakhmut, in the area of the Berkiv Reservoir, they have advanced in that direction. Now, wasn't that the location where the Russians there had, what was it, moved to more favourable positions? I think that was it. Well, those favourable positions are not so favourable. Now, they just give directions for the next. So on Torek, which I imagine is a particular direction, it says 200 metres away. And on Berdyansk, up to 1 kilometre, but taking control of an area up to 3 square kilometres. So that already sounds like great news. So there was that. But then, as I was just looking through, I saw the United States intending to provide additional shells. I'm not even going to talk about the fact that they're making a big doof about them being depleted uranium. They're just shells. And then I saw this.
Germany will increase the supply of Leopard 1 tanks. So I thought that was jolly good news. Is that correct?
Okay, I've heard of
Yes, it
everything
is.
except for that last one.
Oh, Germany providing more Leopard 1 tanks. That's been agreed, apparently. And also, there's been an announcement from Macron saying France will intensify the supply of weapons to Ukraine to help with the counteroffensive. Now, obviously, that doesn't give me a lot of information, but it certainly sounds positive.
Well,
it's a
more is
statement
always
he
better.
can't reverse from. Sorry, Domin, I apologize.
No, I agree. You know, whatever it is, it's also very easy for him to live up to it, right? Say we intensified. We intensified from nothing to a bit, or from little to a little bit more than a little,
Exactly.
or from a little to a medium, which is all good, which is all better than less. But it's
But
very
intensify
difficult to
just
hold
means
them up
within
to.
the framework of intensify means within the framework of what you're doing, you're intensifying your effort. You're not expanding them.
So, actually, tell me more about these Leopard ones from Germany. Where are they getting them? Is it from RUAG, the Italian ones, or something else?
I think these leopards have seen one or the other sensible pizzaiolo walk by them.
The 90 something that are with RUAG, are these the only ones that Italy had, or are there more Italian ones elsewhere that? Because Italy used to have a lot of them, right?
Yes, Italy used to have a lot of them, and they sold some of them to other parties.
Are they like fun sort of parties, or parties far away that don't really like us that much?
No, they are non-bunga bunga parties.
I didn't mean that. Yeah, more intermediate levels of fun. I meant not that sort of. It kind of get too much.
Yeah, these are more Leopard 1 tanks from available stock, which are now being polished, upgraded, and brought there. It's all Greek to me.
Well, I guess Greek or Turkish are the principal options in that way. But yeah, there's the Leopard ones from the initial batch that are just about ready to go, or getting ready to go to Ukraine as well. So that's it's very good. Slowly, these things are finally coming together, albeit ever so slightly, much too slowly. Klaus.
If only we had more Greeks amongst us.
An additional note to Iceland, since they don't have their own air force either, NATO countries are also air policing in Iceland. So that is something that the Russians probably want to have a look at. So they will be annoyed when they are forced to pull out some of the spies from Iceland. So thank you.
Excellent. Then John?
Yeah, question for Marcus. Are you there? Can you hear me?
I'm here, Sydney. Yes.
Okay, great. So did Macron specify which country he would help, with a counteroffensive? And that was a joke. No, but one reflection, which I thought about before all this big weapon delivery started. The hesitations we've seen, and maybe one hesitation is that if you start providing, supplying, you need to see it through, right? Because basically you're upsetting Russia by helping Ukraine, meaning they have to be defeated, or you will have an enemy who's angry and still capable. So I guess that's why we now see those intensified deliveries, because there's no other way, which is good, of course. So let them flow.
But it's terrible. Ivan gets upset.
Yeah, but you know how it is. Actually, you hear how they talk. That was the initial thing. That was it, wasn't it? Oh, we must not upset or humiliate or blah blah blah. And then came to
And not
realization
crush
that's
anyone.
yeah, not crush. Yeah, exactly. Off ramps and you know, all that BS.
Would you like a tale of woe, Doman?
I think it would be an excellent palate cleanser of sorts right now. Yes, I'd very much like that. Is it about the Lieutenant Colonel Sapper in Kursk, or?
No, it's about the poor unfortunates of the Donetsk People's Republic. Because apparently, living under Russian, you know, rules and all that, isn't that good for them anymore. And they have complained about being kept as virtual prisoners in basements with little food, inadequate medical treatment, and no contact with the outside world. According to relatives, some of them are being sent back to fight on the front line while on crutches. Have you ever tried to do anything while also using crutches, Doman?
No, I've actually never ever used crutches ever.
Well, you're lucky because, like, just, you know, something as simple as paying for something in a shop while you're relying on sticks to keep you stood upright, it's just not that easy because you need two hands to do everything. It's very annoying. So, can you imagine, I don't know, shooting and firing a gun while on crutches? I can't see it happening somehow, but, you know, maybe they just sit in the back and reload for other people, perhaps. Gosh, it baffles me. But this is information coming out of the DNR mobilization Telegram channels. So you know, it seems to be quite public information. And mobilized men are complaining that their wounds are not being treated, and they're being held in basements in Horlivka, that one. So one gentleman who is a brother of one of these wounded men said there is complete lawlessness in the 3rd Motorized Rifle Brigade. They keep people as prisoners. Meals are meagre. The wounded are treated with nothing, basically. Nobody provides bandages. Cards and wages are taken away, explaining that if they're not fighting on the front line, they're not worth any money. They took their phones, obviously. And of course, any papers written to the prosecutor's office by the families are of no use whatsoever. In fact, the command learns that the families have written, and the relatives are then sent onto the trenches, whether they're walking on crutches or not. They were kept in the basement because they were discharged from hospitals to make room for them. And the unit said that they could be transferred to them for aftercare. So that's the aftercare that you're looking at there, Doman. Aftercare. It's called get out there and die for your country. Aftercare. Yeah, they're not very what do you call it? Sympathetic. Not very sympathetic towards their wounded men. Not even if you're dragging yourself about on crutches.
No, certainly not up until a certain rank, right? And speaking of crutches, this morning news came from Russia that a lieutenant colonel in a sapper regiment who was inspecting the construction of an anti-tank ditch or an anti-tank trench in Kursk Oblast on the border with Ukraine trod on an anti-personnel mine while inspecting the construction of said anti-tank trench. I would love for someone like David Brookfield to please explain to me whether it's normal to have anti-personnel mines laying around next to where earthworks are being done, such as that your commanding officer might trod on one, but he was of course taken to the hospital with significant injuries as a consequence of that. I'm just saying he might be availing himself of crutches similarly. Perhaps he'll get treated by others a little bit better for the sake of being a lieutenant colonel.
You were looking for something to, yeah. Okay, Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you. I haven't used crutches either myself, but I would assume pointing could be something you could do with crutches. Thank you.
Yes, you could. Lily.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, evening. Do we know how many mobile hospitals they have set up, Russians? I mean, they must have significant operating rooms and stuff, mobile units.
It's not entirely clear. They have also taken over a number of facilities, hospital or otherwise, in occupied territories more generally. That's been a systematic thing that they've been doing, especially in cities that they've destroyed less on their way to taking them, like Berdyansk, Melitopol, cities that the Ukrainian military retreated from early because they knew they didn't have a chance of actually holding them against the onslaught. And didn't want to get unnecessarily destroyed ahead of time. But there's a few. The thing that you will find with Russians is a great inhomogeneity in performance of their military generally. I think that's the best way to look at it, rather than say, oh, Russians do such and such. The best way to look at it, from my perspective at least, is to say, they have a tendency to, or in some cases, they will fail to remove their wounded at all or treat their wounded at all. That does happen quite a bit. It doesn't always happen. It also depends on where people are. So right on the front lines, they'll tend not to treat them. If they're on the back line somewhere as a consequence of a HIMARS strike, for example, then they would tend to send them to hospital because it takes relatively little of their sort of logistics capacity to do so, right? So that's one place, for example, we're going to get a lot of inhomogeneity in their response to, for example, a large number of their own wounded. Somewhere in there. So just to give you a rough contextualization, I kind of struggled with this for a while, but learning just not to think in absolutes really helped me get my head around what's actually going on as well. You might find it useful, I don't know.
No, that's very good. Thank you so much, Donald.
Thank you, Lily. I will also tell you that Russians have been accelerating blood drives a few weeks ago in both occupied territories, but also some cities nearby, like Belgorod, Rostov, and so on. And I think that was in anticipation of, the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Actually, I think it started about 2 months ago already. So no real surprises there either. Mette.
Hello again. My question is for Marcus. I think you did report, I think it was Chris or Wiki who had the story about mobile crematories that Russia had a while back. I think it was Wangers or something, but that there were 6 trucks that are just, burning out those who don't have relatives. But my mind can be cheating me. But anyway, my question is the boom we had in Crimea somewhere, something, where the high officer, the major general, was apparently liquidated. I'm hearing things that there was also Kadyrov top men in the same resort. It was sort of some wellness place or something like that. And there's some rumors that, you know, even Cameron himself could have been close or around that place. Have you heard anything about that boom? Any more details? Thank you.
I think Doman had more information about it this morning, didn't you, Doman? About the missile strike that was apparently taking out some sort of base with this fella in.
With the general.
Yes, yeah, that's the fella.
Yes, so the Major General Goryachev, I think, something like that. Goryachev, there we go. He got killed apparently in a missile attack yesterday. So it's not entirely clear where it was. So if it was, so he was the second in command of the 35th Combined Arms Army. I keep trying to say 31st, but it wasn't just 35th. I don't know why 31st, no idea. So he was killed in the strike. Presumably that could have been the strike from Primorsk, which is right next to Berdyansk, where in a coastal hotel resort, they've set up something of a command post, quite far away from the front line, but just close enough at the same time. However, it's not entirely clear if that was indeed the one the one place where he actually died. There's another possibility that he was killed earlier a few days ago, where near Henichins, just south of Henichins in the Arabat Spit, another command post was taken out, and apparently the 35th Combined Arms Army had some presence there. I've read as well, so it's not entirely clear which way it is, but either way could either way could work.
Did you hear about some? Yeah. Did you hear about any other officers? Because that's what's coming from the partisans, sort of, that the Kadyrovs were there as well, and there has been some Air Force commanders as well. I don't know, but have you heard anything?
Kadyrov one specifically, no, I've not heard of that. It could very well happen, but I've not heard of anyone related to Kadyrov being involved in that. The only thing related to Kadyrov that I have heard over the last couple of days is that they've, within a couple of days of the Russian MOD announcement, that any non-MOD formerly units have to come and register with the MOD and become a part of the Ministry of Defense units. That Kadyrovites did so immediately and agreed on a 700,000 ruble salary, and I think that's on a monthly basis. That's something like 8,000 euros, which is quite a lot for Russia. Very much a lot for Russia, which will of course make sense because they're not really being enlisted in the regular Russian MOD units. They have also been given an exemption from frontline service so that they can continue, enjoying themselves off filming TikTok videos. It's a very good salary. They're really spreading out this whole influencer model into a battalion size formation, which I think is quite impressive, really. That was a joke for anybody who didn't quite pick up on that. I think most did, but I know how it is. It's 6 a.m. Mountain Time. People waking up, coffee still brewing. Hard to pick up on all of those.
Doman, I'd just like to add that I have bragged to family and friends and people that I know about what we've been doing today. And I've been able to solicit surprise donations from people I wouldn't have expected. People who aren't keeping up on the news as much just because of the fact that it's going to, it's going to disaster relief, and also that it's being matched again. A friend of mine, she said, look, I don't have a lot of money, but I'll put in a small amount and it'll make a big difference because it's going to be trebled. So everybody, now's a good time. No time like the present to do something for Ukraine. And if that's make a small donation, because that's all you've got, remember that it's going to count for triple. Thank you so much. Sorry, carry on, Doman.
Thank you, Marcus. And that's really great to hear as well. Lily?
Does Kadyrov then control his minions, or do they fall in line and follow some of Putin's henchmen?
So Kadyrov relies on his existence, relies on Putin for his continued existence. So he's totally with Putin. Between Kadyrov and Putin, there's very much sort of a personal vassalage kind of relationship, and Kadyrov is actually one of the people who's the most likely to lose out the most if and when Putin's no longer alive, for whatever reason. So if you think back to how Putin became president, Yeltsin was basically looking around for someone whom he could trust that would keep Yeltsin, and his family alive and unharmed in the transition of power. Because you know how it is with these transition of power with autocrats, right? Either it goes down a familial bond, but that doesn't look so good when you're running a big country like Russia. And then if it doesn't, then you need to find somebody trusted, ideally, who, if you want to retire rather than just die in office, right? Somebody trusted to then keep you going. The problem for Kadyrov is first his father and now himself are very much a personal vassalage relationship with Putin. So if Putin goes, what happens next? Does that kind of make sense?
No, absolutely. I do remember his dad, who was killed also in he was 50s, in his 50s, right? Assassinated, I think. Anyway, yes, I do remember that, and them being friendly. I just wasn't quite sure. So Kadyrov will do whatever Putin encourages him to do. Yeah.
Better.
Hi, Lily. I don't know. This is the Russian soap opera, okay? So with the Prigozhin and everything. But my understanding about Kadyrov, Dolman, please correct me, and Marcus, please correct me if I'm wrong. But Kadyrov is sort of holding Chechnya, they want to be out of Russia, but he's keeping them in Russia. And he has this TikTok army then. And he got caught in Duma or the Kremlin for having some kind of alliance with Surovikin, the bold one who's now air defense, who was replaced to be the head of army and lost Kherson, and now he's Surovikin, I think. But anyway, Kudorov and Prigozhin and Surovikin were sort of planning some plot against Putin or something, and they got caught, and they all got sort of mixed here and there, and there was rumors about Kadyrov being poisoned. He was gone for a little bit and didn't accept any treatment from Russia. And then Prigozhin and Shoigu got this to this fight, and Surovikin is the head of air defense, and we haven't heard from him. I'm surprised if he is alive. But anyway, Kadyrov is totally dependent on Putin at the moment and signed this treatment or whatever paper a couple of days ago. But if he's liquidated in this Crimea thing, I wonder what's going to become of Chechnya, because they might want to just get out of Russia. That's like my host, but this is popcorn. This is all popcorn, Russian popcorn. So, but that's my sort of how, if you can follow all these rumors, but that's my assumption at the moment. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way of putting it. Fine. He can repress the people that he rules by virtue of the. You lost me again, didn't you? By virtue of the direct fealty to Putin, and they kind of need each other in that respect. Indeed, there's a good chance of a local expression of discontent once Kadyrov is no longer there, or once Putin is no longer there to protect Kadyrov. Either way, they're probably not going to be too happy continuing on this way, and one move can precipitate others much greater. Klaus?
I have a question about wounded Russian soldiers. Can I ask?
Please do.
Thank you. We have a somewhat accurate picture of killed Russian soldiers. Do we know how many wounded Russian soldiers there are? The calculus is that a wounded soldier is much more expensive to take care of, requires more resources, etc. So even though that the Russians have changed this calculus a bit, it's still more expensive, I would assume. Thank you.
Yeah, so a wounded soldier that you recover from the battlefield and then have to take care of, but also the recovery of one basically takes 2, maybe even 3 other soldiers out of action for a while. Now that's where that calculus is definitely true, and I think this is what Russians are avoiding by and large. That in frontline casualties that can't self-evacuate. That is to say, anyone who can't walk but gets hit in the front line and can't run away themselves, right? They leave those behind, and this is why the number of killed for Russia relatively to wounded gets so overinflated, because they end up then dying, slowly over the course of the next hours there on the battlefield, and that's where the calculus is kind of difficult. So. Russian wounded, to the degree that they will no longer be ever participating in an action, are relatively few. So the killed number is going to be much greater than those who are wounded and permanently out of the fight. You are going to have quite a few wounded on the back lines, in artillery strikes, and hit by shrapnel, from HIMARS strikes in buildings or logistics points, for example, command posts. You're going to have many more wounded there. Some of them will recover. Some of them are going to be out for good. But whatever it is, it's probably close to a 1-to-1 ratio of killed to wounded. Presumably, we will never have very good statistics on this. Maybe sometime really far down the line. Again, the problem being so many of those who are wounded in action on the front lines end up dying within the next few hours, because they're just not being tended to because of the cost associated with it. So I don't know how well this answers your question, Klaus, but that's the best that I can do. Mette?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Klaus. My understanding, and Mojes, I'm sure you can, or Domen can correct me if I'm wrong, but since the beginning of the war, it's only killed in action that are in the daily report that Mojes is reading, and that is soldiers, the Russian army men. So in these official reports, there are no Wangers, because they are mercenaries and they are not Russian army, so they're not in the report. And there's been guesses that it's like 70,000 during this war. And wounded in action, I heard that the number is probably 3 times higher than the killed in action, but because they are taken behind the lines to the Russians and they let them die and they maybe cremate them, so we don't know the wounded, really. We don't know the wounded.
I wouldn't think that it's 3-to-1. Now, that a 3-to-1 ratio would be in a military that takes care of of
Yeah,
their
but they're
wounded.
dying, you know. But they leave them. They're also
Yeah, but
leaving
then
them in the fields, and they are not counted because they are in the fields.
but see, then they would count as killed because they're dead, right? So this is what I'm trying to get at. That's why it's not a 3-1. That's also why the number of Russians killed in action is as high as it is.
Yeah, but again, Wangers are not in the count because they're mercenaries.
Okay,
Yeah.
but that's separate. That's true. That.
Yeah, and then I've heard that there's also National Guard, like the FSB guys, that sometimes take part in special operations or something. That they are not in the counts because they are not Russian army, and
No,
there's been
they
like.
should be. I don't know. I don't know who said this, but they should be.
Yeah.
So the other component is that, at least my partial understanding is, that the Ukrainian casualty report might be including killed and those wounded to the point where they will not be returning to the fight. So anyone any wounds that result in an amputation, for example, I believe would also fall under that, at least in principle. All of these numbers are very difficult. So maybe
Exactly.
focusing on the numbers isn't the most useful thing, right? Focusing on trends is a lot more useful, and focusing on kind of getting a broad understanding of it rather than necessarily going from number to number. Lily?
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting topic, and I don't know that Russia's going to exist in this state after Ukraine wins this war. But you would take like a forensic pathologist to go and see. It would be great propaganda against a country like Russia from existing again, to show people this person was wounded, died because they weren't treated, or didn't get medicine, right? So there's a way to tell if someone, just like a pathologist does in the rooms, to figure out tissue and what have you, how they died, how long they lived before they died, and show mothers, fathers, wives, that this is what your country is doing to your child, your spouse. Like, they went to fight for you. You couldn't even give them an antibiotic or Band-Aid and left them to die. So what is the point of this? You get a TV or some crap that doesn't educate your children or anything else. So I think it's nothing that I would be interested in doing, but I think in the future years, it will take to get those numbers and know exactly who was left, who was actually hit at the time and died instantly, things like that. But that's not for us right now, right? But it is interesting to see how many are dead from abuse or lack of care. Thanks.
Thank you, Lily. Then John?
Yeah, I must say I find it very hard to believe that Wagner or other PMCs are not included in the count. I mean, how do you know? It's not like they don't have lists, I guess, with names they're crossing off. And
Exactly. That's why it's a question of more in
I
principle.
don't think. I mean, and many of the confirmations are probably done by drones, and they seem to have the same uniforms and equipment and so on. So I find it practically very difficult to distinguish Wagners from others. But that's just me.
Juana?
Thank you, Damon. By comparison, if I remember correctly, the veterans of World War II were not treated very well when they returned back to Russia. Therefore, I don't think it will cause such an uproar, such a video like showing up how they are treated and such.
I think you're quite right. It obviously already doesn't. I remember many months ago now, almost a year ago, there was a Russian soldier who returned from the then special military operation, had an amputated arm, and He was completely ignored. Indeed, he was beaten up on a bus in Russia by others, and that was considered just pretty normal. Even commentary on Telegram was like "haha, loser" more than anything else, which says a lot about people's right. That sort of response. I think that's the perfect illustration there, Oana, for what you noted as well. Thank you. Nick, welcome up. Did you have a chance to read the thing I sent you?
No, I'm just doing that, but I'm just on numbers are a huge underestimate, and so I don't see and we do sometimes double dip on that. We sometimes double dip on the 3-to-1, which is a kind of very, very, very rough heuristic from 100 years or more of warfare, the 3-to-1 wounded, and then also say, oh, but the Russians have terrible medical care. So we kind of have to be, I think, a little bit more honest about this. Either the Russians have terrible medical care and therefore 3-to-1 is an overestimate, or they're doing fine, and then So I think we do have to restrain ourselves a little bit sometimes. I note that there are the estimates from Western intelligence of Russian losses are somewhat less than the headline number that Ukraine puts out, and I think we all, maybe Ukraine isn't passing all of their numbers up to Western intelligence, but I think there's scope for some interpretation of these numbers in general. I'll go away now and read the Venice Commission document. There are three adopted opinions relating to Ukraine.
Excellent. Thank you, Nick. I'm looking forward to learning more about them. We have an interview with the Secretary of the Kherson City Council in half an hour, but I think that won't take more than about half an hour, 3/4 of an hour. And then if we don't get through everything before then, we can always revert to it afterwards. It's an important topic to clarify in these hours, I think, as well. Klaus?
Regarding who gets counted for Ukraine, it doesn't really matter whether they are Wagnerites or riot police from Moscow. As long as they are wounded or killed, that's the important part. So I would assume that Ukraine counts them as one. Thank you.
I wish I could remember who said that mercenaries aren't on the reports, because I'm pretty sure it was someone from the Ukrainian officials in the beginning of the war, but I can't find it anymore. But it was like stated that only Russian army is counted. Mercenaries are not soldiers. So, but I can't say. We would have to ask it from the officials, but I'm like 100% sure that I've read it from the officials. Thank you.
Thanks, Mette. Look, again, the over focus on the how exactly this is done, and I don't think it's really worth it, and it isn't going to bring us any closer to anything. Well, what I do want to highlight again is the way that the Ukrainian numbers are constructed fundamentally are bottom up. So from a squad to a platoon, company, battalion, brigade, and so on, and they get accumulated on a daily basis on the basis of individual battlefield reports and recordings. How exactly that gets accumulated, like John highlighted, is replete with difficulties, such as drone observation, from which quite a lot of videos come, and then individual unit reporting. Sometimes there might be cases of people who look dead, but maybe aren't, but maybe are in a coma and then survive and manage to get themselves out of it, or whatever else it is. There's all manner of complications. So that's why focus on the specific numbers, maybe not the most useful thing in the world. Focus on trends tells you a lot, right? When suddenly numbers increase substantially on the daily reporting, you know that more activity is occurring. You know that more action is happening, right? That's where I tend to think those are more useful. Destroyed artillery pieces, right? Accelerating substantially. That gives you a lot more information. Also, at the end of the day, Russia will run out of heavy equipment before it runs out of men it's willing to kill, and before it figures out how to build more stuff. So that's why those are. I kind of gloss over even the casualty numbers most often. Then John.
Yeah, no, I agree. I used to keep track of the man count or head count, but stopped because I mean we don't see a big difference to how things are going compared. I mean, now with 200,000 plus and 100,000 example, I mean it's still the same battle ongoing. And also, I know what you mean, Matt. I also heard that initially, but I think from a practical point of view, it's near impossible unless you actually go and identify the people manually, let's say. So, but yeah, again, we shouldn't spend any time on it, and I will not say more about this now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan John. So I'm just having a look around, and there was a big bavovna in Berchak in the Zaporizhia region. I've not said that one before. Berchak. Do we know where that one is?
No.
Oh well, I know where the next one is. Tokmak. Multiple booms in Tokmak. These are both recent events. So well, I have a feeling there will be a few more today.
Can you tell me how that's spelled?
Berchask or Perchansk or whatever it was. Burchak. Berchak.
I have found where that is. It's just south of Vasilivka. So if you know where Vasilivka is, there on what used to be the bank of the Dnieper Reservoir, where is that the Konka River? No, it is the Karachokrak. Meets the Dnieper Reservoir, where the front line used to be. So it's just south of that. So that could be a very front depot of some sort, because it's only about 10 kilometers from where the front line started out with. It's quite interesting for there to be a fire in that area.
Well, yeah, talking of fire, there has been a number of fires in Russia today, believe it or not. I know. Both in St. Petersburg and Moscow, there are things on fire. So let's just go through. So we have in Moscow, a fire at a market was localized 30 square meters in the end, but another market, you know what I mean? They seem to be terribly extra flammable at the moment, these markets. It was the Moscow Market Gardener, apparently. So trade pavilions, and this appears to be sort of a big indoor market with rows. And so, yeah, looks to be a mess. And then St. Petersburg, fire in front of the metro station. So that was probably somebody just not bothering to put a cigarette out, or just wanting to clean the bins out, so just set it on fire, because that happens. But also, more interestingly, fire in an industrial building, which is Verbitsky Prospect 111 in the Moskovsky district. Moskovsky district, yeah. The fire is a multi-level industrial building, and of course, the cause is unknown.
Well, one of those things that just keep repeating themselves there, right? We see this literally all the time. Something on fire deep inside Russia. Well, of course it is, because why wouldn't it be? only appropriate. I'll briefly outline something so that Nick and I get to talk about it at least a little bit before we have the Secretary of City Council, Halina Lukova, up in the top of the hour. And that is the Venice Commission indeed published recommendations on the Ukrainian law and minorities, which we already touched upon a little bit over the weekend, I think it was, when some suggestions initially came out. But there are actually recommendations that are that are being brought forward on that. I wonder if there's also any recommendations on the oligarch law or the de-oligarchization. See, I practiced that word, de-oligarchization, because I stumbled on it a few times last time around. I wonder if there's any on that as well. Hopefully, this will be a good step forward for Ukraine in its European accession process, and I very much trust that it's something that will get resolved quite quickly on in the accession process as well. That's just my kind of limited thoughts on that.
When is the next Ramstein, gentlemen? Is it this week?
2 days, Thursday.
Excellent. And going to be discussing aircraft there, aren't we? Well, not we, but them.
Indeed, they will. That's indeed the headline plan for what's going to be going on at the Ramstein meeting on Thursday, which comes ahead of the NATO defense ministers meeting on Friday. So one trip, two birds, one stone, 2 meetings, 1 set of flights, I guess, however you want to put that. And indeed, the fighter jet coalition is very much the front and center thing to be discussed at this Ramstein format meeting, also known as the Ukraine Contact Group meeting, in case you're confused over those two separate namings for the same one thing. And that's the principal forward thing that's going to be being talked about. The other one, of course, being air defenses and the provision of ammunition for Ukraine and the sustainment of ammunition. My understanding is that 25 representatives of the 25 representatives of defense industries across NATO countries are going to be participating at the Ramstein meeting as well. And that's primarily for that point 3, right? Sustaining the delivery of enough ammunition to Ukrainians in the medium and long term and the short term, in all the terms, because they need ammunition in all the terms, lots of it. Now, we've heard plenty of attestations of complaints from Russians over the course of recent days, in saying that there was plenty of, that there was too much Ukrainian shelling of their front lines, more so than the fire that was returning back onto the Ukrainian lines by the Russians. This needs to be sustained. This needs to happen, all the time, not just bits of the time, not just when trying to conduct a counteroffensive. But if that could be sustained much more of the time, then Russian ability to sustain and maintain in the occupied territories will be much easier. That's just my thought there. Carrie.
Hi, Damon. Just a quick one. I'm just grabbing a few minutes. I don't know if you've already mentioned it. I've just come back on. So it's quite interesting. Greenpeace names conditions for the Kakhovka disaster lawsuit against Russia. Has that been mentioned?
No, because I read that and I didn't understand what it meant. Because I read the whole report and I thought, so wait, so Greenpeace is saying
I think they
the
are
condition
going
for
to
this
make a lawsuit if what the work that the ICC is doing is able to bring some names forwards. I think they're also going to put a lawsuit in by the sound of it. That's how I read it.
So the way I was reading that, sounded to me an awful lot like somebody complaining that some other things haven't been set up, haven't been set up ahead of time. So they started off the senior legal counsel UNP started off by saying there's an active campaign to recognize ecocide as an international crime, but the international community has not reached agreement on this yet. And then, however, there's an article of their own statute that makes it a crime to intentionally launch an attack knowing it will cause widespread, long-term, and severe damage to the natural environment. So half of it sounded a little bit like he's complaining that they hadn't been listened to previously about changing legislation and so on. So that's why that's why I was trying to, resolve my confusion before. Does that make sense, Carrie?
Yeah,
I
sort of read it as them almost being prepared to step in, because if there isn't enough, if there isn't an appropriate response, international condemnation, I feel like Greenpeace are gonna wave that flag and force that forwards. Was how I was reading it. They're not going to let that drop.
Yes, makes good sense. No, yeah, that's all good.
Check I hadn't lost audio.
Okay, all good. I agree with that, and I think it's good to have as many different, let's call them avenues of approach here as possible, right? As many different ways to argue this one out, and as many different reasons by as many different people and organizations as possible to go after those who have caused this absolutely tremendous disaster. Some people interpret it as a natural disaster. It's not a natural disaster. It's very much a man-made disaster. There's nothing natural about blowing up a dam, bar that the same rules of physics apply to that process as any other. Russians should be rightly addressed for that. It's far from the first dam that they blew up. They blew up two quite large dams previously. One on the Ostio, one on the Inchulets by Kriviri, and then untold numbers of smaller dams, which they're basically blowing up more or less on a daily basis since they blew up the dam at Nova Kakhovka. And if you want to establish a pattern, if you're the sort of legal expert who likes going around saying, or a prosecutor who likes going around saying, well, let's establish a pattern of behavior. That pattern of behavior is very much there because they keep doing it. No
and
dam
I think
is safe.
that will come into it as well, won't it? They will use that as part of the case to say, well, look, this is a pattern. This is the additional evidence we have. They may choose to go for the major one, but they will use the others as to like you say, form a character pattern.
Exactly, and that's the best way to put it, I think. Yeah, I don't particularly care for arguments like that most of the time, but in this case, with some people putting forward the doubts of oh, could it really have been Russians? What would they have benefited? Why would? Yeah, of course. They keep blowing up dams for very trivial tactical advantage, and then gloat over civilian casualties as a consequence. Now, all the while, only when looking at identified missing by name, there's over 2,000 people missing in the area of the city of Kherson alone, identified by name, as a consequence of this, the flooding that the Russians have unleashed. That's on top of all the other consequences, but the very simple, very baseline one. There's over 2,000 missing, on top of the ones that have been killed in shelling or shot in the back by Russian machine gunners as they were trying to evacuate from the left bank after Russians had prevented them from going deeper into the left bank of occupied Kherson Oblast.
I do
and
think
this is
it's
the real
great.
context.
Sorry, David. I was
No, go
gonna
ahead,
say,
Karen, go.
I do think it's great as well, because it feels like the first time we've properly seen an international charity show the strength, the balls to actually go for some of this. So I'm hoping it will act as a precedent for other international organisations that are non-governmental as well.
No, every step like that makes a big difference. I will again highlight that, of course, the ICC representatives, ICC prosecution representatives, have been already to the area, have already visited Kherson Oblast in the recent days, and are gathering evidence on what was done and the consequences thereof, which is very important and of course makes a whole lot of a difference. So I just wanted to highlight that bit as well. There's nothing at all. There's nothing at all that is going to achieve in the short run, of course. But at the very least, as time goes on, it will be able to make something of a difference in prosecuting those responsible. And we generally kind of know who's responsible, really, don't we? At the end of the day, the unit that was responsible for the mining admitted to that itself back in October. So that's a start, right? And who would have thought? Russians, of course, have removed that unit from the area on the left bank of the Dnipro near Kherson, and have instead deployed them onto the front line as Zaporizhia. And they have quite a pattern of doing that as well. Taking units that are responsible for some of the most heinous crimes, and then putting them right in the front line. Now, if nobody survives, there's no witnesses. It's a very mafia approach to things. Nick.
Venice Commission?
Let's talk about the Venice Commission. So I'll do a 30-second outline. It's a bunch of very clever lawyers, especially constitutional lawyers, who have been assembled since the late 80s, early 90s, under the auspices of the Council of Europe to provide recommendations on getting countries that were previously either a part of the Warsaw Pact, Soviet Union, or say Yugoslavia, into modernizing their legal proceedings and constitutions, legislation more generally, to be able to interact with the free world better and to let's call it benefit from the advancements of the second half of the 20th century. And they make recommendations on changes in such countries, but also all other countries at this point, really. And especially this is quite important because de facto, even though the euro did not have an influence on it, de facto this affects countries joining of things like the European Union, because the people at the Venice Commission are pretty good at sussing out how to make individual countries' legislations compatible with the acquis communautaire of the EU.
Yes, it's kind of like peer review for your laws. I'm reading these reports and it reads like nothing so much as a peer review report of sort of, dear editor, thank you for asking me to look at this paper by the Ukrainian Parliament or whatever drafting committee. I have a few points to make, and then wham, they are very much, they are rather reviewer two. Though some of you know the mythology of academia, reviewer two is the one who really goes in for the extensive detail. So the Venice Commission meets about every 3 months, and they've just had their 130-something meeting, and there were 3 agenda items relating to Ukraine. One to do with rules for hiring judges. The Venice Commission is very, very, very keen on judicial independence. It's their kind of their fil rouge. It's their hobby horse. On the anti-oligarch law, which we talked about briefly, I think around about Friday or Saturday, wasn't it? Saturday morning. And then on the laws guaranteeing in some ways, and guaranteeing the rights of language minorities, but also guaranteeing a fairly solid place for the Ukrainian language. So yeah, there are 3 opinions, and yeah, it's an opinion. But yeah, everyone's going to read it. Everyone who matters is going to read it, and like a peer review, you can disagree with it, go back and say, well, Mr. Editor, I don't think I should have to fix my paper to meet points A, B, and C because. But you better have a good argument. You better have a good argument. So yeah, peer review for your laws is how I would describe it, and they are very, very thorough.
So content-wise, what was the sort of headline change that they're proposing here?
Well, in terms of the anti-oligarch law, it's quite interesting. The Venice Commission does not like anti-oligarch laws, and it has a rather good argument basis for that, which is that if you need an anti-oligarch law, your legal system has probably been extensively compromised by the oligarchs. And therefore, the law probably isn't going to work. And that's the sort of one sentence summary. They don't like. Why do you need an anti-oligarch law? What else is? So they always recommend trying to strengthen the rest of your legal system to keep it out of the clutches of the oligarchs in the first place. So when I first read the report about this, there was someone, I think it was even from a press release, possibly from a Ukrainian ministry, I'm not sure, but saying that, oh, well, it's great, they've told us we don't need to implement this law immediately because after 6 months, which was passed 6 months ago, and it was kind of a personal initiative of Zelensky. I think he was heavily involved in it. Because, according to the Venice Commission, the war has changed things. Well, what they say is the war may have changed things. The war will change an awful lot of things in Ukraine. So basically, the Venice Commission doesn't like these laws. And so it's very happy to find a reason to say to Ukraine, you know what, you haven't brought it in after 6 months. You're obviously having, it's obviously difficult to bring in new legislation in times of war. We certainly don't mind if you don't bring it in the next 6 months either, or after that, wink, wink. So it's that's quite cozy. That's quite cozy, that one, because I suspect that the Ukrainians themselves may be finding that these laws are quite complicated, and it is a very pertinent question. If your oligarchs, I mean, the whole point of an oligarch, the definition is that they are having a sort of undemocratic influence either on politics or the judiciary or public procurement or something like that. And so the idea that you need another law when quite a lot of what they're doing is essentially illegal anyway is quite interesting. And the law that Ukraine was proposing was basically to start off with identifying people as oligarchs, which is things like having ultimate beneficial ownership ownership over an amount of money, which turns out to be about 70 million euros. And there are a couple of others. There are 4 criteria. If you meet 3 of them, you have to go on the oligarch register. And then basically the government says, haha, you're an oligarch. Picture in the paper, here are the oligarchs. And the Venice Commission, on the one hand, is saying, we don't think this will make much difference. And on the other hand, these people have human rights too. These people have a human right to take part in the electoral process. They have a human right to enjoy the benefit of their property, of their wealth, unless there's a demonstration that's been illegally acquired, which of course is always a little bit murky in the post-Soviet breakup. But unless we're actually going to go after these people and say this was a stolen state asset, if you're not prepared to do that, then the guy or woman has the money. What are you going to do about it? So very, very interesting. And it's going to be, there are going to be, I think, many more cases like this where Ukraine attempts to reform some of the corrupt practices of the past and maybe go a bit too far in the drafting. So the minority thing was also, it was about the position of the Ukrainian language and the position of minority languages. And it's things like 50% of the books in a bookshop must be written in the Ukrainian language. And then it says, unless it's a specialist bookshop. And they go, well, what do you mean by a specialist? Be more precise. Because there's lots of wording in that law, it turns out, that maybe merely sloppy drafting, but could be used at some future point against some or other linguistic minority, because it's in the law, and even though it was never intended. And I think we do see this sometimes. A lot of countries have anti-terrorism laws that get used for people who are not remotely involved in terrorism, but they can, the police or the prosecutor can manage to find a way to stretch the definition. So they're trying to avoid that sort of situation. So it's very nerdy. It's very nerdy. But yeah, it's the drafters of the law will do as everyone else does when they get a peer review report. They will open it, they will read it, they will go, who are these idiots? They'll put it away for a couple of days. Then they'll come back and go through it paragraph by paragraph, and they'll go, yeah, they might kind of have a point here. Well, maybe we could have done that better. And so it will result in a much better law with fewer ambiguities. And if there is any intention behind the law to, for example, restrict the rights of certain language minorities in Ukraine, they're going to have to basically be a bit more explicit about it. If they were attempting to sneak such restrictions in via the back door. And I mean, obviously, the place of Russian in Ukraine after the war is going to be a huge the Russian language is going to be a huge cultural and political problem with many, many complex facets to it. And the Venice Commission is saying, yep, guys, whatever you do, the European Convention on Human Rights is here at the bottom of everything you're going to do. And the third opinion was about recruiting judges, but I haven't looked in detail at that. It'll all be good, worthy stuff.
Thank you, Nick. Just trying to get everybody connected up. That needs to be up. Let's try to get it.
You just cut out on me there, Doman, for a moment.
Do you mind sharing those with me, Nick, by the way?
Am I audible?
There you are.
Great. Okay, so we have the vice mayor coming up shortly, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we will have her coming up shortly to speak to us, yeah.
Okay, great. Well, I was going to give some updates for the fundraising for people and just to roll into an intro for the secretary of the city council. It's kind of akin to a deputy mayor, and she is the past acting mayor of Kherson. That's Helena Luhova. And so I guess we'll make sure we're tracking. It looks like since last night, since some generous donor decided to double donations, it looks like preliminary amounts for all funds raised for Ukrainian causes at MriyaReport, everything from demining and the 3018 Brigade and Kherson Water and Kherson Generators and Veterans Affairs and Chef Virginia, all that stuff. It looks like we're at around $25,000 instantly. There have been messages sent that checks for 1,000 have been written to the MriyaReport organization, but those aren't in. I just know them from we know them from people getting emails about it. So that's great, amazing. And then Lou has generously offered to double those donations up until lunchtime today. Thanks to Lou for that. And I just want to let you know that that's how good things happen to good people, right? Those funds will be used to help Ukraine in many, many ways. And one important way right now, alligator close to the boat, is Kherson. They need generators, they need water purification. I just got off the phone with a lady in Israel who works for WaterGen, and they have a medium-sized water machine. It's like a box. It's a magic box made by this company that sucks moisture from the air and makes water. And how much water does it make a day? You have 1,000 liters. 1,000 liters of water on five something units of electricity. She said that's easy, that a small generator could produce it. So it could be powered by, a solar powered generator, and it makes 1,000 liters of water per day. I'm not sure, if it means 1,000 people drink 1 liter each, that's 1,000 people. This is great news. They are pricey. They're about $80,000, $85,000. We could ask them to sharpen pencils, but that's something for a later date. And they've already delivered 4 of them to Rabbi Asman, the chief rabbi of Ukraine. I was able to buy 4 of them and send them. That's amazing stuff. So if he can do it, so can we, I think. And let's keep going. A few donors and charitable foundations reached out. Apparently they don't like Lou. So they said, what? Lou's doing? Well, we're going to start throwing money. And I said, hey, I don't want to get involved. But hopefully they do. So here's looking forward to the next 3 hours, and let's get our other people up here. This is all very good news, and it's amazing the love and support, all the listeners, by retweeting it. People have already donated $50, and that's great. And just retweet it. Let people know. Call a friend. All of it is for a great cause. It's for Ukraine, and it's to make sure that Ukrainians can not just survive but flourish and really push through. So, on that note, I kick the mic back to you, Doman and Markers.
Thank you very much, Yehuda. I think we'll have Helena up momentarily. I see her in the space, and she has an invite. And as soon as she can, she'll be up with us, I think. We have Leda with us as well. Leda, if you want to do a shout out, if you just click that request button, it should bring you straight up.
Hello, good morning. Slava Ukraini. I think I am already shown as a speaker on my end, Doman.
Yes, you are.
Okay.
On mine as well. But if you want to shout out to Helena, then maybe
thank you.
She just never fly up.
Пані Галина, if you could, прошу класнути там, де ви бачите мікрофон, request mic. І також ви отримали запрошення від Doman speaker invitation. Подивіться, прошу, будь ласка. Oh, my mic is playing games and just turned itself on.
Oh, you might have to bump down, Leda.
Meaning just drop to listener or leave the space and come back in?
No, press the leave space button clearly, then
Okay.
close your app and restart your app.
Okay, thank you. I'll go do that. Thanks.
We love a bit of Twitter pox, don't we?
We certainly do. I hope Lou got some sleep.
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I love being a troublemaker.
Well, you are, and it seems like you've bothered the right people, because boy, I don't even want to tell you the things I'm getting messaged.
Perfect.
Yeah. All right, we're just trying to. We're here at MriyaReport 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We've been advocating for Ukraine, speaking truth to power, bringing other like-minded people from around the world who support Ukraine, having Ukrainian voices speak to the world and in their own words explain what's going on. And they never cease to amaze us with their positive attitude and their outlook, and just the overall class of the Ukrainians that come on here. They're not baying for blood. They're saying, we just want the Russians out of our country. We want to live our lives, and there's nothing more honorable and more upstanding than that. And we're here in any way to help through the information space primarily. One of the knock-on effects is fundraising. We can help raise funds to buy things for Ukrainians. And which Ukrainians, you ask? Well, the ones that are in Kherson. The deputy mayor who's going to be up, who's going to directly ask you, and this is what they need. So make no mistake about it. We're here to help Ukraine. We're here to help Ukraine survive and prosper. So on that note, I will pass the mic back again. And please do retweet this space. Let people know you are here and we stand with Ukraine shoulder to shoulder. And we're not going to stop until all of Ukraine is liberated. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Yehuda. And while we're waiting, I can confirm to you that we have made some substantial amount of donations, and we're going to put the full house. Welcome back.
Hi.
Welcome, Helena. Hi, can you hear us?
Yes, sorry for some. Hi.
Yeah, no, we can hear you.
You hear me?
100%.
Okay. I'm very glad to see you. I've heard all the information, but I cannot speak. But now I can speak. Thank you very much. Sorry, but first of all, I want to say that I'm very glad to be with you again. It is the third time because tonight I was again with you. And I want to say thank you very much, my friends, for your support and help, and also all people who hear me, who knows me. Thank you very much. And first of all, I want to say especially thank you very much our new donor, Lou. Lou decided to double thumbs up that you gathered for my country, for my people. So it was fantastic. It was amazing. I can't believe that so many kind people are in the world who wants to help us in our struggle, in our fight. And I want to say that every man who hears and helps for my country and people, my native city, Kherson, to fight against Russian terrorism. The situation with flooding here is also very difficult now, but nevertheless, we also have good results. Now the level of water becomes lower, and so in some places we don't need the boats, and in some places also we need them. I know that during the night you had very hot discussion. As for me, it is very fantastic that you are and you have such kind of programs that people all over the world can know the information from the hottest part of our country, our military situation everywhere, and have a chance to support and help to communicate. It's very fantastic. I appreciate you, my dear friends, the friends from all over the world. You are really very fantastic and very kind for my people, for my native city, Kherson. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I believe that with your joint efforts, we will be able to overcome the enemy.
100%, Helena. We've got people talking to us in the back doors there, the back rooms, who heard about Lou's generous offer, and they want to make it hurt for Lou. They said they want to send more because they think it's incredible. And then there's another person who offered to double that. I don't know what this means. It seems like good news for all of Ukraine. And just so you know, we already did raise 3,000 last week for you when you were here. And we're going to tabulate what the totals are for all the groups that MriyaReport supports in a day or so. But we need to get to all of the fundraising. Goes on for another 4 hours for this doubling thing and possibly more. So I just want to let you know that everyone has expressed their love and support for you. And there's even a question about a water gen product that makes water. We know Rabbi Asman brought some stuff down. Do you need a water generator that makes 1,000 liters per day and runs on very little electricity? Is that something you can use, or you're already using it?
We had two solar generator in our point of invincibility in our Starostinsky region. It's Antonievka, it's Sadove. These districts during the long period of time since the 11th of November 2022 without electricity. And this help of our donors, thank you very much, Lida and Paul and other organized people for your support, because with this help, people in this region can will have a chance to have electricity, because now it is hot weather, but it was a time when it was very cold during winter period, and they didn't have any chance to have electricity because the enemy is not is very close from us, between about 1 kilometer, the enemy in front of us, because we are on the right bank of the river here in Kherson, Sadve, Antonievka, Naftogavань, Ostriv, Hydropark, this Richport, these regions are on the right bank of the river, but the enemy is on the left, and the left now bank of the river, it's Oleshki, and so on. There are many Novokakhovka, Kakhovka, many villages also are flooding now, and you also can see the photos and the video with the people who are on the roof of their houses, and they need our help. So with these generators, we do everything for our people, that they have some conveniences, and they have now a chance to take their phones, also some gadgets with these generators. And also we have some refrigerators, and it will be better if some of these generators will be more powerful, because refrigerator it's high powerful scene. Also, we believe.
What about water? Do you need water, fresh water? Would a machine that makes fresh water help you?
We thank you very much, Lida, Paul. Yesterday, people over the world help us with some tablets, with some generators as well. And yesterday, we've got from Lida and Paul some water filters and some tablets. Today and tomorrow, we plan to take them in some places where they very need for our people. Thank you very much. We have now fresh water in our Kherson city, but we also understand the situation is very dangerous, because I've told about it last time, about some
Скажіть, я можу перекласти.
Складовищами, яка є, і зі сміттям. Сам
Well, there's a concern about garbage and other toxic substances, toxicity, about toxic substances in the water. I was actually in a water meeting the other day, and it's pretty complicated because the water system experts need to look at the specs of a given water purification system to make sure that it's the correct kind. There are different levels of water purification, as I'm learning, and there's a department there that Helena works with, and we'll probably defer your question, Joe, to them so they can have a look at it.
right. So, yeah, and yeah, the water generator. There's a machine that just pulls water from the moisture, and creates 1,000 liters a day of water. So we were looking at that. We have to remember as well. There is a Kherson on the other side of the river. When that's liberated, those people aren't going to have drinking water either. So yeah, I just want to point that out. Thank you. Go ahead, Helena, or if you want to take questions.
I'm here. I'm here. What will be the next question?
Let's do it. Lou, we got, if you have a question.
Helena, welcome back. Welcome back.
I'm
And
here.
Let's not forget about that one donation that I said I was making when you were asking for it earlier. I don't think that was counted in the amount of money we've raised. So I want to make sure that it hurts a little more. You know, hey,
it's much. It's not. It's very much.
Yeah, no. We trust you and your team and the people in Ukraine to do the right thing with whatever we can raise for you. Okay, so we don't need to push anything in particular. You guys figure out what you need, and we're here to help you.
Thank you that you believe us, and thank you that you support us, and people over the world believe in our future victory. And we believe, and I'm sure, and my people of Ukraine sure that we almost the winner. We have to try a little, and we will be the winner.
Helena, people are wondering, are the Russians still firing artillery at Ukrainians trying to escape the flood? Is that still going on? What have they ran away yet? Because that's what the Russians like to do. They like to hit and run. But are you able to conduct rescue missions and efforts under clear skies, or are they still attacking you?
Today we have several attacks during the night and morning, and also maybe you heard when I am online now, also we have some shelling. They do it regularly. 2 days ago they hit into a multi-story building, and it's a pity we have one killed woman there, right into their flat. Will be there. It was mines, mini. Була міна.
There was a mine.
It's a pity, but it's true. The enemy is crazy. I have no any words to add. They are really very crazy, and they really stupid. They cannot understand that we fight for our freedom, for our independence. We want to live in our independent country. We want to live in Ukraine because we are Ukrainians. We are not Russians, and we have never been Russians as they think about it. It is not correct, but they cannot understand that we are invincible people. We are unbreakable people, and we fight for our freedom, and we will do it.
Just as you said that, Helena, we got a message from a listener in South Africa who just sent $1,000 US, just as you were saying it, because of you. And obviously, he also wants to hurt Lou. He said, make Lou pay. And that's a good thing, right?
Lou, thank you very much. It was really a very nice surprise. I cannot believe that you are really, Lou, you are really here. Say me, you are here. You are?
Yeah.
Lou.
Yeah, Lou.
I am here.
You are fantastic. And this event is very fantastic. Thank you very much, because now we'll have a chance to help our children hospital, and because it is a critical infrastructure, and we have to do everything that have the alternative alternative strengths to support our hospital.
Thank you for that. And that was that other payment there was from Will from South Africa. He said, with love from South Africa, thanks for all the support your team does for Ukraine, and a big heart. So thank you to our South African friends. We're meeting people from all over the world. If you have a question you want to come up, please just message Mockers or Doman, or come on up if you know them. We're here with the deputy mayor of Kherson, and we're trying to see what we can do to help not just Kherson but all the other great causes in Ukraine, the demining efforts, all that jazz. So thanks again for that, and I'll let if you can. We're getting some people calling about donating. So Doman and Mockers, I'm going to kick it over to you to take questions, please.
In the meantime, I have a question. Halina, thank you for being with us. Do you happen to know how many people from the other bank of the river have managed to get across to the city of Kherson?
I see your question. First of all, I have to say that the situation is very difficult now as for transport, evacuation people from the left bank river to the right bank of the river. But I have to say that it is possible, but it's really dangerous. Our soldiers try to save children's lives and people's lives, and we have the first results, but not very much people, but 10 children. Our soldiers evacuated during the short period of time, several days. This is the last information, and 20 adults people. It is very difficult to do it, you see, because the enemy is all the time shelling our army, but our soldiers are very brave and do everything in these situations that support and help our people, because the Russian soldiers and the Russian country, the enemy, have not done anything to save our people. You see the photos and videos that there are a lot of people on the roofs in Oleshki, Novakhovka, and so on, flooded territories. But the enemy says that is everything quite all right. Don't worry. It's really crazy people, and I think that the water will be on the lowest level. We saw very tragedy pictures there. I don't want to say more, but I think it will be very, very very bad picture, because a lot of people cry and say help us, but Russian soldiers didn't do anything that to save them. So there will be some people, they are not alive, I think.
And Halina, I also heard that over 2,000 people are registered as missing in Kherson. Do you happen to know how many of those are from the city of Kherson, the ones registered as missing?
Скільки зниклих, Ліда?
Так, саме у місті Херсоні. Що ви
As
знаєте?
for, the situation in Kherson, as for people, is more clear as for the oblast region, Khersonska Oblast. We don't have any information these people, all people who need the evacuation. We've done everything that to help them by boats. You had the chance to see the video and photos of Red Cross, the people of Red Cross. They've saved and helped our people and all our people who need it in our hospitals and schools, and they have all necessary they need. Any information about some bad points, any information. All people have the roof under their head. And also we have some destroyed houses and flats. They are under the water. This information I can say you that about 70 multi-story buildings, the first floor under the water, and 1,370 private buildings are partly under the water, and some of them are the whole under the water. And this is Ostriv, Naftogavань, Hydropark, very bad situation there. And people need the help there. It may be 4,000, about 4,700 people who needs the first aid, who needs clothes, who needs food, and who needs everything. And we have done everything that to help them, and now they have all the necessary. I've told about it, but also I want to say that in general we have 10 killed people with the hit of Kakhovska Damba, and about 20 people also urgent, and about 40 of them we don't know where are they. It is, we say, about the left bank of the river, you see. But on the right bank of the river, where the Kherson city is situated, the situation is normal as for it. And also I can to add that the level of water, as I've told, as I mentioned, became lower. And now, as for morning, the middle level is about 3 meters. Is about 3 meters. That is on 27 centimeters lower than it was yesterday. Hello?
Thank you, Halina. Behind you, while you were speaking, those were sounds of artillery shells exploding, right?
Ліда?
Russian bombs.
Чи зараз коло вас бомблять, чи вдаряють? Були звуки, що пан Домен питає, чи це?
You heard it. Yes, you heard it. You've heard it? Ви чули про це, що було? You've heard it? Yes, really. I'm here. I'm now in the central part of the city. I'm here, and I'm speaking to you on the phone. I'm under the tree. You heard it.
So here you are, MriyaReport. We have the Deputy Mayor Kherson, the Secretary of the City Council, past acting Mayor Kherson, talking to us live from Ukraine as she's being bombed by Russian artillery. And you wouldn't have thought it. You'd think she's in her living room having a cup of tea. But that kind of sums up the Ukrainian spirit, the strength of the Ukrainian people, dedication in the most difficult of times, and it's incredible. Thank you for taking the time to be with us as well, Halina.
Thank you for your time, for your attention to the problem, to the large problem in our country. Thank you for support us in this tragedy war. Thank you, because without your help, we cannot do anything.
Yeah, and for new listeners, we're raising funds for different causes in Ukraine. One of them is a great cause. This is Kherson City, and we have great donors who are in the charity giving business who have offered to double those donations. So if you ever were going to contribute and you're waiting for the right time, I'd argue this is the right time. This is where a leader, a civic leader in Kherson is on getting bombed by the Russians and talking to us like she's, no worries in the world. But that's the strength. That's the composure and the stoicism that every Ukrainian seems to be demonstrating. It's almost like it's supernatural, their ability to maintain the calm and composure.
Lida.
I just want to say I'm available if someone is asking a question, I can interpret
For sure.
For Helena.
I think she wanted you to translate what I said, maybe, but either way,
Okay.
It's good. It's fine. It's good news. Helena, we're going to take some questions. I know Domin and Marcus had some.
I will translate that for her later on. Please go ahead. Unless you want me to do it now, I can say, пані Галино, що пан Єгуда говорив про незламність українців і як гарно всі тримаються разом, що це є неймовірно, що ви стоїте у центрі міста на вулиці і говорите з нами, що це відзеркалює українську силу і не хочу знову казати незламність, але як сильно ми тримаємося нашої справи і не ламимо також свою, не здаємося наш дух, ваш дух, що ви спокійно з нами говорите попри цієї ситуації довкола вас.
We have not any chance. We have to do it because people look at us, people hear us, and we have the example of invincibility as the people are in Ukraine and in our city. We are a good example for each other to be strength, to be invincible, and to be independence. So we are Ukrainians, and with your help we become more strength, become more sure in the nearest future, in tomorrow's day, because we support us. And so I want to say you again and again, thank you, because only together with your support, your help, we try to be strength, to be together. We gather together because we support.
Amazing.
Yeah, well said, Helena. The Ukrainians, above all, are human. And we so appreciate the courage and the compassion that you guys are showing, in the face of this horrific set of circumstances that your people are going through. And I urge everybody who's here, who's just listened to this, firsthand testimony coming from the heart. Everybody, reach in your pocket, find whatever change you got, and let's do it. Let's support these people because they deserve it.
Ліда.
Пан Лу казав, він дуже сердечно вам дякує і Захоплюється вашу хоробрість і ми ж всі люди, і українці ж люди, і він хоче заохотити всіх присутніх, щоб допомогти зараз з якимись навіть копійками, що вони мають у своїх кишенях, і брати участь зараз.
Every dollars, every cent help somebody's life and help to be in more good condition. Don't be be with us. Be with us, and we never forget your help and your support for our country and for our people, and everything that you have done, and everything that you will plan to do. Thank you that you with us, that you believe in us, in our spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. And do I understand you have to get back to rescue efforts right now, or?
Чи ви маєте ще трошки часу, чи ви мусите бігати?
Якщо буде, if it is will be possible, I have a chance to join next time, but now I have to be in a hurry because I have some work to do, and thank you for your attention, and maybe will be in the nearest time. I also will have a chance to add to you and to communicate, but nevertheless, thank you again and again, everybody, everyone.
Well, thank you for being here. Helena, anytime you're on the road, if you've got signal and you want to pop in, even for 5 minutes, please do come in whenever you want. Just send one of the hosts a note or send a signal message to me, and I'll make sure that we have a backup translator for you if required. Your English is amazing, though. It's far better than most of our Ukrainian. So, yeah, please stay safe. Keep providing that support you need to your fellow Ukrainians and the people of Kherson. And I hope that your people in Kherson and all of Ukraine know that everyone here is with them in every way possible. We won't stop until we see you successful and free and Kherson bloom again. So thank you very much. And I know you've got important work to do. Helping to organize and coordinate rescue attempts, and God willing, you get them all out to safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
See you later. Be in touch.
Okay, we'll connect you, Yehuda, on Signal.
I already have version. So
okay, great.
We're good.
Okay.
Thanks so much. And to our listeners, there you have it. Deputy Mayor of Kherson coming, taking time from her incredibly busy schedule. You know, she's only, if you heard her voice, you'd think that she has the day off. But what is she doing? She's organizing rescue for tens of thousands of Ukrainians while they're being shot at by Russian snipers, Russian artillery. And it sounds like she's got the day off because she's that calm, cool, and collected. Those are the people you want running emergency services when disaster strikes. And unfortunately, this isn't a natural disaster. This is an unnatural disaster. This is the Russian genocide machine kicking in, doing their best to murder people. In Kryvyi Rih, scores of residents injured. I'm not sure how many dead. You might think that there was a Ukrainian army hiding in an apartment block, but no, there wasn't. It's just the Russians murdering Ukrainians and committing genocide. This is what the Ukrainians are going through. And I mean, I don't think I could be this composed if I was in the same situation. So hats off to Deputy Mayor Helena Luhova of Kherson and to all of her confreres and compatriots that are working to save lives every day in light of the latest Russian war crime. So do give if possible. If not, do retweet this space. Let people know you're here. Share this space with your friends. I don't get off the phone sometimes without giving MriyaReport.org to the customer service person I just spoke to at the phone company. I don't care. I have no shame. Just give it to everybody. You know, I say, especially if I see a person with the Ukrainian flag, I talk to them like a weirdo. As soon as they know it's about Ukraine, they realize why I'm a weirdo, and then I'm like, listen, you got to listen in on this stuff. Just do it. Say it to your cashier. I said it to the cashier at the grocery store. Right, I was on the phone with you. I said, sorry, I'm on a podcast. I can't talk. Oh, yeah, MasterCard. No, bag. Yeah, one bag is fine. And by the way, have you heard of MriyaReport? No? Well, write it down. Take a piece of paper from the cash register there. Just write it down. Do it. It works. Heck, that's how we got here. How do you think we found Lou? Right? He was the cashier at the grocery store, and I gave it to him, and I said, listen, and now you know. So share with everyone. It doesn't hurt. It's free. It might cause a bit of embarrassment. They might say, hey, why are you sending me this? Well, you could tell them on Facebook, listen, I used to send you Candy Crush scores I was doing. Now I'm sending you something important. So don't complain. All right. So yeah, thanks everyone, Doman, Mockers, everyone, the team, and we'll give you some updates. We're at about 25,000. Who knows? There might be some donations coming in right to the wire. It's almost a threat, I think, Lou. But thanks so much to everyone, and I'm gonna pop off and get on that stuff there. Over to you, Doman and Mockers.
Thank you very much, Yehuda, and always good to hear from her. And yeah, her English is much better than my Ukrainian, so she has nothing to worry about on that front. Now,
I always feel bad, Mockers, when people from Ukraine say, sorry, my English not good. Heck, our Ukrainian isn't any better, far worse. So the fact that they're so good in English is so good in English. The fact that their English is pretty decent. We should recognize that too. I think it's the speed at which some of us talk, probably Doman and Mockers, and definitely not me. We've had complaints of the speed at which some people speak, and I definitely am not guilty of it. No, I'm very guilty of it, so I get excited. But for our Ukrainian friends, sometimes it's just a bit too fast. So thanks to Lita for that impromptu translation, and I will pop down.
well, thank you very much for joining us. And I don't know if you can hear my purring cat, but he's purring in my ear quite ridiculously. We have some more things to report. So I did say Luhansk, didn't I, earlier to you, Doman? And I've just recently retweeted a video of what appears to be a large cloud of smoke climbing into the air. So definitely something went boom over there. So very pleased about that.
Sorry, missed where?
This is in the occupied Luhansk.
Very good. Yeah, I'm always a big fan of when Ukrainians dispense with something large and important, especially highly sympathetic, far behind the lines. Is the best way to get rid of it before it's a threat.
It certainly is, and they've been doing a lot of that recently. I also hear plenty of talk from the battlefield of prisoners taken. And gosh, there are certain Telegram channels where that is literally all that's being posted at the moment, one after the other. And well, I've never seen so many prisoners be taken. So that's certainly something that I think is an uptick. Daniel, hello there.
General Kenovi is the answer at this greeting, I hear the Vice Mayor of Kherson, and I think our team need to make a nice mix with her talking and the sharing behind. Our boys from NATO, Korea, who buy a lot, generators, purification tablets, boats, engines for boats, things like that. He announced he is not going to Kherson to talk with a friend from Ukraine who will deliver himself 14 tons of supplies. And they understand why. The frequency of the shelling, and I think that must be mixed in a snippet with white male voice and sent to everyone who had some influence in this country, you know, to understand what is about that. That is not funny at all. After destruction of the dam and many, many other dams, all the Zaporizhia has punctured dams. We need to send them to Berlin, to Paris, to Washington, everywhere.
I think that's a great point, Daniel. I mean, you could hear it, right? You could just hear some more further away, and you could hear some, pretty close. And this is all the time, all over the city, all over the city, all the time. Since October, right? Since the Russians left it, they've been doing this. And now, at least to the best of my understanding, they have only stepped up.
Doman, these are acts of terrorism, and I'm going to say it again. We ought to be saying it like it is. And if our leaders won't, at least we in this community, we need to call it out. I mean, Russia is a terrorist state, and these acts are terrorist acts, and it's horrendous to witness this. But I think this community standing together and in solidarity is the best answer to that kind of attempt to terrorize people.
And that's exactly what it is, right? It's an attempt to kill as many as you can while you can, because they're exposed, because they have nowhere to go, or because at least roughly where people will have to be going and where they have to go, and therefore it's an easy target. Those news specifically, where they were machine gunning about mostly elderly people whom some brave Ukrainians went to rescue off of roofs on the left bank of the Dnipro, right? And they killed 3 shots in the back, unarmed, many of them with restricted mobility, let alone unarmed. Particularly disgusting. Daniel, what else do you have for us?
Just rage.
Are we waiting?
No, it's fair. It's reasonable.
Would you like me to tell you about some more Russian railroad removals?
Yes, please.
Well, there is sabotage reported. I know, shocking, I know. In the Moscow region, in the Chekhov area, in Chepelyovo village, a rail relay box has been torched. In Kuban, Krasnodar region, 2 relay boxes managed to self-ignite in the vitamin kombinat area of Krasnodar. Apparently, lighter fluid was found, and hot mic. Thank you. Yeah, apparently lighter fluid was found by the boxes, and they say that the trains have had to be rerouted in that area. So isn't that where there was something on fire earlier today? I think it was Krasnodar. So there's some firebugs about in Krasnodar.
I thought it was a refinery.
Yes, that was on fire. Yeah, but also there are train relay boxes. Just a highly flammable place in total.
Apparently, so yes. Who knows why? Who knows? They are, and apparently they are highly flammable. So much for the better for any partisan type in the area. Daniel?
Okay. Well, I'm very, very pissed because I saw some snippets on the front, and at this moment they are counter-attacking in Vuhledar direction. Heavy. I mean, they send all the reserves, helicopters, everything, aerial gliding bombs, everything. If Ukrainians resist this, how can I say, this counterattack of the Russians, I think it's game over in Vuhledar area. Because for them at this moment it's something like, let's break a dam, let's put the guys with machine guns behind the storm unit and kill them if they even try to retreat. By the way, now they are witnesses because was captured and they were barrier troops. And by the way, barrier troops are not of Shoigu boys, are specialized separated units of FSB. So long league and KVD, right? And if we hear that bombing in Kherson, imagine that amplified with 1,000 frequency and the number. So that boys and girls of Ukraine pay dearly, but I don't think for the Russians it will be fun. What struck me today was the Operation Pulse. Less assets destroyed, less Russian killed. But what I understand, because they are fixed in the trenches, cannot retreat. If initial contact is very bad for them, they surrender. I don't know. I hope a bit of apocalypse on the Russians there. I hope with all my heart to see battalions surrendering, not just platoons and squads. And by the way, the grip is increasing in there. More. Keep them to at bay. Keep them to not try anything. Well, my favorite theory was the traditional method to escape from the dictator is, bullet in the back of your skull. Yeah, it's very traditional. I don't think so. I think we'll see hanging and, people rip apart on the street. Because the survivors of this offensive, the guys who have a chance to run, they'll go home and say, we were betrayed. And I hope they will kill each other with savagery. I don't have any compassion today for them. Sorry. Today, my humanity is to my neighbors. Not just call it the whole country, Russia.
Thank you, Daniel. On the plus side, Ukraine seems to be taking out some command posts, some concentrations of Russians in some places. That's pretty good, right? apparently Kadirovites yesterday in Primorsk. Somewhere yesterday, the Major General, what was he, Goryachev, I believe. All of this together, it should be making a difference as well. Yeah, it's a shame this is necessary, but it is, and therefore it will be done.
Also, Doman, you've got to keep in mind that they haven't even unleashed their main force yet. And also, oh, sorry, carry on.
I was going to say, this is as good a time as any to say it in 3 hours. We will again be joined by Thomas Teine in order to talk about the development of the counteroffensive. And then in 8 hours from now, which will be 11 p.m. London, 1 a.m. in Kyiv, also known as 6 p.m. Eastern Time, or 8 a.m. on the Australian East Coast. We will be joined from Brisbane by Retired General Mick Ryan, who is an absolute, wonderful analyst and scholar of all things military as well, and he'll be sharing with us his thoughts on the Ukrainian counteroffensive thus far. You can see that second thing in the left from the left, I think, and understand exactly what time it will be, but it will be in 8 hours from now. Sorry, I just thought that I'd sneak that in there.
No, that's perfect. And I am now going to leave you for the rest of the day. But if there's anything exciting happens, I'll come and let you know. But otherwise, I have an awful lot of housework to get on with, so I'm taking an early dart. I will leave you with the very capable and lovely Robin, and I will catch you all in a bit.
You're in Dallas, Worth, then, are you? Okay. We had like 2 people who picked up on that. Okay, never mind. All good. I think Robin will be joining me up here very shortly. Daniel, what do you think about the Russian lieutenant colonel who was, inspecting the digging of the anti-tank trench to prevent Kursk Oblast becoming Kursk People's Republic, and got blown up on an anti-personnel mine, which was for some reason lying where he was inspecting the anti-tank ditch? It's not very good, is it?
I can add you something. What I see is unusual number of conscripts been convicted, 6 years, 8 years, 12 years labor camps for running from the army. I see also soldiers arrested for killing people and try to rob people. I see the campaign against Ponomarev. I'm right. It's still going. It's still going hard. And now they connect Yabloko with Ponomarev. So if you are a Yabloko party member, you are interrogated, arrested, just because. And for example, they prepare for so-called elections. That's their joke about elections. Already in one province, they banned Yabloko from the commission. So always going to plan. More stiff pressure. You know the physics. What do happen when you apply a big force? You have a contradicting force. Not always. This is the plan to crack the material, but an opposite direction can be another force. And I have a feeling that the other force is increasing. I see less people being arrested for firing electric networks on fire, but they don't find the networks on fire, but they don't find the author even if they come with canine patrol, discover them. So they are overwhelmed of this type of activity. And let's be fair, their resistance is nothing to do about Ukraine, it's about them. But everything against the regime is worth it. Everything. And I mean, you put a bit of fire everywhere. Doesn't matter, doesn't need to be police station. Everywhere. It's well done. Also, we see a lot of Ukrainian secret service discovering snitchers, right? Guys for, I don't know, $500, $1,000, they snitch some position. In Russia, the phenomenon is much bigger, much bigger. And they arrest today, for example, was someone in Omsk. They accused him of espionage because he's working in a military factory and contacted the German authorities asking for refuge if he will send military secrets. In 8th of June, I understand a fighter pilot of EKS was presented in Lithuanian authorities asking for refugee status. Lithuanians don't give him refugee status, but allow him to settle there. Probably more investigation to come. But the idea, the pilot crossing the border, they said he didn't come crossing from Belarus, but somewhere from Poland possibly. So
Kaliningrad?
Maybe, I have no idea. Idea important is people running. Today put inside the law confiscating all the passports for anyone who can be mobilized. And if you are a veteran, and veteran doesn't mean you made the army 5 years ago. If you are 65 and you were junior lieutenant because, you know, you had a degree in university, you get automatically the officer status, junior lieutenant. Now you need to send your passport to FSB and they will be kept there for 5 years. So don't run. That will be interesting. I don't know how he imagined they will have success with this attitude, this laws, you know, like law decriminalizing any smaller infraction, small criminal act from any soldier, and smaller and medium. You know what does it mean? Medium, right? Rape, beating, stealing, total decriminalized. Signed today, the law. That's small. Okay, I'll shut up.
Now, what I wonder there is, you know, what can be gotten, what can be gotten out of him there, and you know, does he have any friends he'd like to persuade to, you know, go for an extended holiday in Turkey instead of staying in Russia? You know, 200-300 be plenty, really, wouldn't it?
You can. You don't have passport. Nobody has any passport. If you are a male Russian, you cannot cross the border from today. It's game over. You just try from Mongolia, Kazakhstan. By the way, if any Russian hear me, don't go to Bishkek. You
Actually, what's going up in Kyrgyzstan? The best of my understanding is there was a sort of a pro-Russian, not quite coup, but not far off.
remember that Chechen girl? A few days ago, I sent you. Yeah.
Yes.
So she.
The one that was returned back to her grandmother, accused of stealing from her own family. But really, what it was running away from domestic abuse.
Domestic violence. Her father beat her and probably arrange a marriage because, Chechens. So she had a bit of luck for 48 hours. Her attorney was probably a woman with a good heart, and she understands what will happen with her. Yesterday in Bukovno airport in Moscow, they asked the ambulance. She was gone to hospital for appendicitis, problem with her appendix. And this morning they deported to Chechnya. And this is extremely useful to understand how weak this horrible country is. Because the client state of Chechnya demand using their anachronic laws put it by Kadyrov is not a Chechen tradition. They have their stallion life, but not at this level. And the Russian authorities will do anything to please the Kadyrov regime. This weak it is. Imagine that girl, imagine is better in Moscow than in the mountains of her home. Is outstanding. And that attorney for me is very important because I hear about people who tried and fight even now for the right to combat. The biggest scandal 2 years ago, this was how mistreated the convicts are. And it was a big mess in Russian society. And that woman still fights for them, for the criminals, for the rapists. She still thinks it's better not send them to labor camps because we are not Stalinum era, And people like this, I think, are the most important people in that horrible regime. People like this who try, who fight, who are courageous enough, knowing their risk. And let's tell you something, Doma. Remember last summer we talked how different is Belarus regime than Russia. Russia being much more freer than Belarus, right? I have a feeling.
Sorry, Russia being much more what?
Freer than authoritarian regime means.
Yeah, but only in the sense that many more people agree in Russia, so you don't really need to force them into doing something.
Yeah, but the idea was total dictatorship at me, and Russia being more, you feel you are let alone. You are not convicted if you don't enter in the things they ban, like politics. Now I have a feeling Belarus looks more shiny. This is my feeling. In 1 year, they said, you know what, Lukashenko, I can make much work for myself. My hope is 0.5% of Russians to act like French resistance. 0.5%. I don't need big numbers. I don't need people on the streets yelling against Putin. I don't have wet dreams. But 1% of the Russians, if they choose, I will submit or I'll try something, they are in the biggest desperation. They will be good. But until then, focus on the Ukrainian soldiers. That guys bleed and die at this moment. And we must be a bit humble thinking about this. At this moment, what we hear snippets in Kherson is all the front, Zaporizhia, Donetsk.
I wonder how much of the reports can be mapped onto a bigger situation that there are indeed more surrenders. because it does seem to me that surrendering is the one way to get out. But if the barrier troops are really as widely as widespread as to as is being suggested, maybe that's why the surrenders are more forthcoming than they were previously. That could be the other, let's say, the other set of discord, right? The other set of discord within Russia and Russian lines as well.
Look who become the storm unit. The people who don't obey the order, the people who were not a nice cow listening to the herder, they are put it in storm unit. So they already acted, closer to humanity, or something which is close to their values about humanity. And probably that's why they surrender. Behind them are a hand of people, right? FSB unit, Kadyrova, guys like them. And this from Storm Z, they've already been in the cellar, in the pit. So I think their Russian mirror is over.
I found it very amusing yesterday when Great Monkey showed that picture of Burj Khalifa in Russian colors, for Russia Day. And I thought, first of all, I told them to walk around, see if there's any crest anywhere, the Slovak, Slovenian, either way, just to make sure it's really a Russian flag. But they said that, celebration of Russia, of the unity of Russia. And I thought, yeah, unity in fighting. That's a sort of unity. Everybody fighting everybody else, that's a sort of unity.
The guys in Dubai are not the people who suffer. They are guys with, So, what expectation do you have? United Arab Emirates are becoming what was Cyprus 1 year ago. I need to go, Doman. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Daniel. And I just want to say welcome to Robin. Hi, Robin. How are you?
Good morning or good afternoon, Doman. I'm very happy to be here. I am particularly honored to be part of MriyaReport today. I am not getting a lot of sleep lately because I have a severe case of FOMO when I go to sleep that I'm going to miss what's going on in the space. And I must say, the couple of hours I slept last night, I missed a lot. And as I said, I'm honored to be part of such an activist community, and thank you to everyone who's contributed. It's a wonderful effort, and Slava Ukraini.
Slava. Right. Shall we say good morning to Raver? Let's see if he's around already.
Hey, good morning, Domin, and happy Toonie Tuesday to everybody.
How are you doing?
Oh, running late to work because I overextended myself on my writing this morning. So it's a bit of a rush, but worth it.
Now, I've not had the chance of reading what you wrote this morning yet. What did you write about?
I think Russia conned us with those defensive lines because I think there's a lot of circumstantial evidence that they're actually trying to fight forward. And I go into why I think that is, and I think it's due to a severe manpower shortage.
So you're saying that actually through the first ones, it might be more difficult than through the later ones?
Yeah, I think they're fighting way forward and risking all of that entails, like putting themselves inside a range of Ukrainian counter battery, because they know if the Ukrainians get deep, their ability to cover and increase frontage goes down because they don't have the manpower to do it.
Well, that's just lovely. How do you see the rate of surrendering going? The Ukrainians say that quite a lot of Russians are surrendering more than in previous cases. At least that's what indications are. For me, it's always hard to extrapolate much from it, just because we see so little of everything that's actually going on. But in the context of the barrier troops being quite present, also the attestations that came out some hours ago, and also the interceptions published by the Ukrainian SBU, makes me think that there might be even more of it than normal. But with the way that it's going, and it being much easier to surrender when on defensive than when on offensive, maybe that's why. Because it's they can't go back, they can't stay where they are. It's just easier to surrender. I sure hope that this really catches on among the Russian troops, and I'd be very happy for all of them to surrender. Be by far the most effective.
Well, the problem with barrier troops is if you don't let your troops retreat and they can no longer hold where they are, they're going to surrender. Very few nations have been able to produce the real suicide troops, like the Imperial Japanese. The Russians ain't it. This isn't an existential crisis for Russia. And so if you tell the Russians, you take one step back, I'm going to blow your brains out, they're just going to put their hands up.
Exactly. So as far as I'm concerned, just hopefully let's have them all in as great a numbers as possible surrender. I mean that's really the most beneficial thing to everyone involved, frankly, and the quicker and earlier the better.
100%. Surrendered troops get to live. The troops they surrender to don't have to kill them, so there's less psychological trauma. The enemy loses combat power, and the war is over sooner.
%. Thank you, River. In a different part of the world, to switch gears entirely and completely, a part of the UCU, which I still think stands for Universities and Colleges Union, I think, a part of it is digging in and asking for even more limiting measures on Ukraine to happen, just in order to just end the war now. So I thought that they've learned their lesson a few weeks ago when they had the initial Congress, and the initial reporting came out on what all and how this ended up going, especially in the context of so many of their members then complaining back at them, saying they're full of it, and especially in a country like the UK, where there's very few, and I mean seriously, very few people compared to population as large who subscribe to such very silly ideas. That there might be or will be additional bits of rejection to that, rejection to these to such thoughts before coming again. I mean, really, what they've managed to get is another storm of unpleasant things brewing against them. So well done by them, I guess. Well done by them.
I see that that Putin is complaining about Ukrainian attacks, and he's threatening to create a sanitary zone inside Ukraine if it continues. It's sort of amusing.
What's that even supposed to mean?
Yeah, exactly. Like Lavrichenko said, if the Ukrainians would stop attacking Russia, everybody would be fine.
Yeah, exactly. As though it works that way. No, that's a very that's a very clever way of putting it, really. But what is a sanitary zone in this case supposed to be? Is that supposed to just mean, well, if the Ukrainians don't stop attacking us, we're gonna do nothing of any meaning or result whatsoever. We're just going to complain about it some more. Is that what's the sanitary zone supposed to mean here?
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking maybe it means they're going to finally pick up all those dead bodies, because I know the Ukrainians. I have a Ukrainian friend who says one of the biggest problems they're going to have is finding enough places to bury them all at the end of the war. So maybe Putin's finally going to clean up a little bit.
So that's already happening. And that's been a problem since the start. Indeed, at the very start, that was a huge problem because Russians basically never expected to have to deal with this. So you might recall right at the start of the war, it was an absolutely horrendous problem for the Ukrainians figuring out where to put all the dead Russians. It got actually a little bit better in between because Russians occasionally actually took some of them home, which I guess can be helpful in limiting that.
Okay, I think Raver has his hand up, so why don't we go to him?
I just pointed out that one of the absolutely best uses for POWs is to do graves registration duties. Police the battlefield to start picking up the deceased.
Yeah, that makes sense. I assume there's no Geneva Convention problem with that kind of thing, is there?
None at all. You are allowed to employ POWs in certain ways, and policing up battlefields like the dead is one of them.
Yeah, that also I would make sure that these people have free access to telephones to call home at the end of a day of picking up the Russian dead. I think that might help the situation.
Well, under the Geneva Conventions, they're allowed to send letters home and receive care packages. So I'm sure the Russian mail censors are being very, very busy right now.
I wonder how, Dobin, do you know how does that work with telephone calls? Are they able to intercept and keep things from getting in if POWs are allowed phone calls?
No idea. Actually, as a matter, I don't think they are, because I mean, also who does phone calls nowadays? But seriously, I don't think they are, and I think that's the thing that kind of Zolkin motivates them with, right? Because he has the conversation with them and the psychologist chap, and has them go home and talk to their family, tell them that everything's fine, but being in the military sucks, and all of those other things. I think that's a component of it. I'm not entirely sure how that works. What I will say is, whenever these exchanges happen, there's one really big difference you can see between the Russians going back to Russia and Ukrainians going back to Ukraine, and that is that the Ukrainians going back to Ukraine all exhibit signs of having been, decidedly mistreated, underfed, abused in all manner of ways. You see them bruised. You see them, barely able to walk. You see their injuries haven't been treated because, of course, many taken prisoner aren't taken prisoner in the best health, right? In the best health condition. Whereas Russians returning back to Russia all seem to be, in quite good spirits, reasonably well fed as of late, patched up, not exactly limping, not much else. If nothing else, that tells you all you really, really need to know, right? That's the most informative thing you can possibly learn out of all of this, is just what state Russians are when they go back to Russia, and what state Ukrainians are when they go back to Ukraine. The phone calls are very much a secondary matter.
Yeah, it's a wonder that their morale is not better, considering I just saw um, a piece from Twitter of who is this? It's not Zaluzhny. It's I guess the commander of on the eastern part of Ukraine visiting.
Is it Syrski?
Syrski, that's right. So I'm not so great with the Cyrillic still. Visiting troops, and think about, it's funny, you see all the time President Zelensky or General Zaluzhny visiting troops and visiting families. Have you seen a picture lately of Putin or Shoigu visiting wounded Russian troops? I don't think so. I mean, there's so many things that if you're looking, you can see you see the difference between the two the two societies, and I know which side I want to be on.
I haven't seen them visiting anyone, but I have seen them standing next to each other yesterday, where Putin very obviously turned very away from Shoigu. I think that said everything you needed to say there. I'm not one for interpreting body language, but Putin was doing everything to aggressively or very passively aggressively ignore Shoigu there. And I think that says as much as anything. Mark, welcome up.
Hey, Doman, thank you. And thank you for hosting. It's a pleasure to listen to you. Got a question about the Tu-95 bomber. I know it's a different subject. Are you ready for it now? You want me to wait?
Ready.
So do you know if Ukraine is coming close to having any capability to shooting down those Tu-95 bombers or hitting them on the ground in the airfields? I know it's a long distance away, but it just gets frustrating to hear those things taking off and indiscriminately bombing. What are your thoughts on that, Doman?
I'll give you a very short one and then I'll pass it to Raver in Latin. Not really. If you want to take something out in the air, you have at most about 250 kilometers reach. Either of ground-based air defense is probably even less. Air-to-air, about that. Russians are doing this from double the distance within Russia. If you want to get rid of them, you need to get them on the ground. The full-fat Storm Shadow should be able to reach just about, but it seems to be difficult to target it well enough, and it is quite deep within Russia. It is a massive pain. I'll go to Raver first, and then to Latin, and then to me. Raver.
Classic laconic answer: not a chance.
Yeah, Latin.
Well, when it comes to those Tu-95s, the only other option really, but Ukraine does not have the capability to do it, would be to mount the kind of operation that, let's say, the U.S. Air Force or some NATO countries might be able to at least attempt it, but the U.S. Air Force for sure, to actually break through Russian territory. Essentially, what is that? The South Caucasus, around there, north of Chechnya.
South Caucasus is not Russian territory. North Caucasus is.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm thinking of of Chechnya, Dagestan. Like the territory you would have to cross to get to the Caspian Sea. Defended airspace. Now we don't know how well defended, but it would be a very risky operation deep into enemy territory to try to get at those bombers. I don't think it's completely out of the question that something like that could have some potential payoff, because the Russian strategic bomber force is limited. They're not building any new Tu-95s. They're sort of building some blackjacks, but not too many of those. But either way, they could try that. I mean, it would be very hard to do with the resources they have, because the Americans would be able to do it with wild weasel units, with command and control, the whole picture, the big picture type of operation that they would take losses as well. But I mean, it really is in some ways kind of similar to the scenarios that Israel is facing if it ever decides it needs to strike Iran. But you're right. I mean, the obvious way to do it would be, with what they have, would be a missile strike, a cruise missile strike at the bases. Now, the problem is that they have dispersed that force somewhat. The satellite imagery I've seen more recently of Engels it does show that there's still not as many of those aircraft there as as there were before some of the strikes that the Ukrainians carried out, which I think I think we agree they were mostly drone strikes earlier in the war. So there's not a lot of great options for it right now. And the best thing they can be doing is unfortunately, is to try to intercept the cruise missiles. And they're having success at that. Some of that might be from their fixed wing aircraft, some of it might be from their ground-based air defenses, but they are having success. As if anybody who follows the numbers, some nights appear to be more successful than others, but that's really all they got right now.
Yeah, if Ukraine had lots of full fat cruise missiles with appropriate range, they could be able to get them on the ground. While at English, that'd be the best solution, but that's a limiting that's at the limits of the range as it is already. So it's a really tough one. Ming?
No, just to respond to Robin's question about Putin visiting the wounded. He did on Russia Day, but like all these occasions, that the soldiers involved didn't look terribly wounded, and it looked terribly staged. But Robin, I DM'd it to you. And in fact,
so that's where they looked awkward at each other, right?
That's right. That same trip where he was there with Shoigu, where the really telling body language between the two of them.
Thank you, Ming. That's why they were together. That makes sense. All right, Mika, go ahead.
Thanks, Doman. Actually, question to you and Latin. Did Latin already leave?
Oh, he's here.
Okay, good. Hey, about air defenses, we discussed that yesterday regarding F-16, and after that the topic came up regarding the attack helicopters like Apache. And I was thinking that I've seen it many times before. Let's say the Iron Dome system came and it was like halfly operational. That IDF, Israel Defense Forces, they deployed a Apache helicopters in northern Israel to down drones which were launched by Hezbollah from Lebanon and actually from Syria, and everybody knows who supports this Hezbollah and Syria, it's Iran. And I saw many videos that when Apache was shooting this down with its autocannon, and my understanding is that Apache can actually have a sidewinder and similar air-to-air system. So of course it's ideal taking down the ground targets, but could Apache be deployed actually taking down these drones, because they seem to be very nasty. I saw the kind of Twitter comment that they fly these Shaheeds very low, above the Dnieper River, and especially when an attack comes from the south or southeast, and some come of course from the north. So could actually the Apache helicopters be kind of useful in that way, that you don't put it in the front lines, but you would use it as part of your combined air defense? That's kind of my question to you guys. Thanks.
I don't have an answer beyond saying that's an amazing idea. I really like that, and I really hope that Latin doesn't shoot both of us down now. Latin?
Did I understand this right? Is the idea of using a gunship helicopter to shoot down drones?
IDF has done it, so Israel Defense Forces has done it, and of course they nowadays have tried it, of course, with Cessna, with laser and all that. But IDF has done it many times actually. Yes.
Yeah, imagine having it hang out, like somewhere south of Kiev, over the river, as a Gepard up in the sky that you can move around really quickly, and as long as you're far out from Russian air-to-air missiles and Russian air defense, should be fine, right?
Yeah, I mean, anytime that you're shooting down something, well, with any munition really, but especially with a high rate of fire cannon, is what happens to the shells that maybe don't hit which are the majority of the shells that you're firing, that don't hit your target. There's always that possibility of collateral damage. But that is interesting that the IDF does that. I'm going to have to read into that. That's actually really interesting. But I suppose that the the bigger problem, the overarching problem, is that Ukraine has only so many resources to absorb Western combat aircraft, rotary wing or fixed wing. Right now, everything seems to be focused on the F-16s, and the Army aviation clearly seems to have taken a back seat for the moment. We see no indication of any kind of provision of Western helicopters of any kind to Ukraine, other than that small number of Sea Kings that we saw late last year. So, yeah, maybe someday they can look into something like that. Unfortunately, I feel this threat may end up looking a lot like Israel, where it becomes more asymmetric, and even after this phase of combat winds down, that kind of threat might still be there. So maybe we'll see it in the future. By the way, while I'm here, Goman, I saw that Ming, yeah, he's still there. So Ming, I had a chance to read that article that you sent me, the interview with the Ukrainian pilot and helicopter pilot.
Russian pilot.
Oh, sorry, not thinking clearly. Thanks. Yeah, the Russian helicopter pilot who defected to one of the Baltic countries and was interviewed by the BBC. So I think the big take, there's a lot of things in there. Obviously, there's a personal drama of somebody and the way that he had to escape, and all of that's interesting. But I mean, from the point of view of Russian Air Force operations, I thought the big takeaway from that interview, and it does seem to be consistent with some of what we heard from other sources, is that they have lost a lot of experienced people. And remember that what does experienced in the Russian Air Force mean? Combat experience means that they've been pretty good at dropping bombs on undefended civilian targets in Syria, and otherwise not really much experience going up against a peer adversary. But in terms of, if you think of it in terms of experience, well, they have a lot of hours on a certain type of aircraft or helicopter. That's also important from their point of view. And we know that they went into this war, it appears, with a lot less people than anybody would have guessed, a hell of a lot less than I would have guessed. And so if you add to that the loss of people that are experienced on certain weapon systems, then that's not looking very good. And it would seem to reflect, from what we're seeing so far, every day that we go further and further into this Ukrainian counteroffensive activity, we are seeing a Russian Air Force, that has, it seems, no real response other than more drones and more cruise missiles at Ukrainian civilians. And in a way, of course, that's good. And in a way, it's tragic. And the Ukrainians are doing a great job of, well, doing what they can on the defense end of receiving those cruise missiles and drones from the Russians. But for the Ukrainian army, I mean, I'm just seeing a real absence so far. Open source does not reflect everything, but I do not get the impression that the Russians are really pushing right now, the Russian Air Force. There could be a lot of reasons for that. A big part of that could be what that pilot was indicating, is the loss of experienced personnel.
Thanks, Martin. No, very interesting feedback. Maybe they're planning to do a sort of German-style Operation Bodenplatte, where they throw everything they've got at the last minute.
Well, that's interesting you would say that, because, of course, the Luftwaffe paid a very high price for that. They lost a lot of people and a lot of equipment that they couldn't replace. So it was kind of, I mean, what were they really trying to achieve there? If the Russians, I think, are in a similar situation in that they stand to lose quite a bit. They stand. I mean, it's one of the branches of the military that really hasn't taken a big hit. They've had some significant losses in some areas of equipment and experienced personnel, but overall they still function. They still exist as a. I'm not sure if effective is the right word, but they exist as a functioning force. They can mount operations. They can still do damage, but will they be willing? And I think at this point in the war, it's at this point in this stage of the war, since 24 February, it's a fair question to ask, because I think that apart from loss of personnel, logistics issues, maintenance problems, apart from all those kind of operational things, I think we have to really look at, does the Russian Air Force really want to be in this war? I've been asking myself that for a little while. And I'm starting to think, I'm not sure they do. I think they're waiting it out. There is a very real possibility that they are waiting it out, and they are simply not willing to sacrifice themselves for this stupid adventure of Putin.
I like that thought, Latin, because then maybe the Air Force can take over power later on. Raver.
Hey, so on the idea of using helicopters as interceptors, does anybody happen to know the speed of the Shaheed? Because helicopters tend to be slow, like under 200
Slower
miles
than an
an hour.
Apache.
Yeah. So they is the Shaheed really that slow? I figured it would have been up
Yeah.
around 200 miles an hour or so. Because to intercept, you really do need a speed advantage to be able to get there in time and catch it. Okay, yeah, if they're slow, then I don't see why a Mi-8 or an Mi-24 couldn't, but they may be better used at the front to support the ground troops.
I mean, we have Yehuda now with us. Yehuda, Miko had an idea. He says that in Israel they use Apache helicopters as air-based air defense to intercept the drones that are sent in from the north by Hezbollah and the like. And if that could be used here by Ukraine as well, maybe.
Domen, can I add a little bit more?
Please do.
Because Yehuda can. So before the Iron Dome really, and actually there's a lot of evidence in YouTube if you Google IDF Apache against drones, and so that's actually a real fact. So they use it and it's a pretty good system because you can lock it with helmet, these moving targets, and you shoot with the 30mm autocannon. I think so. That's what the Apache has, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, I'm not. That's not my wheelhouse. I know nothing about it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm sure if the Israelis are using it, it's for a good reason. The Americans announcing it, even better reason to talk about it. I'm sure there are a lot of capabilities that we won't know. As you know, we've had pilots, F-16 pilots on, all sorts of pilots from U.S. Air Force and the Navy pilots. We're not going to know all the capabilities that they intend to bring to bear. However, I think it's clear that
Did we lose Yehuda?
Yeah, I think so. His connection has been spotty at best. Miko?
Yeah, so I do have actually more evidence on that, more than you do, but that's an interesting platform. Of course, it's a very heavy maintenance platform and very expensive platform, but to be honest, it could be one of the solutions, before we have the drone weapons, that you like to have and especially if you look at the Apache longbow, it has a good radar and can hover, over the Dnieper, protecting Kiev, Kherson, Kharkiv, other cities as well. So it could be a very interesting one. But of course, it's I know it needs to be a lot of logistics and political decision as well. Thanks.
No, I think it's a really clever idea. I really, really do. Latin, you might have had a bit of time to think about it. What do you reckon now?
Well, on that particular subject, I think that maybe now that I'm thinking about it, the first thing that came to my mind is the fact that, probably similar to the Israeli situation, is that the threat tends to come from the same direction or directions. They're kind of predictable, and that might help because it's not an air intercept radar that the Apache has, but I'm thinking more the FLIR, the thermal imaging is what could help them acquire these targets. I don't know. Again, I want to read on how are they doing it. What matters for now for Ukraine is that they seem to be having quite a bit of success with what started out as we saw late last year some fairly primitive attempts at developing mobile anti-aircraft artillery, And recently, we've seen some of the images of these Toyota-based. I think they're using twin heavy machine guns on what looked like very, very good quality mounts, very solid. I don't know if George is on right now, but you might have
This
something.
is Czech. This is Czech made. It's
Yeah,
made by
yeah.
Excalibur, I think.
Yeah, and we had been seeing late last year on different platforms, and far less uniform looking, just kind of ad hoc, whatever they could get their hands on, even Second World War machine guns. But they were adding off the shelf civilian thermal optics, and they appear to be having some success with it. I don't think you would be seeing a follow-up order like that of these vehicles if they were not having success with them. That's just my guess. By the way, Doman, I don't know if you want to get into this subject. We can. Somebody else might still want to talk about drones, but I did listen to that really fascinating discussion on Japanese television about the potential roles that Japan could play in supporting Ukraine. It was a really packed panel with some real experts, including a former commander, I believe it was of the Ground Self-Defense Force. Anyways, I had to listen to that, and if you want to get into that, we can touch on some of it, because they touched on some interesting points.
I wasn't able to go listen to it at all, so I just retweeted it because it comes from Tokyo Tom, whom I trust. So if you want to tell us what was actually said in there, if you say it was informative, I'd love to learn, frankly.
I mean, yeah, it was a 48-odd minute discussion. There were a lot of points, and the translation, the YouTube translation seemed a little bit clumsy, but it got the bulk of the meaning through. The two main takeaways that I got from it was, first of all, there was just an overall discussion about Japan's role geopolitically, the fact that it is changing tremendously. They are leaving behind the days of absolute self-defense only, which was their posture through most of the Cold War, and now facing these newer threats, and an increasingly a much bigger threat from China, and a North Korea that seems to be more and more unstable all the time. So this is why they're moving in. They're practically doubling their defense spending. It's a really big move, and this discussion was happening before the G7 summit, where the Japanese leadership and Ukrainian leadership met and discussed a few things. So they were kind of looking forward to that meeting and what all this means for Japan's role in Ukraine. And geopolitically, they came to the conclusion that, as I understood it, that, well, if we're going to be part of the democratic world, and someday we may need Australia, the US, Europe to help us, because there are some scenarios, that very important scenarios, where they may need assistance from other democratic countries, then essentially we have to support a struggling democracy that's being attacked. And then there was quite a bit of talk about the legal side of things. Remember that a lot of the way that Japan's defense posture and their defense industry was regulated, for lack of a better word, during the Cold War, is in their constitution, which was referred to as a pacifist constitution for many years, and that's what they seem to be moving away from. So that has implications for being able to export equipment. At one point, one of the experts said, well, when it comes to American equipment, it really is just a matter of, even under the current, well, that's changed now, as of, I believe, June 7th, that they have voted that they, in the parliament, that officially they can now export military equipment, like not just bulletproof vests and helmets, but actual weapons. But he was arguing that in the case of American weapons, well, it's simply a matter of giving it back to the US and then let them deal with it. Now, that could point to a whole bunch of very interesting weapon systems, because the Japanese self-defense forces have really a pretty good mix of homegrown equipment and equipment that bought from the US, especially in the Air Force. So there are some real possibilities there that let's put it this way, possibilities that would include things that Ukraine has specifically mentioned in their wish list of Western aircraft in particular. No indication that's about to happen, but it's possible. So those were some of the takeaways I got from it.
It's very interesting. So would the F-15s, even though kind of with a Japanese flavor, fit as American made? What do you reckon?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's an American design, produced under license. Most of them produced under license. I believe it was by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in the 1980s, mostly in the 80s. So the U.S. would require U.S. approval. But if they just send them back to the U.S., as was being argued in the discussion, then it's really just a matter of wiping their hands of it and saying, "Yeah, do whatever you want with them." They are replacing that was a huge fleet, but they ordered originally about 200 F-15s, and about 90 of them are being upgraded to a very modern standard, and it looks like approximately 90 will be left. Some of those are high time airframes, but that's really most of what Ukraine is facing right now. Anyways, this initial influx of Western aircraft will be high time airframes. None of them are going to be brand new. But as we've discussed, as other experts you've heard in different places you can read and listen to will tell you that it's a potential for a useful bridge to something newer, medium to long term.
That'd be kind of clever, I think. Especially if there would be another set of F-15s that they could then later transition to in a year, 2 years, from another when they would be using them less, right? Kind of the same logic as for F-18s. Get the Australian ones in now, maybe the Spanish ones, and then maybe when Finland goes to F-35s, they can get the old Finnish stuff and they don't need to ride them quite as hard. That's kind of a transition plan already and built in.
Yeah, let me put it this way. They have had a list from much earlier in 2022, the Ukrainians, of the aircraft that they would like or be open to receiving from the West. And it really is it's a relatively small list because there aren't that many. It's not like there are 20 different types of Western fourth generation aircraft out there. So if you look at that list, F-16 was always going to be the one that has the most potential sources. F-15, far fewer. It's a much shorter list. And I had said from way back, did a thread on it in January. So if you look around at what's out there, it's really Japan is one of the obvious sources. If politically it would be doable, if somebody decided that this is something they want to do, which we don't know yet. But it is on their list. It is on their list of aircraft they would want. They have always said, and in every interview I've heard with pilots and read with Ukrainian pilots, is F-16 has always been their focus. And I understand the reasoning for that. There's a lot. I generally agree. But as we've said before, there's the politics of this makes it so that there will be other sources. There will be other sources. Whether that ends up being F-18s or something else, I don't know. But almost for sure there will be other types that will be delivered. And that's all we know right now.
Very exciting, though, wouldn't it? Be very exciting. Mette.
Oh, Latin, thanks that you're still here. It's like funny that you touched the subject, just what I was going to say about the state of Russian pilots, etc. In Syria, the Turkish have now attacked the pilots Russia has, and as you said, they probably have the best forces there. And they've been moving some army and something from Syria, but that's like a big battlefield there. And then you have Israel against Iran and Russia on Iran's side, etc., etc. And with all the latest developments, and Japan and Israel, I think took the this is too far. When the Kakova dam broke, they were very upset. And I think we might see something. There's a Ramstein day after tomorrow. But, I think we might see some surprises from outside the regular donators because they sort of, I think they're stepping up. And alliance is growing. So Israel and Japan might might surprise us. Thank you.
I'd be very excited for anything like that. I don't think it will be coming up the day after tomorrow. I just don't expect that to happen. What I would love to come out from Ramstein on this week, as opposed to from the Vilnius summit, because I know the Australian Prime Minister is attending the Vilnius summit, would be some note on the Hornets. I don't need them to commit to Hornets the day after tomorrow. Just say something about the Hornets being discussed, being on the table, something like that. That's what I'd really love to hear. Latin, what do you think?
Well, that is the pattern we've been seeing, hasn't it? The Ramstein meetings themselves, usually there's no big announcement, but then there is an announcement, usually kind of from different sources, or at least inching towards an announcement, but kind of concrete statements in the aftermath of them. So maybe we'll see the same thing here. But yeah, hearing from the Australians anything, kind of an equivalent of when the Netherlands essentially said, yeah, okay, this is on the table, we're considering it. That would be good. I'll take that. That would be a really good step in the right direction. We'd all like to see something a little faster, but maybe we'll take that.
Yeah, it'd just be awfully exciting and be really useful. I mean, there's literally no other batch of aircraft in the world better than those 40-something Hornets sitting in Australia that aren't, being seriously talked about by politicians yet, and they're well maintained. Hobb says he'd fly them, so I would love nothing more than those to go.
Well, hopefully soon we can hear from our old friend Carlos, who was an F-18 pilot, because I did get in touch with him recently, and he said he's just unable to be on the space, but he's hoping to come back at some point. So stay tuned for that, because I know a lot of people remember him, and he always had very interesting insights when it came to Ukrainian aviation.
Gentlemen, I'm not. This is way out of my wheelhouse. Are F-18s and Hornets the same thing?
Yes, they are.
Okay,
So FA-18s are either Hornets, and then a later iteration, which is a massive overhaul and actually a whole different aircraft called the Super Hornet, but they still kept the FA-18 designation, if I understand correctly. Finland operates these, right, Mika? They're still pretty good.
Yeah.
If it's good enough to be all of the Finnish Air Force, it's good enough to fight Russia.
Yeah, because we did the midlife update MLU for them, so they are FA F-18s now. So we added the assault mode to our Hornets. Originally they were only the air-to-air, but they were updated way back ago when I actually had my Defense Academy stuff, and actually I had the chance to have one of the Air Force's top guys to be our commander. So yeah, they've been updated. They are very good ones, and the helmet is updated. Whole system of aircraft has been updated. They are FA capable, so air-to-air, air-to-ground.
Latin.
Yeah, Miko's absolutely right. They've been right up there with the Hornet community of maintaining and updating them. Remember, the RCAF, the Royal Canadian Air Force, is only just now in the process of upgrading to even the next level of an electronically scanned radar. But the other thing to remember about the Finnish F-18s, should they ever come into play, should they ever become a factor here, which I don't see being anytime soon, is that they are actually much newer F-18s. They were some of the later, probably one of the last exports of the F-18. So they also have that advantage. But again, I don't think, sometimes on Twitter people talk in the same sentence about Finnish and Spanish. F-18s. The Spanish F-18s are much older and are in the process of being replaced right now, where the Finnish Hornets are still the backbone of Finnish air defense. So I don't expect to see those going to Ukraine anytime soon.
2028, 27 maybe.
Yeah, at which point, who knows what Ukraine will have, and will it even be worth it?
No, I mean, I think this is where the Australian ones make sense, right? Send the Australian ones now. They'll ride them hard. They'll ride them out, and then in like 3 years later, they'll get the second-hand Finnish ones to finish the life out of the Finnish airframes, and you don't need to retrain the pilots for that. That's what I kind of mean is a really sensible transition for.
I agree. With potentially Super Hornets in there somewhere, hopefully in there, because that would be a really good aircraft for the Ukrainian Air Force long term. Remember that this meeting between, who was it, the Polish, it was Poland, Germany, and France that just wrapped up in the last, I don't know, earlier today, or they that was all about long term support, and that's something that we always have to keep in mind when there's obviously some immediate needs. Although Macron spoke about helping them with further deliveries of equipment for the current offensive, for the current counteroffensive. And I'm not going to go into naming things that might happen, but there have been reports in French media. There has been consistent rumors coming out of France for quite some time. So let's wait and see. I'm convinced, I have been for months, that there is something happening behind the scenes there.
Thanks, Latin. You're thinking my thoughts, and thank you, Mikko, because I'm a bit stuck on the helicopter thing. But but I think the obvious solution for the Australian ones is that they fly them to Finland, and we have so many airfields there and space for space to train and pilots who can train them. I think. What do you think, Mikko? But anyway. I'm thinking of the current situation, and the helicopter thing sounds really good. So I was thinking, Latin, do you know what France could have? Do you know what Japan could have? Do you know what Israel could have? If we are going, like, behind the scenes or speculating something. But helicopters, I think, is easier than the jets anyway, faster. And what do you think of capabilities of the Ukrainian Air Force for any helicopters they might get from maybe outside the Ramstein sphere, or France? Thank you.
Okay, well, you just named 3 countries that I heard, right? If I heard correctly, I think you mentioned Israel, Japan. Oh, now I forgot the third one. Somebody help me?
France.
Right, France. So if we're talking about assistance for the Ukrainian Air Force, we heard a while back, not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, on the space when we were talking to our friend Nukli, right, who's a former IDF guy who has been serving in Ukraine. He told me to assisting the Ukrainian Air Force. Now, that's I suspect that's systems, defensive systems, primarily, maybe electronic countermeasures. Those are things that Israel develops on its own, which are highly effective and would make a real difference. And they have integrated those systems. Israel has a very active aircraft upgrade industry that they offer around the world. And they also work with airframes that they themselves don't use operationally in Israel. So, for example, they have upgrade programs for MiG-29s. They offered one to Ukraine in 2019 that would have included upgrade of defensive systems, radar, weaponry, all that stuff. Is that happening? According to Nukli, something is happening. I just trust him. I just think he's a guy who's in the know. He knows about Ukraine, he knows about Israel. And if he tells me that, I take it seriously that there might be something going on. France, look, it comes down to Mirage 2000 when it comes to the Air Force. There are a lot of Mirage 2000s floating around in the market right now. Their status is unclear. That's it. That's all I'm going to say. There's a whole bunch of variants of them. There's potential for them, and there were reports in French media several months ago, up until March, that that Ukrainian pilots were actually being trained on them. But we haven't seen anything, so it's total speculation at this point. And now the only other thing I was going to add about Israel was that Israel is a potential source of F-16s, technically, speaking strictly from the technical point of view, not political, because they have a lot of earlier generation kind of airframes similar to the ones that are coming from NATO that they have stored and that were in service with the Israeli Air Force, and they offer them for export. They can upgrade them and they will deliver them to a customer. So it's all political. I'm sure the Americans would probably approve it, but I've seen no indication that Israel is willing to do something like that, because I just don't think they're willing to cross that line that I've seen so far. The potential there is tremendous because the kind of upgrades they can do to those are very significant in terms of radar, defensive systems, the whole thing. So, but that's it. I mean, we just don't know. And so did I hit them all? France, Israel. Sorry, I'm in the middle of stuff, so I'm kind of very forgetful right now. Japan.
They have helicopters or something. You mentioned the F-15s. No, okay.
No, not really helicopters. Not they don't have much to offer there. The big item that when you look at it and you tie it to what the Ukrainians have been requesting, it would be the F-15s. If they were to be sent directly or sent back to the U.S., those aircraft are definitely capable, technically, of being of use to Ukraine. But is that going to happen? We have zero indication that's on the map right now. It's just we know that they're there.
Thank you very much, Latin. Pauki, go ahead.
Sorry, mic check. It's okay.
Loud and clear.
Okay, thanks, Latin, for keeping us in touch with everything. Second thing, probably you mentioned already, but you can inform has said that Ukraine has requested the F-18s from Australia. Is that correct? I sent you the link.
Yeah, the latest info I've heard is that they have specifically, the latest reports that came out, I think last week, was that there is three-way discussions ongoing between Australia, US, Ukraine, specifically about that.
Very good. The other thing was, could you send me or could you post the link in the nest, because I know somebody who's involved with the Ukraine government, and he told me, well, Japan doesn't want to do it because they need it for China in case there's ever an attack by China. But the discussion you're giving me is much more nuanced, much more interesting. So I wanted to send him.
If you scroll through my timeline, you'll see a retweet of Tokyo Tom earlier today, about 5-6 hours ago, and there's a YouTube link there. But you can also find him at Tokyo Tom 2020.
Okay, and I guess Ukraine is aware of all this, right? Or maybe it's good to just double.
They're very aware.
Yeah.
They're very aware.
There were discussions at the G7. There were direct one-on-one discussions, and we don't know what they discussed specifically, but the two countries were there. They at the highest levels they were speaking.
So, Pauki, over the weekend there was a video released of Major General Kirill Budanov, the head of the military intelligence of Ukraine, and he said nothing. He just kind of stone-faced. His camera zoomed, and there was a Japanese flag behind him on the side, and the globe was slowly rotating as the camera zoomed, and Japan was kind of featured there. He likes these sort of subtle hints, and then people were like, "Oh, why Japan? Why Japan?" And this was 3 days after the bill passed in the Japanese parliament, in the first after it was first discussed in the Japanese parliament. So yeah, it's a thing. It's changing now. Of course, everybody knows that this is a huge thing for Japan. So it's not going to be Japan going from what it was to being like Poland or Estonia, and just being like, "Hey, take all our stuff," right? That's not what's going to happen. because things don't happen like that. You don't literally go from heads to tails in a split second. However, what's useful there, right, is to say, hey, Japan might be softening their stances on some things. Maybe they'll be a little bit more willing to send stuff back to the US, or just kind of sell stuff to the US, no strings attached, and then whatever happens. And stuff like the F-15s that are originally a US design and admittedly were assembled by Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, maybe something like that can be put on the list of stuff that can end up in somebody else's hands. Not even necessarily Ukrainian hands directly. Maybe this goes to somebody else. Somebody else's F-16s go to Ukraine. Whatever it is, it's useful like that. So the nuance here is important. But I'm just glad that this conversation is changing in Japan, Pauki.
Right, and it's really a role model of what, how do we say this, for countries formerly involved with World War II fascism, that you can change the boat 180 like Japan. Could be a role model for Germany, Vichy France, and these kind of countries, maybe Italy. I don't know if I'm going too far by saying that.
I mean, I wouldn't go and now compare the different experiences. But what I will say is it's important for countries that are healthy democracies to kind of say, well, we're not playing this. This is we said this is the end of history. You're not playing along along with that. We're not happy with it. And to really resist such advances. There's still Japanese territory under Russian occupation now, right? We're aware of that, and Japan isn't even saying, now that Russia's distracted, we're just going to go and invade that bit and take it back, right? Because they don't want to do things that way. But if they can say, "Oh, we've written off these 100 F-15s, and hey, they still have 400 hours each, or whatever it is, and they can handle all manner of these ordinances," that'd be good and useful. And that's the best way to do it. Ukrainians want to go and get rid of Russian occupiers in their own territory. Be their guest. And if they go that far, that'd be tremendous. The other thing that's really important here is the other thing that's really important is ammunition, especially artillery ammunition, because that's in the shortest supply, but also any sort of missiles and stuff. Japan is a industrial powerhouse, right? We talk about Germany. Japan is likewise an industrial powerhouse. If there's another place that can churn out a bunch of artillery shells for Ukrainians, that's really useful. That is really super useful. And they can sell them to the States, or they can sell them to Norway, and then Norway can just hand them over or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But just getting more of the industrial capacity to work for Ukraine, more of the world's industrial capacity to supply Ukrainian needs is immensely important here. So I'll kind of leave it at that. But yeah, Pauki, if you have a follow-up.
Thank you very much. In honor of Japan, arigatou gozaimasu.
In the meantime, we have a message from a friend of the space, just pointing out that today is the anniversary of the day that Mariupol was liberated in 2014 after it had been attacked, so we hope to see the same thing happen very soon again. And as it was mentioned, that the Greece has stepped forward to take an active part in the rebuilding of Mariupol. So God willing, we'll very soon see that beginning to happen.
Yeah, indeed. It's not going to be quick. Everybody just don't think things are going to move by 30 kilometers a day. That's never going to be happening. Well, hopefully it will, but probably it isn't. But these advances, bit by bit, by Ukrainians are crucial, critical in that. Indeed, Robin, I likewise hope that you're right. Mete?
Yeah, before I step down, Prince, did you say that Greece has offered to rebuild?
Well, so Mariupol was a Greek settlement initially 3,000 years ago, or give or take, if I have that right. And I think that Greece said that they would be they took it up as the ones that are going to be responsible for it. Last year in Lugano, it was at least suggested as an idea. It might be, frankly, too much even for Greece alone to sort out. George, do you know more about this? If anybody you would.
Yeah, they wanna help rebuild. So Italy and Greece have decided that they were going to help at least rebuild like the cultural centers that were destroyed and the cultural, the historical, the theater, things of that nature. Those monuments and things like that. The historical treasures of Mariupol, specifically, obviously, the buildings, that they would help try to rebuild those. But yeah, Mariupol, you're talking, it's a huge. It was a large city, you know, 500,000 people, and its environs, and that will be a concerted effort by multiple countries that will have to pitch in to rebuild that. You're talking billions of dollars. But what Greece and Italy have decided that they would at least rebuild, the buildings like city halls, some of the churches, some of the cultural centers, museums, things of that nature.
Oh, that's wonderful news. Thank you, Italy and Greece. And
Thank you, George. David, welcome up.
Morning, Doman. The Recordia. Hello, my friends. Please retweet, share the space. This is MriyaReport.org. If you are of means, small or great, and you're in a position to give today, please visit MriyaReport.org. Make a donation. It is a registered charity in the United States. What time is it, Doman? Is it 18 minutes past the hour? Does that mean we have 42 minutes left in the hour to double all donations?
Triple. David, triple.
Triple? Wow.
Match twice, therefore triple.
Yes, exactly. So triple. Between now and noon, we've had two very generous members of the community who have put their money where their mouth is and said that they will, well, the first was a double, and then a second person came along and said that they would triple it. So all donations given until the top of the hour, which on the East Coast, United States, will be 12 noon. I guess 5 hours ahead in Cork City, 6 hours ahead in Rome. Is it 7 in Kyiv?
Correct.
So we're coming up at 20 minutes past 6 in Kyiv time. So in the afternoon or the evening time. So that means at the top of the hour, 7 o'clock Kyiv, 6 o'clock Rome, 5 o'clock Cork. Then the offer to double triple will end. So if you are of means or you had wanted to make a contribution, and it's June, so it's a new month, people are into a new household budget, then you have an opportunity to triple it. So please do pop over to MriyaReport.org. All donations are appreciated. Every amount is considered a massively generous amount. We're not here to make people feel less than. We're here to make everybody feel equal and welcome part of the community. So if you can give 50 cents, thank you very much. I sincerely appreciate it. If you can't afford to give anything, thank you very much. I still sincerely appreciate your support and your presence here with us. Please retweet, share the space. That's why I came up to do my little turn for tripling the money.
Thank you, David. And, we've had a number of people saying, "Yeah, hey, now's the day. Today's the day." Sounds exactly on point.
Could I ask?
I think there might be a few more. Absolutely.
Sorry,
David.
forgive me. I thought you were at the end. I hope you're right. I hope there's a few more. I hope a few more folks will have heard our message and realised they've got about 40 minutes to make their donation for it to be tripled, because we have generous sponsors willing to triple it until the top of the hour. So that is a magnificent opportunity. And for those who like to keep accurate account of their charitable giving. It is MriyaReport.org, a registered 501c3 charity in the United States, which means you can get yourself a tax receipt for your donation to be deducted off your next tax returns. Similarly, if your company does, which most corporations in the United States, I think over 100, maybe over 50 employees, have charitable giving schemes, and some of the larger corporations have matching schemes. And so your $20 could be matched by your employer to become $40, and they too are able to receive a tax deductible receipt for the same reason, as it is a legal registered charity. So that was it. I want to come and ask folks to please retweet, share the space, and then to dip back to what Mette had asked, and George and yourself had wonderfully answered about the alliance and fidelity sworn by European and nations around the world, I should say. South Korea and Japan have given undertakings as well for different projects of rebuilding. I remember it from the time last year. In my mind, it's seared in my mind at the same time as Bucha, but that just could be emotional misrecollection. And there were a trickle of states coming to say that, hello, we are the nation state Denmark, we are going to take care of this part of recovery. Hello, we are nation state Greece and Italy, we will take care of this part of recovery. And so we shouldn't forget that indeed the alliance sustains itself, is sustaining Ukrainian liberation. That's it. Just wanted to say that. Thanks very much. We are stronger together. Retweet and share the space.
Thank you, David. That was an important thing to remember. We have a chance right now to really do triple what we could have done earlier. Okay, James is up. We'll go over to James.
Hey, good morning and good day to everybody around the world. And thank you, MriyaReport co-hosts, for doing what you do. And I'll be brief and say that I've been trying to log on to donate $250. And so far, I haven't been able to. I just get a spinning wheel. So if it turns out that I cannot give, I would like to pledge $250. So
thank you.
If that works, if it doesn't work, that's okay. I'll give it anyway. But, that's my intent. And if I can get on, I'll let you know. I'll let you know one way or another through a message or something. Okay, thanks. That's all I had. And Russia blew up all the dams. They blew up all the buildings. They've done all the shit wrong. And anybody that says otherwise is really being stupid. Okay, thanks. Have a great day.
Well put. Thank you. David.
Thank you, Robin. And might I compliment you on your co-hosting. It's lovely to hear you here. Hello, Prince. Welcome. Hello, LR. Welcome. I wanted to say to James Healy, I love to hear you when you come up and speak, and thanks for sharing. Lovely to hear from you. I would suggest perhaps opening an incognito browser. It could be to do with something as trivial as a cache or cookies. I also know that sometimes if you've been using the one window and a process has failed and you keep trying to repeat it, it might just continue to fail in that window. Some other folks as well had reported some kind of slowdown last night on accessing PayPal, but I think they were able to get access. So thank you very much for your generous pledge. It has been, the time is before noon, so we put you in the book, or time logged 11:24 in the morning. But yeah, I would just say close the browser, try open another incognito browser, visit MriyaReport.org. Maybe that'll work for you. But that aside, thank you, Mr. Healy. It's lovely to hear from you.
Thank you, David. Yeah, that's good advice, and thank you, John, for your willingness to donate, and hopefully you'll be able to soon. LR is up again, the man of the hour. Over to you. LR, you're breaking up really badly. If you're on headphones, maybe you should try without. Okay, let's hope LR figures that out. We'll go over to Daryl in a minute. Nice to see you, Daryl.
Hey, good morning. Well, good day. Midday. Hey, I did my thing. Folks, if you're out there listening to this, please, if your donation can be tripled, the smallest amounts you have now given 3 times what you've given. So do what you can. It doesn't really matter if it's some great amount because it still goes for a good cause. And I just want to say it's lunchtime here in the States. PayPal may be inundated because folks out there buying stuff on their lunch break. Yeah, it happens. So, you know, please, if you haven't done it and it's spinning on you, keep trying. I don't think it does the thing where if you've given once and it goes through and you keep trying, it charges you again. I don't think PayPal has that issue. It's usually the connection either you have or it may just be a slowdown because of traffic generally, especially at this time of the day. So I just want to say hello, Doman, Robin, David, all you guys. Miss you. And I hope everybody's doing well. And please continue to help MriyaReport.
Daryl, I missed your voice. Thanks for coming back to speak to us. It's lovely to hear from you and your encouragement.
Yeah, thank you, Daryl. Thanks for stepping in, Fav, that I got on the wrong screen and couldn't get back. LR, let's go to you again and see if we can hear you better this time.
How is this, guys?
Much better.
Loud and clear.
Okay, I apologize. So yeah, I was just saying to James, don't worry about it. You know, even if for some reason you can't get in, we'll certainly honor that pledge and match it. So, and yeah, I want to just encourage everybody to do it now. Come on, let's raise some money. You know, we heard from Helena a little bit earlier today, and what they're dealing with over there is absolutely horrific. And they really do need our support, and they very, very, very much appreciate it. So whatever you can do, you know, just reach in that pocket and you know, dig a little deeper, and we'll triple it. So there you go.
Yeah, thank you, Lou. I would even say it's not everyone can give a lot, but it's important if you can give anything to do it. Not only is the money going to make triple the be triply as important as it would have been otherwise, but I think we're sending an important message to Ukrainians that they're not alone, that we're standing by them, and we're going to be with them until do peremocha, which God willing will be very soon. Okay, over to G-Man.
Yes, thanks. Good afternoon, everybody. Just come up. Was on earlier speaking, but I come up just to echo my my countryman David, fellow Irishman, just separated by 5,000 miles at the moment. But anyway, yeah, this is MriyaReport. Please go to MriyaReport.org and hit the donate button. Retweet this space as well, but you know, everybody use this opportunity to donate with this very, very generous matching pledge that a concerned citizen of our world, a global citizen, has done, or two actually. I've just availed myself of the opportunity since I was reminded that 12 o'clock Eastern time is approaching, so I have put my money where my mouth is. So encourage everybody to do so. Many have already. Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava. Thank you. I quite frankly have lost track of the order, so I think we're going to go to Tracy since we haven't heard from her today.
Hello, Robin. Thank you. Hello, everybody. I just wanted to say that I'm having trouble making the donation. Also, I'm assuming and hoping it's because it's overloaded, because I have donated this same way before and not had any problems, and I keep getting the cycling and the spinning, and when I approve the payment in my banking app, it doesn't take the money from my account, so I know the payment's not going through, but I'm keeping trying. I also want to say to people, please don't be embarrassed if you can't give a lot of money. I can't give a lot of money. I live on an extremely limited income, and I can only afford to give $3 today. But I don't want people to be embarrassed. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's no different to when you walk down the street and you take some change from your pocket and you throw it in a charity box. And nobody's embarrassed when they just do that with a small change. So I'd like to please ask everybody to not be embarrassed and to be proud to be able to give that small amount, especially on a day when it's going to get doubled and tripled. That's a really big thing. That means my $3 gives a significant more impact. And that's just all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That is a good message, and every little bit counts. We have to remember too, a dollar goes a lot farther in Ukraine than it does here. If you're in the States, or probably a pound goes farther in Ukraine than it does in the UK. So really are making an impact. Okay, we'll go over to Meta next.
Yes, hi, thank you. And I agree with Tracy, whatever one can make, especially now it's triple, but I had same problems with my donation. I was stuck with PayPal, so I just did it on a credit card. You can use your credit card. I don't usually use that because it's not so secure, but I couldn't get through with PayPal, so I suggest you use the credit card option if you have. But I'm in Finland. I don't know if it's a browser or the PayPal something, but my suggestion is just to do the credit card bit. That's how I got through. But thank you.
Alrighty. And in the meantime, let me just interject. In 1.5 hours from now, or less than 1.5 hours from now, Domin, we have Thomas Tyner, and David and I are already eagerly looking forward to that. So if and when any one of you is here and has questions for Thomas, feel free to put it into the reply section underneath the invitation card on the main account, which I think we will probably have up there in the nest as well somewhere. If not, then please put it there. And yesterday in the evening, we, within very short order, in what was deemed to be 2020, meaning 20 minutes of Thomas Tyner, we ended up with 41. So today we'll try 2020 and probably end up with 30. But the idea is that we will get to the point that we have hopefully 1,500 yet again people joining us, and that will gain us more exposure, more people who are aware of what we're doing while we're raising funds and while we're trying to assist our colleagues and friends in Ukraine, and why it matters that people, dissect the data as it comes in during the day. And there's lots and lots of questions, I'm sure, which will still come up and people will have for Thomas. So let's have them questions piling in. You can message them to Domin, you can send them to Robin, you can send them to me, you can send them
don't message them to me. reply to the tweet. This way Thomas can see them. Otherwise, all you're doing is you're making me send them to Thomas. If you just put them under the tweet.
Domin, I'm grouping them anyway, friend. Thomas and I will have a chat before. Don't worry about it. So you can message them any way you like it. They will end up anyway in some shape or form in the discussion Thomas and I will have. And then he'll prepare for the roundup to make sure that we can get through it quickly. And yes, you can, of course, reply to this. And if you want to ask any questions about what is going on in Serbia and Kosovo and Montenegro, please, or as always, you know where to send them, Domin.
Axel, Doman's going to get you one of these days. Okay, the order now, as I have it, is Favid, and then Prince, and then Carrie. So over to you, Favid.
Could I take a pass, please? Just got to attend to something.
Yeah, come on.
You may.
You know what he was doing, Robin? David was just preparing to be able to get the lyrics and the tone just right and to sing The Domin is Gonna Get You.
I can hardly wait. In the meantime, let's go over to Prince.
Good morning, and it is still morning. I don't usually get up very early, and I say 6 o'clock a.m. is early for me. But I woke up at 6 a.m. this morning and I thought, oh, I'm just going to go back to bed. But then I remembered Helena was coming on and I stayed up. So I'm going to head for a nap soon. But I wanted to say something really quick. You know, we have had, and I have gotten messages, and Tracy just moved me again, that small amounts can make a big difference. And the example that I used last night after Helena was on, very short notice and unexpectedly, was that, you know, one of the solar power banks that she has talked about costs $7,000. In Tracy's instance, right now, you know, her $3 is being doubled, tripled maybe, so that's like $9. What if we were $9 short in being able to buy one of those for her son to be able to provide electricity in the children's hospital, like Helena was talking about this morning for me, this evening for many of you? What if we were $9 short? Tracy's donation would make the difference and enable that to happen. So it doesn't matter how big your donation is. It doesn't matter if your donation is $1, $3, $10, $5, $20. Every single amount adds up and makes a difference. You can save a life by just a couple of dollars, by just $1, because those little donations add up to bigger donations and enable aid to be given to Ukraine. So I wanted to add that really quick, just because it's just one way of thinking of it, that if you think a small donation doesn't matter, it does. And I see LR came back up to speaker now. And all I want to say is please, please, please make it hurt for LR. Make it hurt for him to write that check. Let's put LR through a little bit of pain, and you know what? I don't think he'll mind. So let's just get it done. Let's get the money raised so that we can send more support to Ukraine.
I love it, Prince. Make it hurt. Yep. And you know what? Because people are having difficulty right now, and because I'm feeling it for Ukraine. I'm really, my heart goes out to them. And because we're having Thomas coming up in what, a little over an hour or so.
Exactly.
I am going to extend my offer to match through the end of the Tyner, whatever it turns out to be. So if he spends 20 minutes, 30 minutes, or 9 hours, it doesn't matter. However long he's on, we're raising money. So Axel, I'm expecting you to keep reminding people, right? I'm expecting you to keep reminding people, because we're gonna generate a lot more earballs or earlobes during his visit. So let's make the most of it. Okay.
100%. That was exactly my point. Yeah, in agreement.
Yes, we'll do our best to make it hurt, Lou. I just wanted to welcome up Nick as co-host. Glad you're here today.
Good afternoon, evening, and morning, and good night.
All of those good things. Okay, let's go over to Carrie, and then we have Favid and Fancy Vishivanka.
Hi guys. So LR, thank you so much. I've just put some money in. I've just turned my no money into money. I've just added it onto my overdraft. So I've just turned my no money into money, which is really cool. And then it also, because of what you're doing, it meant I felt like I had an opportunity to talk to my work colleagues today, and just say, look guys, this is the time. This is the time. If you want to help, do it now, because whatever we put in, it will triple. So it became something I could use as a talking point as well, to to raise awareness and to say, go for it. So I've shared all the link with them, and I hope that will work. But yeah, thank you very much. Bargain. You've just made money for me for Ukraine.
Oh,
The magic of finance.
exactly. Thank you, Carrie. I don't normally approve of people going into their overdrafts, but I think this is an incredibly worthy cause. Good for you. Okay, David, you're next.
Thank you, Robin. It's lovely to hear you here. I see we've been joined by Nick from his mountain lair. Hello, Nick. Thanks, Doman, if you're still listening, for all your hosting. I love listening to you. Hello, G-Man. Lovely to hear you, my fellow. I wanted to touch and pay credit to what Tracy has said. It is not about big numbers. It is about giving according to one's means. That is the most generous charity, in my opinion. So I would just say that. And if people are wondering, it is Mr. LR who came with the first offer last evening to double all donations. And then overnight Eastern time, there was another person who offered to go again and to triple donations. So very generously have extended to the end of Tyner visit today. LR, thank you very much, sir. Eastern time, we're supposed to kick off 1 p.m. with Mr. Tyner, which will be in about an hour and 18 minutes. Wherever you are in the world, in an hour and 18 minutes, Thomas Tyner will be here. Maybe he'll be a little late, but you should be here early in case he's early. Yeah, I wanted to say it's very important to have shared what you shared, Tracy. Thank you very much. And that we must take heart from the community we build here and provide succor and support for our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. That in itself is good. That in itself strengthens us and Ukraine's liberation, and we should remember it. You can expect, we should expect Russia to continue carrying out horrific acts of genocide, spectacularly disgusting acts of genocide. This is what a terrorist actor does. It can be predicted. And so we can hope to predict our own response, which in this instance, I'm going to borrow some coded language from the Kremlin. In this instance, we're crushing them with our Western decadence, because we're also decadent and free here to make as much money as we can within the bounds of law. And so we're gonna be the enemy of their propaganda. Let us leverage our spending power to crush them with our disposable income, which they cannot do, even if they were to recall all the stolen money that they have hedged all over the world, with strong men and women and companies holding it for the wealthy lord class in that country. Even if they repatriated it all, we can still outspend them, because there are more of us than there are them, and we will not tire as soon as they will tire. So I wanted to point that out, that there are going to be more horrific and horrendous acts of genocide and crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing and ecocide. And our response each time should be to remind each other, this is what this enemy does. And we respond 2 ways: spending cash out of our pockets to see real results on the ground in Ukraine, which you can do via this wonderful MriyaReport.org, and lobbying in our free nations, if you're lucky enough to live in a representative democracy, lobbying people who act on your behalf. They apply taxes, and in representative democracies, we have a say on how that money is distributed and spent. Usually, we're always coming out of an election or going into an election in liberal democracies, which is a wonderful place and a wonderful thing to have. So we can leverage that on those who represent us at a national level. So you can say to them, hello, I have donated my X pounds today to Ukraine. It has been charitably matched. I'm looking to you for you to explain to me what you are doing to help Ukraine. If it is you expect me to vote for you or someone of your cohort at the next elections. And that is language that gets politicians' attention. So thank you very much for being here, everybody. This helps Ukraine and helps us as a community build resilience to these terror attacks, which are continuing and will continue, and will only encourage us to help more. So, Slava Ukraine, please retweet and share the space.
Heroyam Slava. Yeah, I think and that you've made very good points. And the more that the Russians commit war crimes, the angrier everyone gets. And rage donating is a wonderful thing, as is decadence. Let's hear it for decadence. Okay, over to Fancy. Yeah.
I just, people were saying they were having trouble with PayPal. I just made a donation, no problem at all. What I recommend sometimes is it's always good to be logged into PayPal if you have an account, and then do a donation from within the logged in session. Where I sometimes have problems is if someone says donate or give or pay money by PayPal, and you click on their PayPal link, and then it has to open your session and open your browser, and then it seems to get confused. So if you have a PayPal account, and you don't need one, but if you do have a PayPal account, go into it, and then the address is info@MriyaReport.org, and make a donation to that email address. And it seems that PayPal has more difficulty in screwing that up than if you arrive at PayPal from a donation page. So I believe on the MriyaReport.org website we actually indicate that address, but they try and make it, one click and make it easy. And these things, you know what it's like when you get intercepted by the browser, and then you've got to validate your login, and then you've got to change your password, and it just the whole thing just gets lost throughout it. So if it doesn't work, if it isn't working for you, log into your PayPal. If you don't have a PayPal account, then you can still donate, but you have to do it that way. But if you don't have a PayPal account, if you do have a PayPal account, try it that way. Log into the PayPal account. What you might also find, what I sometimes find when I log in, is that I've got $15 lying around that somebody sent me 4 months ago. I run a little website, and occasionally people can donate $10 to me to defray the running costs of it if they like the website I run. And so occasionally I'll log in. Oh, there's $15.47 that I didn't even know I had. When you put your winter coat on at the middle of the autumn, you say, I better get the winter coat out. Get your winter coat out. Oh, what's this in the pockets? Couple of gloves and a toque. And a 20 note. I didn't realize I had that in there. It's the best kind of free money. So you may even find you've got some money lying around in your PayPal account. You don't even have to dig into your credit card. You don't even have to look at your budget for this month. It's money you didn't even know you had. And there is an astonishing amount of money floating around in PayPal accounts. And quite a lot of people have got 2 or 3. And when you've got $17.24 in your PayPal account, what are you going to buy with that? There isn't much you can buy online with that. So you tend to leave it sitting there, and it just sits there. And here you are, your $17, and every single one of those 24 cents gets to do something useful at zero, but literally zero cost to you, because it was money you didn't even know you had. So, and maybe you don't even remember if you have a PayPal account. I have a spreadsheet with all my online accounts in it. It's got 500 entries, so I keep track of all the passwords, because I don't trust the password managers. And sometimes, I'll go shopping on an online shopping site, and I've already got an account. I went there 7 years ago and created an account. Have a look. You may have a PayPal account that you totally forgot about, using your previous email address. It's got $44 in it. Thank you very much. We'll have those $44.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. I think it also feeds into what Prince was saying earlier, that it could be the last $27 it's needed for another generator, for another water purifier, or whatever. So it's every little bit helps. Fancy Vishivanka, over to you.
Yeah. First things first. LR, my hat off to you, my imaginary hat. Really find it incredibly cool what you're doing. I don't have the money, but we rely upon people like you, which is incredible. And I donated some money today, and I had a question with regards to this. Do you guys need a screenshot of the donation, or is everything just registered?
Ella, maybe you could answer that. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, I believe on the back end of the MriyaReport website, everything gets registered, and whatever you dedicate it to as well. So if you selected one of the one of the causes that were listed, that it gets recorded as well.
Okay, that's incredibly cool. So yeah, I think everyone just should use that opportunity to get their help boosted by LR. That's incredibly cool. And I'm a bit like David. I'm a rage donator. So when Nova Kakhovka got destroyed, I felt incredible rage, and usually I would like to go and smash some Russian faces in this case, but because that's illegal in most places where we live, I chose the second best option, which is just rage donate to Ukraine, and that always relieves me of my money and my anger, and that's a good one, right? And the same today, right? We saw that they committed some atrocities again, Russians in Kiev, and killed civilians again, which is just, it's unbearable at this point for me, right? We hear every time we hear of one more person or animal that got killed by Russians. I think my soul is full with pain and bursting, and that's why it's a good moment then to go and rage donate, rage donate, rage donate. And I think David, you said it quite cool. Our power is bigger than Russia. We have more buying power than Russia. Capitalism and our economies trump this corrupt mafia which sits in Moscow. And if we put our forces together, we can really put an end to this criminal entity sitting there at Europe's doorsteps. And I think it's their last death throes they're going through. I think this regime's gonna be finished, and there is no option. We need to finish Russia in its current way of form, disarm it, and make sure that it can't harm anybody. What they do to themselves, what they do in their petty little country, I don't care, as long as, yeah, we can't do anything about it, right? Unfortunately, but as long as they stay within Russia's borders, it's fine to me. Yeah, let's help Ukraine win. And I'm an Austrian citizen. Austria is doing appallingly nothing or little. There was some equipment donated, but I mean, we're a really prosperous nation, and we didn't send nearly as much as we could and should. So I'm really ashamed, and that also is another reason for donating personally, right? If your country doesn't do jack shit, then just go and donate some yourself. And David, I just wanted to say your pep talks are always quite inspiring. I just opened the Word document to go and write to our chancellor, even if it doesn't move much, writing to your politicians. You can at least overflow and rage overflow the inboxes. And in Austria, there's a fun thing. If you write a letter to your government representatives, by law, they're required to answer. So at least some person has to read your mail and answer. And I believe it might be in other countries similarly. With that, I'm closing. Slava Ukraine, smash those Russians.
Hey, William, Slava. Okay, let's go over to Jamie.
Well, small announcement. We have a very full speaker panel. The speaker panel, in theory, has 10 people on it, but it's impossible to bring up the 10th. So really, it's 9. If you don't have your hand up, you might find yourself cycled down, as we have other people requesting to speak. So if one or two people would like to switch to listener, that'll create a couple of slots for us, and then we won't have to select people to quietly eliminate them. But if you find yourself quietly eliminated from the speaker panel, it's not personal. We just had to pick somebody.
And a few people have thank you very much. Okay, over to Jamie now.
You guys, I heard somebody else dropped in $1 to the pot, so I also did. So now it's $6 between the two of us. Yay. The other thing I was going to say is if you're having problems with PayPal, you might want to try another browser or another device if you have a computer, or a second browser on your phone or whatever you're working with. And Slava Ukraini, and thank you so much for doing this, Lou. Wow.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Lou. Tell us quickly again what you're doing. We have 3 more minutes to go, I guess, but tell us what you're...
I was just going to say, if anyone's having trouble with PayPal and that kind of gets you angry, just let that anger, that rage, increase your donation when you get there. But no, whatever you guys can do, you know, we're gonna make it count. So, Slava Ukraini.
Heroyam Slava.
All right. Hands, what was the order?
As I have it, Lexicon, Favid, and James.
All right.
Lexicon?
Hi, thanks. Well, as we do get over the line and we're back to other forms of donating, yesterday we were having a conversation about how it was that MriyaReport could have a charitable status, but Maria Aid, which is Canadian, doesn't. And I thought it was likely because Canadian laws on charitable status and therefore tax write-offs are rather narrow. So I went and checked in today. I mean, I did donate some money, and so did my partner. So we put it in US dollars, which is especially painful as the Canadian dollar is. So, but I wanted to say that I looked over at the Humanitarian Coalition, which is one rather smart idea in Canada. It's a number of decent organizations. And so I just messaged them on Facebook or something because I couldn't see Ukraine there. And I asked if they donate, and yes, they do. So what it means is that you can you can send your donation to Ukraine. It's wholly humanitarian response, which heaven knows we sure need right now. And then I wanted to ask the assembled wisdom here another thing, if I may do that. Is that okay?
Yes, quickly, and then we have a couple of other hands to get to.
Well, it's that I've been. Oh, would you rather get to them on the charitable donation instead, and I'll come back?
Okay, if the other people want to talk about charitable donations, get in quick, and then we can come back to Lexicon. We need to move on at the top of the hour, I think. But if David, was your point about this or a different topic?
It was about this. I see James' hand in the air as well.
Let's go to James. The volleyball here.
I just wanted to say I got through. I did open up a new browser, David, window. Thank you. That worked. And I just wanted to say, too, that I gave a large amount because I saw this as a, if you will, a storm shadow moment where this was a high, what can I say, high value target to hit. And I came into money because I've changed my income. If you know what I mean, I'm old enough to have now changing income sources. And there was a what do you call it? A bolus that came in. So there you are. I gave generously this time, but everyone should give what they can because Ukraine doesn't need all your money. They need lifetime allies. And if you go broke, you can't help anymore. So anyways, Slava Ukraine.
So if I understand, James has purchased a Storm Shadow, which I think is an excellent gift to Ukraine.
I think it was I was trying to say I was using it. that way. This was my
No. We
hospitality
expect it. We'll get them to put we'll get them to paint googly eyes on it on your avatar. David.
Oh, fantastic, James! Thank you for circling back and letting us know you managed to get access. I know you had trouble in the previous hour. I would just like to repeat the message here that our very generous sponsor, LR, thank you, sir, has offered to double all donations until the end of Thomas Tyner's segment. So doubling of all donations, hot mic, doubling of all donations continues until the end of Thomas Tyner's segment. So although we've now crossed over 12 noon on Eastern time, which is 5 o'clock in Cork, 6 o'clock in Rome, 7 o'clock in Kyiv, the doubling of donations continues, has been generously extended by LR, thank you, sir. And so you can get double value for your money until Thomas Tyner departs. If I might make a devious suggestion, folks who usually have questions for Thomas Tyner, if you could make them a little more complicated than usual, we might be able to squeeze some more money from Mr. LR. No, I tease, but I'm deadly serious. Please retweet this space. This is MriyaReport.org.
Excellent point. In fact, I was going to ask Nick, do we know what Thomas's record is for the number of hours? We might be able to top it today.
It is not it's not going to be a Tynathon today. I think he needs quite a lot of preparation for that, including bathroom arrangements and cat feeding. So I think it's a relatively short daily update. Lexicon.
We'll try 30 minutes a day, Nick. You're correct.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an excessively short one. Well, I wanted to tell you that I wrote something. I wrote not a letter to the editor, an opinion piece that I've tried to flog at a couple of large dailies about the counteroffensive or offensive, as Poroshenko says, because I found it, as a person with no military knowledge, except all that I've gleaned from you folks, nonetheless, I've found it very hard to understand the counteroffensive until, and I can't remember if it's Thomas or Chuck or who, explained the three phases. And that absolutely was like brilliant lightning bolts went off, because nope. Anyway, then I looked at the various mainstream media stuff that I'm seeing and thought of poor souls who have to try to understand it from them. And it's absolutely hopeless. I therefore sat down last night and wrote a understanding Ukraine's counteroffensive piece. And I learned this morning that it's just the right for an op-ed or first-person essay. It should be over 900 and under 1,200 words, and my piece is. So I rather boldly sent it to 2 outlets at the New York Times and 1 at the Globe and Mail in Canada, or vice versa. And I just wondered if people have other suggestions. I think I'll send it to the Ukrainian Canadian Congress to ask their suggestions, but where to flog pieces of that length. It's a very good length, and I just tried to say as clearly and simply as I can. And my partner says it's clear, but it's not simple or something. Anyway, no, I think he said it's simple at any rate. It's complicated. So I just wondered if anybody has suggestions. I'll take DMs, but I'm realizing that in addition to mucking about on Twitter, it's very good to find outlets for timely pieces when something massive has happened, or like the Novakakhovka Dam, but also in events such as the counteroffensive, because I think the difficulty in understanding what exactly it is, and are we supposed to cheer now or what, and is it underwhelming, are really a problem for people. And they kind of, at any rate, everybody feels better when they understand something clearly. And those 3 phases helped me tremendously.
Yeah, thank you, Lexicon. That's a very good point. I would even say, when you send letters to the editor, and even if they don't get published, you've gotten somebody's attention. So it's a good thing to do. I just am going to say goodbye for now. I'm going to drop down. We have another wonderful co-host coming in. Nick, it's been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you, everyone.
Likewise.
keep on donating. Remember, we've gotten a reprieve from from the end of LR's doubling, so make it hurt for him. Anyway, thank you everyone. Take care and Slava Ukraini.
Harem Slava.
1, 2, 3, Harem Slava. Yep. Now, let's have a look at my screen. I've got Lexicon, I can see a hand, but I can also see connecting. So, there, Shaggy fella, good afternoon, good evening, good afternoon, still afternoon, 6 o'clock, 6 o'clock is evening, right?
Yeah, I guess so. It's tea time, I guess, or dinner time. Yeah, good afternoon, evening. We'll say like that, a bit like brunch, except not brunch. Anyway, I'll shut up. Lexicon's now disappeared. Lexicon's requesting, so I'll say yes to that. So I hear the fundraising is going very well. I've donated myself as well, so looking forward to the pain that is going to be felt by the match. It's going to be a lovely kind of pain.
So if you want your donation to be generously boosted by LR, go to MriyaReport.org, click on the button, and if that isn't working for you, if PayPal is giving you problems transferring to the payment page, log into your PayPal account and go and say that you want to give money to info@MriyaReport.org. I really hope that there aren't people out there creating extremely similar sounding domain names. So make sure it's MriyaReport.org exactly as you see at the top of your screen. You don't need to worry about the uppercase M and R. Info at, I think probably if you sent it to anything else at MriyaReport.org, it would probably bounce. But info@MriyaReport.org, and you can make a donation that way, and it seems to be working very smoothly. I actually made a donation with my credit card, which I don't normally use on PayPal. Normally I use my PayPal balance, and it didn't even ask me. My bank app didn't even leap into action to ask me for authorization. So perhaps I should have given them more to make it a bit more suspicious. I apologize.
Don't worry, you can rectify that, Nick. You can give more.
I can always give more. I can indeed. I can do a bit of research and make lots of successively bigger donations until we find out which one causes the tilt button and the pop-up alert. Iwana.
Hello, Nick and Shaggy. I was listening throughout the day. I didn't get up because the panel was quite full all the day, but it was heartwarming to listen to the space, and I want to thank to LR for this wonderful act of kindness he is doing by matching the donations, and to the other person that is doing the same thing. It was a hard day because it began with the horrific attack on Ukraine, on Kryvyi Rih, where the Russian missiles destroyed a 5-story building, and there are victims, and you have seen the photos there. This, besides what is happening in the Kherson, especially on the left bank, where people's houses are flooded, and the Russians are still targeting them and not letting them evacuate, and the situation is quite bad for those people, so we have to help them. And I just wanted to say, you don't have to be American. Okay, maybe you don't have the tax benefit, but you have the thanks benefit. And we have seen, we have listened to Halina Lukova earlier today, and how many times she thanked to all of us for the help and for the support and for being here in this space and for doing something for Ukraine. So you don't have to be American, you don't have to be rich. I'm from Romania, I donated, of course. Whatever you can, a few coffees to go, a meal at a restaurant, a fancy bottle of wine, something that you can dispense of. you can do for a right cause. And later on, because we are assisting to the history in the making, to the fight of our times now, later on you can tell your kids and you can tell your children that you did something. You did something. So that's from me. Thank you.
Yeah, we all like to feel we can help. You can help by listening to Maria Report Daily. You can help by contributing, either coming up and speaking, or if there's something you want to say and you're a little bit shy about it, you can always direct message whoever are the current hosts. We try while we're hosting. And we can read it out for you and anonymously, or if you want to be named, you can even ask us to name you. But another thing you can do is give money. Lexicon.
Thank you. So was it Chuck or who was it who gave us those very clear three phases explanation? And I also wanted to ask that person or somebody. I got phase 1, I think, and I think I got phase 3. I'm finding phase 2 a little bit vaguer. I really did a fast one on it in my letter, but that's my question. Do you have an answer for me, Nick, or someone?
I think it was Thomas yesterday mentioned the 3 phases.
Oh, super. Do you think it'd be all right to ask him again? At least what 2 is?
Not everyone can listen every day. I would say you could say something like, I think I heard you say this. Can you just quickly recap? And we've been live now for are we up to 500 days yet? It'll be there soon. 500 days, 12,000 hours. In 12,000 hours of live radio, 1 or 2 things will come around more than once. So it's absolutely no problem to ask something, to hear something again. It's when the same people come up and ask the same question 8 times of the same. Well, and even then, yes, of different guests. When the same speakers come up 8 times and ask the same questions, we sort of. And I know I do occasionally. I do have a poor memory, but within limits. So absolutely no.
Well,
I mean, you Lexicon, you weren't even to know that, were you? You could pretend you didn't even hear it yesterday and ask it. So it's
I'm
all
a slow learner, but as I'm a learning or knowledge based activist or something, it was so clear and ringing and convincing that it inspired me to write this letter. And I've at least clarified something and possibly inspired my extended family and friends, everybody I can think of in the known world who follows Ukraine at all. But maybe I can even get it published a little more widely. So, and if the knowledge makes you feel Ukraine can win this, then that may inspire you to do more. So I thought it was an amazing piece of knowledge he imparted, and I thank him so much.
Yeah, no, whether you choose to reveal that you already heard him say it, if he's not in the audience right now, is between you and your rabbi, as Richard Feynman would say.
Finally, we're quoting proper scientists.
Yeah, that made me chuckle. That is he a political scientist, Axel? Maybe not.
No. He is from the original science.
I was chuckling about that yesterday when I was listening. So, Nick, any booms happened? I've been working all day, so I haven't been able to listen. I had a little listen first thing in the morning, and then it was about 8 hours.
No, I was working much of the afternoon. I am also very much not Mr. Booms under any circumstances. I just received a little note from an alert reader who'd sent $25 to info@MriyaReport.org and then sent me the receipt and said, "Does that destination look good?" It does. However, I have a recommendation if you're not certain about the destination and you would like me to look at it, is don't send it to me after you've clicked send. Send it to me on the page before, where it says you are about to send $25 to the destination, and then I can get back to you and go, no. Okay, but anyway, to the the listener who sent that, yes, it was the correct. I sometimes help people. I'm in a Facebook group where we help people with their vacation here in the sunny holiday island of Mallorca, and the number of people who go, we've just booked the XYZ hotel, is it any good? And I sort of, I don't understand that. What I presume has happened is it means my partner just booked this hotel and I wanted to go somewhere else.
It's buyer's remorse, and you're right.
It is. I mean, I very often don't know anything. It is quite tempting to go. I think they've recovered pretty well from the incident, and let them stew.
We had a restaurant here, a very well-known restaurant in Tallinn, and they prided themselves, often with a little bit of a slight upper kind of chin and nose up in the air. They prided themselves on extremely good cooking. They had a decent cuisine. I mean, nothing is perfect, but they were way up there. And then, for once, by means of some silly eggs being infected, they had a case of salmonella. Everyone who's in this region here in the Northeast knows who I mean. And it took them quite some time to recover from the incident. And it was always only named by everybody who speaks English here in the region as the incident.
I've had salmonella once. It was not pleasant. It came from my quiche. I've been out all day, but I didn't know that when I came back from holidays. I just ate it. I lost 10 kilos in 1 week. It was not fun, so I don't recommend that.
It was what they call a profoundly moving experience, I imagine.
It was a terrible experience. Never again. A friend of mine decided to cook some stuff that was in the freezer going out of date during the day. He left it out all day. I came back that evening and saw it and thought, oh, he's prepared that for me. And no, he hadn't. He'd been out all day in 30 degrees, and I just wolfed it down, and then it wasn't very good. But anyway, enough of my health issue then. This is 20 years ago, so I'm recovered.
Moving right along. So yeah, Shaggy. No, you asked about if there's any booms, as mockers would call them. Axel or Doman, if you're there, do you have? Are there any kind of immediate frontline updates from today?
I vaguely heard there was one in Crimea, south of Crimea. I don't know if that's been verified or not, though.
South of Crimea is the sea.
In the southern part of Crimea.
So I don't know much about today. There was one somewhere just a little bit south of Vasilivka, there on the shores of Dnipro. If you'd be familiar with Vasilivka, because it was de facto, let's call it the line of control crossing throughout much of last year, whereby Ukrainians evacuated through from Russian control to Ukrainian controlled Ukraine, Russian occupied to Ukrainian controlled Ukraine. However, there was yesterday in Primorsk, there was a pot shop of sorts at Primorsk, and it's alleged today a total of some 200 Kidirovites mostly were based there in the Lazurne Recreation Center. I think many of them are feeling rather blue today.
Lazurne. One of the most beautiful beaches in the world is called Lazurne.
And of course, that's not to ignore that yesterday it was announced that Major General Sergei Vladimirovich Goryachev felt very hot very briefly, and now he's not doing too hot at all.
Yeah, I heard about that general, the Major General as well. I was wondering where that happened because I heard a couple of days ago something on the islands near Dnipro, some big hotel complex, which was supposed to be a
Islands near
command
Dnipro.
center. Well, on the southern, on the west, on the left bank of the Dnipro, where those little islands are near the estuary part, there was a hotel complex there that got HIMARS, and it was supposed to.
Skadovsk.
Yeah, that was. I was wondering if that was the command center. I'm wondering if he was in it or not. Just kind of curious. Just wondering if that may have been it. I don't know.
Unclear is all I know. I don't know. But I'm very disappointed in people missing out on my puns. So I'll just step away with it. Silly question, if I may. Shaggy, sorry. Domin, did you already speak about, it fits with what Nick highlighted before, and that over the course of the last, 500 days, close to 500 days, we've been talking about quite a few topics on a regular basis and repeatedly. There's one topic which we touched upon the very first time Nick Ryan was on. Do you remember what that was? Domin? Domin? Did I miss it?
I know Domin is a little bit. I know Domin is a little bit busy. That's why he dropped down from co-hosting.
Sorry, was somebody asking me something?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
If you remember, as Nick
No,
said,
that's a question to you, Nick. What?
Yes, Axel was.
do you hear me, Domin?
Can't hear Axel. Sorry about that. Oh, I'll recycle.
Okay, maybe Domin got split. An alert leader, an alert listener. A leader is somewhere between a reader and a listener, but here on MriyaReport, we're all leaders. Reports or mentions to me that this coming Sunday is Father's Day in the United States, and it says, I have instructed all family, I presume this person is a father, to donate to MriyaReport.org instead of cards, gifts, etc. Have done this for all applicable holidays. Share with listeners if appropriate. My goodness, yes, it is appropriate. So, for those of you listening who are fathers, who, I mean, let's face it, very few. I mean, dads are the hardest people to buy for. You're probably going to end up with socks or something like at Christmas. So mention to anyone who maybe, of whom you may be a father or who may be offering you something for Father's Day, that you don't want any of that crap, and would they please like to give whatever the price of their gift would have been to MriyaReport.org. And again, you don't even have to ask them for a receipt. That again is between them and their conscience and their rabbi, imam, priest, or what's the other one? What's the Protestant one? Vicar.
It's still a priest or vicar.
Yeah, they're all priests, aren't they?
Yeah, all right.
Anyway.
Dom back. Nick, would you allow me to have the question out, if I may?
Yes, sorry, Axel, go ahead. I was just filling you in there. But yeah, Father's Day strikes me as the ultimate holiday. In fact, you could go to your own father and say, you know what, Dad? I know you don't really like the stuff we get you for Father's Day, so I gave to MriyaReport. And if he's any kind of dad, he will go, you know what? I'm proud of you. Axel, carry on.
Okay, so yeah, I had one question in between, just very briefly prior to the segment coming up in half an hour, Domin. Nick said we're here for close to 500 days. Nick highlighted that we have spoken to many people, listened to many people, and sometimes some people come with the same topic. Some people come with one specific topic or one specific request or one specific idea repeatedly. We know a few characters, including ourselves. Do you remember who came up here last year and from Australia? And what was one of the last things we discussed with him in his first segment?
You mean General McLean, who's joining us today? And the last thing that you asked him about was, how about them Hornets?
Domin.
And then this was kind of a running gag because you asked him that another 7 times or so in various appearances that he made here with us. And can I guess finally this will be asked in the context of the Australian, was it defense minister or prime minister, having been to Singapore for that meeting a couple of weeks ago. And finally, this is actually not just some weird people on the internet saying, hey, I looked at a spreadsheet, because I keep a spreadsheet of this stuff, and I see that Australia has a bunch of planes retired, tried to sell, but then didn't. It would be terribly useful when trying to fight back Russia. Can we please have them now, a year later?
And funnily enough, they met in Singapore, and a few weeks later, what comes out? That formerly the Ukrainian ambassador, who also had been on this program once, fielded that question. Isn't that sweet?
It's even more funny when you remember that we had the Ukrainian ambassador to Australia with us.
Exactly. So we had them all here. Had we only had the opportunity to bring Mick Ryan and him together on the space earlier, maybe we could have reconciled that question earlier.
Maybe, but some things just need to ripen appropriately. And once it ripened in the heads of Dutch officials that this is a great way to get back at Russians for murdering some 200 of their citizens 9 years ago, then I believe that there were some Australian citizens on that flight as well.
But isn't it interesting that these F-16s have triggered such a great release that we now, even after we have to listen to the fact that supposedly the Ukrainians have said no to the Typhoons, which somehow I have the feeling that this is not quite correct. But okay, we'll come to that.
Well, do you know what? If they knew that they were getting 50-odd F-18s and 100-odd F-16s, then maybe they said, well, this is about all we can absorb right now, and this is pretty good as it is.
Potentially.
That'd be a good reason to say, yeah, those two types we'll have for now, and then we'll figure it out later.
Yeah, I mean, one thing is clear. If you can get those old Hornets, and specifically the Australian ones, which have not been, shall we say, abused by the wonderful heavy-duty engagements the US Navy flies with them, and they've been in relatively pristine condition and well-maintained, as we're told, despite the fact that today European press, AFP, FAZ, everybody else says, oh, these are old planes, 10 to 16 years old. And it's like, these are old planes and there's only 10 to 16. No, there are more. Yes, we know how they are. We know the individual flight hours. The Australians published them once prior to the deal, which then fell apart. And they got enough mileage in them. And Hop C here spoke about this with us in quite some detail. We had the chat with Jeff about it. We've gone through this a few times. I think it should be the opening question tonight.
I think that's a tremendous idea.
Axel, I'm reading that the F-18 is still the main combat aircraft of the US Navy. Is that correct, or is that misreporting?
And the Finnish Air Force.
It is.
Oh, it is?
It is.
Oh.
It is, of course, I mean, en route to replacement and the likes, but still. And the F-18 is a fantastic piece of kit. And that's why we've been arguing for it. Yes, there are more F-16s. Yes, the F-16 is the ultimate multi-role. Yes. But the range
the thing
and
is,
armament, the range and armament of
Axel, host connection is here.
I heard. Yeah, I just saw it pop up as well. 1 sec. I'm running.
I can fill the airwaves in the meantime. I can say, look.
For new listeners, host connection issue is a message that appears in the backroom computers here at MriyaReport Towers when there is a possibility that the space may crash. So if in the next couple of minutes the space does crash, go to the MriyaReport Twitter account, which you should be following anyway, and we will put a link on there as soon as it comes back up. Has the space been restarted in the last 24 hours? Because if not, it's been going for like 7 or 8 days. It must be almost a record. Oh, we had a scheduled restart, didn't we?
No, I think it restarted. Yeah, there was that, but so it restarted twice in the last 36.
Okay, what, one scheduled and one crash?
Yeah, and before that it ran for like 6-7 days. Let me just say in the meantime, Ukraine seems to only be able to get about 100, give or take, F-16s in the next year or so. So as a consequence, getting another 40 odd FA-18s would actually be meaningful just because it's more numbers. And also, those FA-18s can carry like twice the armament loadout of an F-16. So if you just want to dump a lot of stuff on some Russian positions, it comes in incredibly handy. Especially say if those Russian positions are a bit further away. I don't know, like a Sevastopol naval base, and you want to dump some harpoons on them, then those FA-18s come incredibly handy.
Yeah, range and armament.
And number, it's just more Western
Yeah,
aircraft this way.
absolutely with you. And I think this also boils down to the fact that people have found out what is available, what can be trained up, what is needed. They now know how to work against the Russians. That's also why I think that at some point in time, ultimately, Typhoons are a very good idea.
Axel, on this condition thing of these F-18s, how good are the Australians in keeping them in condition compared to, say, the Japanese? I was hearing yesterday the Japanese are absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Nobody does it better was the song once for James Bond, right? I think the Japanese definitely take maintenance and support for their kit to an extreme, which is beautiful. If not outright, exquisitely excessive. But hey, there you go. No, the Australian F-18s, old Hornets as they may be, are perfectly fine, and they have a good amount of mileage in them. They'll be definitely less worn than the Navy ones, and as such, that bodes well. If they can be brought into theater because they are available, that's the key thing. They are available. Yes, it will be hard enough to train pilots onto them, but it is what it is. The rest is simply making sure that our Finnish friends help them with the supply chain, with maintainers. I'm quite sure we can find a few that our Spanish friends can provide maintenance guys, maintenance training, armaments, and the like, because they fly them as well. And yeah, so I'm not so worried. I think that there's more than enough ammunition for the F-18 out there, even for the old Hornets. There's more than enough people who flew the dang things and who've been maintaining them in the US Navy, who can be motivated for the love of freedom and a good amount of money to support that stuff. So I think these are good to go. Especially, finally, somebody in Australia can find the barbecue.
Would Australia have the armaments to go with these aircraft as
Yes.
well,
Yeah.
or would they have?
They have.
Yeah.
They still have it. They have not forgotten everything. They will have delivered a lot in the meantime back to the US, but there will still be quite a bit.
I'm told that 4 people are requesting to come up. Neither Shaggy or I can see them. So the hidden hand at MriyaReport HQ is providing us with that information, and we will probably be either bringing you up manually or perhaps sending you invites to your DMs to click on. So apologies to people who are trying to get up.
Yeah, I brought up G-Man before. G-Man, did you have a question? Or was he in the bath, maybe? Maybe in the bath.
Too early for the bath. Sorry, it's not a hair dryer either. Hot air gun. I will have one, but not right now. So I'll cycle down if you want.
Here we go. So,
Latin, welcome. Yeah, Latin, welcome up. Tell us about F-18s.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And I see we have another F-18 aficionado making his way up here. But, you know, I always remember something that Ben Hodges said once, that when you look at all the different types of equipment that can be sent from the West to Ukraine, it's really capabilities that are more important than the platforms themselves. And F-16 and F-18 both have one thing in common that the Ukrainians really want. It's AMRAAM. It's that beyond visual range American air-to-air missile. Beyond the question of which variant they'll get, the earlier ones will still be useful for them. Ideally, it'll be something more advanced, but we'll see. And one of the big advantages that the F-18 has, I wouldn't call it a huge advantage, but let's call it something that I think Ukrainian pilots would definitely notice about it. The F-16s that they're getting, they are configured to carry, I believe it is 6 AMRAAMs. The F-18 with double launchers that they can put on their wing pylons can carry 10. Now that's important because beyond visual range aerial engagements, it's typically not one missile. Typically you're looking at 2 to 3 shots at a target. And having greater capacity gives them more time on station before having to return to wherever they're dispersed or to their base to reload. And that's really important when you're an outnumbered Air Force. The other thing about F-18 that I think is exciting is that although, you know, I sometimes hear people describe it as almost as, this is just Twitter talk, right? Almost as though it's an orphaned aircraft. It does not have the upgrade potential of the F-16, but it does have upgrade potential. The RCAF right now is in the middle of its third big upgrade of the F-18, where they're going to be putting in the AN/APG-79. It's the electronically scanned version of the legacy radar. It's phenomenally capable radar. I would not be surprised if a few years down the road, not that many, when Canada begins to receive its F-35s finally, and might be in a position to transfer F-18s to a Ukrainian Air Force that might already be operating the F-18 at that point, right? See, connecting the dots. Then they would be transferring probably one of the, well, the U.S. Marine Corps actually is doing the same upgrade on theirs. In answer to the earlier question, it's the F-18E model, which is a really different aircraft that the Navy, U.S. Navy uses. The Marine Corps are doing like the RCAF. They're upgrading their legacy Hornets, and with the same radar, by the way. And so transferring those at some point to Ukraine, plus AMRAAM capability, really transforms the air-to-air combat situation for the Ukrainian Air Force. Like really transforms it in a way that puts them at a much greater advantage. And so these are things that have short-term implications and also medium term.
Yeah, thank you for that, Latin.
Angry Corporal had his hand up and then no longer does. I don't know if he changed his mind, if Latin said exactly what he was thinking. If you want to, Angry Corporal, do you want to carry on this with your wonderful red aeroplane icon? Otherwise, we'll go to Miko.
That's an F-18 he's got there.
I can just about tell the difference between a 737 and an A320. That's the extent of my... and I can tell between an F-15 and an F-16, but only if you tell me that one of them's an F-15 and one of them's an F-16. But other than that, you know, one fin or two fins. And I also maintain the A318 is the best looking airliner ever made. It's so cute. Miko.
Hey, thanks. Here. So a couple of comments. So why things actually choose 18 original was that we wanted to actually take them down in the road bases. So we knew that our airstrips were bombed by Russians. So we want to take it down with the cables. And F-18 was an excellent plane for taking down it with cable because it was a Navy plane, right? So you can take it down. Now we have the F-35A coming, and Norwegian actually have experience taking that down in with the what is it? Road airplane with cable. Another thing what we had to experience with the F-18 was that the manuals for maintenance and repair were 1 million pages. So we thought about that, about translating these to the Finnish, and then the change was done with the Finnish Air Force Command Post that actually we teach our engineers to learn better English, and so we don't want to translate 1 million pages to English, sorry, to Finnish. We wanna our engineers actually to learn English. So those are my comments right now. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Mikko. Yeah, Latin. Any more news about this? So these F-18s. What do you what armaments do you think will come from them from Australia if they do come? Just those AMRAAMs and any.
And I think we're waiting for I forgot his name now, but my fellow Canadian with the F-18 icon. I think he's trying to make his way back up, but we'll see. Your question. I'm going to answer your question with really another question, which I think is one that there's no way of knowing right now. The Ukrainians probably know the answer to this question, and it's a pivotal one. Is what exactly once they start having these? We've already got F-16s lined up. Potentially F-18s might be next. Once they start seeing these pieces fall into place, one of the questions I have is: are they going to? What is that exactly do they want initially their crews to be trained up on? Obviously flying the aircraft, but as far as weapons capability, it seems to me that the air defense role is the primary one. That if there were be a way to get their at least an initial cadre of pilots trained on flying the aircraft, the ground crews on maintenance, and get them up to speed on in the air-to-air role, at least individual aircraft, maybe flying in flights of 3 at the minimum. I don't think anything bigger than that might take some more time, but kind of answering your question, I hope, is that AMRAAM is a big deal here. That really is a weapon system the Ukrainian pilots want. And beyond that, I mean, these are, as we've said so many times, multi-role aircraft that if you ever see one of those images of them with all their weapons laid out in front of them, like at an air show on a static display, it's bewildering. If you're not familiar with them, I mean, it's kind of bewildering. And it really is a whole range of capabilities that takes quite a bit of time for them to get up to speed on. I don't think they're going to go for everything initially. Air defense is, in my mind, their priority. That's where they really want to be. And then how they get to the other capabilities, we'll see. But I don't think that'll be immediate.
Thanks for your answer. It's really good. I've got F-16s in my head and kind of got a little bit of an understanding of what weapon systems they could have, and F-18 that they've research
Let me put
on.
something in.
And I'm trying to. Oh, go on, Axel.
Let me put something in. I think that we are thinking too defensively. I think that the Ukrainians by now know that they need to be in a capacity to do long-range attacks, and that soon enough they'll be able to do so, and that soon enough they will have to be able to command wider range, and that's fine. And that's what the F-18s are for, and they can be trained up for this. I think we'll see a change in the air picture, and the request has been made, formally deposited, clearly. The ambassador of Ukraine to Australia has stated it. That's a clear signal. Things are changing.
Nick?
No, I have my hand is up so that to remind me that when this present conversation ends, and perhaps in the 2 minutes before Thomas Tyner arrives, I have a completely different subject, thing that I wanted to mention. I don't want to interrupt the current flow.
Okay, all right, brilliant. We've got 15 minutes till Thomas. So, I think it was Latin, then Mikko.
Yeah, quickly to Axel's point, I think one of the things that's going to happen here with the arrival of multi-role Western aircraft And you're right, Axel. I'm probably thinking a little bit too rigidly as far as the organization of the current Ukrainian Air Force, which is based on Soviet aircraft that are not multi-role. But once they bring it, I suspect that their brigades may be renamed, which is more than just a name, of course, right? It's a change of roles to tactical fighter brigades, where they will be multi-role. And maybe it will be a case of one unit beginning to work up initially on air defense, and while another one, maybe an Su-24 unit, begins to bolster its contingent with F-16s where the crews are trained in air to ground. I mean, these are just possibilities, but I totally take your point. The air to ground piece is critical here, and they already have JDAM. They're already familiar with JDAM. So integrating that into an F-18, it's not integration, it's literally just plug and play.
Okay, brilliant. Mikko.
Hey, thanks. Just a question to Lappi. What is your understanding, to be honest, operating F-16s from road bases? Because we all know, like, Fulcrum MiG-29 and Sukhoi 27, they have intakes. They have intakes which they can actually close, and this dirty kind of road bases, and then you need to take them down by cable. Can actually F-16 handle that? Just my question. Thanks.
Yeah, go on, Latin.
It's an interesting question that there are some complications, yes. And we had an F-16 pilot on recently on the space who described that big giant air intake as a giant vacuum cleaner. I know I've shared before the experience of the Chilean Air Force operating their aircraft in southern Chile, where they decided, because it's very windy in that base, that they actually decided to keep an older aircraft in service and not deploy their F-16s there. And that's a very professional Air Force, by the way. But they decided not to use their F-16s there because of what they considered to be too much of a problem, of a risk of foreign debris ingestion. So that said, I think there's always going to be a way around it. It may require, if you're talking about dispersed sites, it may require more of a workload for ground crews to prepare that strip for that landing strip for, that's the incorrect word for it, that landing, that runway for the aircraft. If they have to upgrade a base, that gets us into a slightly more complicated, and I understand they were already, but those are things that can be easily detected by the Russians, and it may increase their desire to target those bases. And then you get into a much bigger discussion about air defense and Russian targeting. But I mean, I think at the end of the day, they can deploy them dispersed, and they will.
Hey, Latin, one more question, kind of follow-up. Do you think F-16 can handle the cable when landing?
Handle the what? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, when they land, can they handle the cable landing like F-18?
I'm sorry, man. I'm totally missing your question here. Can they handle?
So when F-16 would land in a road base, can it handle like cable landing?
Sorry, Nick, can you help me out, because I'm not hearing it. I don't know if somebody was going to jump in. I'm just not hearing it.
Yeah, I couldn't hear the restaurant noise in the background. I couldn't hear it properly either.
Yeah, just repeat the one word, Mikko. Just repeat the operative word.
Yeah, so cable, when you land the aircraft.
The cable landing.
Cable landing.
Oh, an arrested landing. Right. Well, because I think the Finns do that, don't they? With their F. You can always do it to reduce.
Yes, and actually, Latin, we tested that with F-35A already, because Norwegian did it. So
yeah. Well, remember that there's two things that an F-16 can do. Like the F-16 does have an arrestor hook, which I think is, I'm not sure if it's designed for regular operations, but certainly as an emergency measure. But the other thing to remember is that some of these F-16s that are going to be arriving from Europe will have braking parachutes. Some do not. And I don't think it's a big deal to retrofit them, but the Ukrainians may find, as the Norwegians did, that using that brake parachute is very useful. Yeah, what you're talking about is reducing landing distance.
Yes, exactly. For road bases. So, hey, thanks for the answer. Yep, thanks.
You're welcome. There's Mikhail.
And yes, the cable and parachute both can be used, and the F-18 is perfectly suited for that.
Just a sort of general request: if you're in a room where somebody is unloading the dishwasher, it always helps if you can move to another room before
Yeah, I'm
coming onto
sorry, I'm
space.
standing in the cellar with a pump. I apologize, Nick.
No. Well, Miko did it. There was plenty of crashing and banging in the background. We get all kinds of background noises here. Although I think, as one of the worst offenders of the hot mic with the keyboard, I should probably be a little careful.
Nick apologizes. You know, I'm not in the EU Commission space. There is everything quiet. You know, I need to be in normal space. That's a joke, Nick. That's a joke, Nick. Thank you
I'm just in my modest apartment here. Let's go to Carl and then David.
Hey, I only want to change the topic for a second. I just want to know how the giving campaign and the doubling campaign went overnight, since that's complete, right?
We don't have, we the co-hosts certainly do not have real-time access to the PayPal donation space. So if I were you, I would assume that it's in urgent need of extra money and give some.
Yeah, definitely give what you can, and it'll be doubled, tripled. David.
Hello, good news, Carol. I was speaking with you last evening as well, and it's lovely to hear from you this afternoon. The totals are being tabulated, and since the doubling offer was extended to the top of this hour, which is in 8 more minutes, folks, you have 8 minutes to make a donation of any size for it to be doubled by our very generous sponsor. So as that is still going on until 1 p.m. just before Thomas Tyner joins us, I would think it's we don't have a final number, but I do know it is being tabulated. I wanted to come on and perhaps ask Latin. Well, first of all, hello, Latin. Lovely to hear from you. I always love listening and learning when you're up. So thanks for your time. I wonder if I could ask you a leading question about Japanese F-15 fighters. That's 15. Everybody, if you're listening, please retweet and share this space. This is MriyaReport.org. Pop over to MriyaReport.org, make your charitable donation. It is being double the fund until the top of the hour, which is 1 p.m. Eastern Time, 6 p.m. Cork, 7 in Rome, and 8 in Kyiv. So, Japanese F-15s, what could you say?
I think I need to ask for approval to go for on this from Axel before I say a word.
No problem, Axel. What do you feel? Or should we move on? I see LR's got his paw in the air.
I don't have to approve anything Latin says. He can say whatever he feels right.
Hey, Latin, could I jump in for 1 second? I just want to correct one thing that Favid said. Favid, we're going through the end of Thomas Tyner's time with us. So not until just the top of the hour, but until he's done, however long that may be. So as somebody said before, get your questions ready.
Yes,
Good
thank
stuff.
you.
Good stuff. I wonder if this will turn into a Tynathon after all, actually. We'll see. Sorry for interrupting that. Latin, F-15s.
Okay, quickly. We don't got much time here before because I'm looking forward to hearing from Thomas. Okay, Favid. So as Axel said, I'm free to speak unless I mention Mirages. But the F-15s, they are on the.
Oh. Sorry, that was me. First time I've ever pressed that button. Carry on, Latin.
Okay, we're all good. F-15s are on the list of aircraft, of Western 4th-gen aircraft that the Ukrainians have specifically mentioned from the beginning of this stage of the war, of 24 February. That said, there's no indication they're on the way. But if there were to be if anybody decided that they wanted to give F-15s, and it would be the Americans that would decide that, to give F-15s to Ukraine, Japan is really the primary source of good condition F-15s, legacy F-15s out there. The American ones are really being used right to the end of their life cycle. They're seeing a lot of hard use, and they're still operational. Japan, it's approximately 90 aircraft that are probably available right about now, and they carry a lot of AMRAAMs. So, and they have an excellent radar. I'm sure the Ukrainians would like them. That said, there's just no indication right now. The Japanese legal move, or the legal move that they made a few days ago, is to open the door to weapons exports, which was not a thing for them during the Cold War. Whether that means, and we know that the two leaders met in Hiroshima not long ago. So what does that mean? We have to wait and see. But look, what I can tell you is that in the Japanese air defense, Japanese F-15s, like their American counterpart, not the F-15 Strike Eagle, the F-15 A, B, C, D. Those are air defense fighters. They're not multi-role, but they are very capable air defense fighters. And I'm sure the Ukrainians could put them to good use if they were offered.
Thank you very much, David.
Thank you, Latin, for your answer. I really appreciate it. I'll share with you what spurred my question was Budanov's most recent silent video clip that was released. It was about 30 seconds long, and there's not very much in the office, but what can be seen is a lovely little picture of the Japanese flag and the Ukrainian flag together. I'm also aware that I think that there's potentially a Ramstein meeting, or I don't know if the format has changed, but I was under the impression that Japan and Australia were now working far more intimately. That message had been released publicly, should I say, than had been known previously. And so I feel like it's encouraging. Also, something of note that has come about since 24th of February re-invasion by the genocidal maniac Moscow regime is the alliance for, I think it was 5th generation aircraft. I don't think, oh no, it was the one below, whatever F-35 is, it's a generation below that. And the alliance to work on this air platform was announced as United Kingdom, Italy, and Japan. So just that I mentioned that. Thanks very much, everybody. Please retweet, share the space. And you still have time per Mr. LR. We are doubling all donations up until the end of Thomas Tyner and his segment.
Yeah, lovely. The Ramstein meeting is going to be held in Brussels. It's the 13th meeting of the Ukraine Defence Contact Group, as it's called. It's going to be on June 15th. So what's that? 2 days' time. I know the US came out with a munitions package a couple of days ago. I'm hoping more of this happens. It usually happens sometimes a couple of days before, and sometimes a couple of days, and sometimes during. So we'll have to wait and see and keep our fingers crossed. But yeah, lots more aid is announced. Nick, did you have something as well?
All right, 1 minute before Thomas gets here, and I've wanted to tell this story for a day or so now. On Saturday, I got a DM from a listener saying, let's have a look. I need your help. Let's have a look. Nick, I need your help. A friend of mine was, a Ukrainian friend of mine was recently attempted to be raped by her landlord in a town in Spain. She's from Ukraine. She's been locked in her apartment for 2 days now. I didn't know what to do. I can't really help. I happen to be in Spain, but that doesn't mean. I got in touch with a Ukrainian friend who I know via the space, who has contacts in Spain. and things went back and forth for a little bit. And I got an update yesterday from the person who originally contacted me saying, "Hi Nick, short update. I contacted the person I put him in touch with. The guy should be already arrested in Gran Canaria," which wasn't even where the events were alleged to have taken place. "Thanks for your help." So the power of contact, the power of what we can do. I was able, I mean, this is completely random. All I did was put one person in touch with another person. I didn't do any of the heavy lifting here. Yeah, we helped a Ukrainian woman out, and we helped her assailant to be arrested. So just a little bit of ordinary life, because 400, 500 days in, as well as all the drama, something that's important, I think, for Ukrainian refugees in the West is that there's also just ordinary life. You know, there's daily life that's going on. So and
Much
you know, in daily
appreciated.
life you get these incidents. So don't thank me. Thank the person who I asked, who helped, who got in touch, and yeah. So, but just to say, the power of contacts, the power of contacts. And with that, I will step down. I believe David will come up to co-host the session with Axel, with Thomas. So I've only been here an hour and a half, but thanks to everyone who listened. I hope it's been vaguely entertaining, and I'll be listening. I'll try and listen to Thomas, although I do have to cook something quite complicated.
All right. Thank you very much, Nick. And with that, I can already say welcome to, of course, my co-host David, but also Thomas Tyner. Guten Abend, buonasera, good evening.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the MriyaReport. And let's begin with some questions you might have.
Tons of them, tons of them. Thomas, have you seen the message about the F-18s and the official request having been put forward, seemingly after the Singapore meeting between the various parties?
I have seen it, and they're assessing now the quality, or let's say how many of these F-18 are airworthy. I would believe almost all of them, because the Australians definitely did take good care of them. And then the interesting question will be how long pilot training will take. And yeah, if the Australians are ready to donate, do it. Any kind of fighter jet the Ukrainians get that helps them replace their Soviet era MiGs and Sukhois is a win. Just because every Western system comes with better avionics, better radars, much better missiles. And the missiles is what the Ukrainians need most, long-range missiles.
Yeah, we spoke a little bit about exactly that, the MRAMs, which can be connected with both the F-16s and the F-18s. Now, the Hornets from Australia have been a prime topic of ours since last year. A little bit later tonight, we'll have yet again General McRyan joining us, and we'll be asking him the question whether he also put in a good word for it, because he was always in favor of it. But our understanding also was that they are reasonably well maintained, that whilst the Canadians didn't want to buy them in one deal, after the lease with an American lessor for OP4 fell through, they have been more or less mothballed, and they are costing the Australians a lot of money. So there's very little reason not to do it, unless there's a political restraint. That seems to have gone. It seems that the efforts of Andriy Yermak, Reznikov, and of course President Zelensky have been successful in that regard. This speaks well of these men and women who've been advocating for it. It seems that there is some effectiveness to it, or do you think it's bound by events such as the dam, that this has literally broken the dam?
No. I think that after the Brits announced that they will train Ukrainian pilots, and they pushed very much the White House to finally allow the Ukrainians to get modern fighter jets, and then the White House relented and allowed F-16 from the Netherlands, Norway, Denmark, and Belgium to be sent to Ukraine. At that point, basically nothing spoke against sending those Australian fighters over, because, as you said, they're mothballed, and the Australians will either have to pay expensive money to have them decommissioned and then destroyed, or they can donate them to Ukraine and score lots of points in the world because 60 countries are supporting Ukraine. And what the service in Ukraine that needs most modern equipment now, because it needs that to make a difference, is the Air Force. And F-16, good start. F-18, excellent. Germans, British, Italian, Spanish have Tranche 1 Eurofighter. They want to ditch because the Eurofighter of the Tranche 1 are just air superiority fighters, not multi-role fighters. So there's 100 almost that the Ukrainians should try to get, at least 20, 30 something from. And then you would have a really nice Ukrainian Air Force that can keep the Russians at bay and shoot down Russian helicopters. And yeah, I'm always more in favor of F-16 because F-16 are still in production with very similar characteristics, while the F-18, AB, and CD versions are not in production anymore. The F-18, EF, and G versions are completely different planes with 80–90% different parts. So you can't take spare parts from the current production line for the F-18 and put them in the older ones because it's a different plane with the same designation. While F-16, there's every day an F-16 getting made in the US, so you can get lots of spares from there. But for Australia, the best choice is to hand them over as quickly as possible. And Finland is replacing F-18 with F-35. Spain has F-18 that they want to replace. The Swiss we can forget, they're not giving them up. And the Canadians are replacing their version of the F-18. So even though there are no spares coming off production lines, if the Ukrainians get like 40 F-18, at some point they can say be like, we need spares. Okay, then you just go and cannibalize 5 of the Canadians that the Canadians don't need anymore, and you still get the spares as long as this resource of Finnish, Spanish, also United States Navy and Marine Corps still have some F-18 of the older versions, and Canadian F-18s exist. You can get spares by cannibalizing olders. So yeah, that's a good decision. I was always surprised that the Australians didn't move on that earlier because they really don't need it. The Finns still need it because they don't have any replacement for now. The Canadians need it because they don't have any replacements now. But the Australians have already completely replaced the F-18 with the F-35. So for the Australians, this is just like entering a hangar that costs them money and scoring lots of bonus points in the world. So great idea that they finally agreed to.
Yeah, I think we're all very glad that this is finally coming to a close. Whilst the messaging outside has not been good in that regard, it seems to have been, of course, as you quite rightly said, that's why I was teasing it up. This has been planned. This is not something which comes about out of happenstance or just short-term events. There is a long-standing discussion ongoing, as was, of course, a long-standing blockage ongoing before and on other planes. We did see recently a notice which David, by the way, good evening, David, you had received from a
Good
colleague.
evening to you, yes.
Yeah, where the British MOD had replied to an earlier request from, say, an alert listener and friend of the space, and who's also very eager in that regard and had written to them and was taken very seriously given this background. Could you just briefly summarize what the letter said?
Yes, I can. And by the way, Thomas, I've just sent it to you. I meant it to send it to you a couple of days ago, but I forgot. I do apologise. But why don't I just read out? Why don't I read out the letter? That will probably be easier. I will do when I get it. Right. So the letter is very simple. It goes. It's replying to someone. Anyway, dear. Thank you for your email of 13th of April regarding your request that the UK train Ukrainian pilots on the Tranche 1 Eurofighter Typhoon F2s. We condemn in the strongest possible terms Russia's horrifying and continuing attack on Ukraine, which is entirely unjustified and unprovoked. We maintain the right to deliver bilateral support, including lethal and non-lethal defensive equipment, to this sovereign nation when when requested in areas that will better help them defend themselves. We will continue to do that. With regards to your request around training Ukrainian pilots, this summer we will commence an elementary flying phase for cohorts of Ukrainian pilots to learn basic training. This will adapt the program used by UK pilots to provide Ukrainians with piloting skills they can apply to a different kind of aircraft. The UK offered training on Typhoons, but the Ukrainians have made the decision to train their pilots on F-16s, with the Royal Air, which the Royal Air Force doesn't have. Although we can't train them in the specific capability, we will provide ground training and elementary flight training for cohorts of Ukrainian pilots. The training goes hand in hand with UK efforts to continue with other countries on providing F-16s, which is Ukraine's fighter jet of choice. It goes on to say, on your point around sending combat aircraft to Ukraine, the UK is supportive of other nations providing fighter jets to Ukraine, and we would encourage any country which can gift F-16s to Ukraine to do so. There we are.
Doesn't sound that they're willing to part with the Tranche 1 Eurofighter just yet, even though the United Kingdom is scrapping all the Tranche 1 Eurofighter right now as for spare parts. So basically the Royal Air Force, I think it's the biggest operator of Tranche 1, and those that they have currently are being scrapped for spare parts. So that's a waste in my view, because you can get spare parts. Yes, it costs more, but you can still get them from the producer, the Eurofighter consortia, and you don't need to cannibalize all the frames because they still are in production. Well, yeah, we need to up the pressure on the UK a little bit to hand over a dozen. I mean, if the UK says they hand over a dozen Eurofighter of the Tranche 1 and the Germans join in and the Italians and the Spanish, Ukrainian get 24, and 24 of that are better than any kind of fighter the Russians have. Hands down, there's nothing that competes with the Eurofighter in the Russian arsenal. Yeah.
I mean, I read into that letter that it was Ukraine had basically said they would prefer F-16s, right? And whether the offer of the Typhoons is something that that encouraged the US to go, yeah, here we are, we're okay with other countries delivering. Well, maybe that would just be a guess, but maybe that's a possibility. I from reading the letter,
very possible. The question we are speculating here about some topic that is very far off, and I think we should go back to the offensive because that's right now going on.
100%.
One thing that is interesting: the UK is going to train pilots basic flight training. That means the UK is putting its energy into growing the Ukrainian Air Force pool. We don't want to talk about it much, but they have lost lots of pilots in combat with the Russians. And a Western Air Force will always have like 2-3 pilots per aircraft. So you can basically send the aircraft up, fight, it comes back down, the pilot takes a rest, the next pilot gets in and gets up again with the same airframe. What the UK is likely trying to do is to get the Ukrainian Air Force more pilots so the F-16 can be used more efficiently. Basically, let's say there's 6 F-16 up to protect a unit on the offensive, and those pilots after a certain time have to come down. Ukraine doesn't also have aerial refueling aircraft, so they can't refuel in flight. The planes have to come down. You have to get new pilots in, and if the Ukrainians are short on pilots, what the UK is doing is basically training up more personnel, which is just as important as getting more modern airframes to Ukraine. So the UK is as always doing excellent stuff. I just wish everybody, would just do more.
Very well said. I think Thomas is also in transitioning back to the counter-offensive. This bodes well for the medium to long-term future of the support of Ukraine, and it also bodes well and is a good signal to those pilots who are there that they will not be left alone. Because that's the other thing. If you can see that on your base, people are, well, banishing, it's always good to see that others come after you, and that you can see that the core is being trained onwards. I think it's exceptionally vital for the whole spirit of the Ukrainian Air Force to see that there is support not just with equipment but also with comprehensive training. But okay, now we had questions from yesterday carry over, but where would you like to start on the counteroffensive?
I would like to mention something about the 47th Brigade again, because that's a special brigade. They lost some Bradleys. The United States today decided to deliver another 15 to replace those losses. Based on them losing like 15, 16 and getting 15, you can tell that almost everyone in the crews survived. They must have had very few casualties in troops. And one thing that I want to stress here, they attacked, the attack failed. That was a week ago or something. Since then, they haven't lost a single Bradley, a single Leopard, but they're still attacking. So the 47th had an unfortunate day. They learned very, very quickly. They're back in the fight, and the lessons they learned have prevented them from losing any more equipment and troops. I don't know how deep inside the Russian lines they are, because unlike the brigades on the other flank, they're not releasing videos, but they are doing good because the Russians have not been able to show any other Bradley or Leopard being lost, which means the brigade made an error. They learned they understood where the error was made. They fixed it. They're back in the fight, and the United States looked at it and said, "Oh, look at the guys. They figured out what went wrong. Here's 15 Bradleys to replace the ones you lost." So everything is fine again, and this brigade will do great. Just one day they had a really bad day, and that happens to all kinds of militaries. And yeah, no more losses since then, and that's the important point.
But it goes to show that they have institutionalized learning in a fashion which we are used from Western forces, albeit that we didn't have the challenge to be in full peer-on-peer conflict.
Exactly. Learning under fire is very difficult, but if you do it, you will improve so quickly and you will beat the enemy. And you can tell, I mean, this brigade could have been pulled back or could have done the same again. No. They obviously exactly looked at what went wrong, have probably internally with all the officers and non-commissioned officers had a big meeting to figure out what went wrong, how to improve. They improved, and now you can tell they're doing fine. That is important, as you said, for people to understand. A military that learns from errors and learns from errors very, very quickly will succeed. A military like the Russian that a year after the war began still can't learn from basic errors, it's not going to win any battle. So the Ukrainians have not just better equipment now and have more troops now and more ammunition and more material, they also have a better class of officers and training and a better way of managing the lessons from errors. So overall, the Ukrainians are in every aspect better. What they still lack is an air superiority fighter to take down Russian helicopters and Russian fighter jets and clean the skies. That's the last thing that they really need.
How would you rate the challenge? Because we had the discussion briefly before, and I think we discussed it also in the last two longer segments with you. How would you rate the challenge they have now in fighting exactly without what we are used to, air superiority, or at least, but if not air dominance? We have a different capacity. Our combined arms approach is different as a consequence of what Western societies and Western militaries have learned. They are facing this and they are willing to go without it. What would they have to do in order to succeed? How much more creative, how much more tactically astute and flexible do they have to be?
The thing is, if you don't have air superiority, I mean, let's just go quickly one step out of Ukraine here to NATO. NATO has this air land battle concept, where basically ground forces channel, block, slow down enemy forces, and air power then comes in and destroys the enemy forces. So the whole concept of the Cold War was basically Soviet division crosses the border. We try to channel it into a kill zone where our artillery and our air force and bombers can destroy it. This will cause us a lot less casualties because we can destroy them at a distance. This will help us. NATO had a smaller number of divisions and smaller number of personnel and tanks than the Soviet bloc, because the Soviet bloc just built cheap, trashy equipment. They didn't care for good armor or protecting the troops or any quality. They just wanted to have a mass, lots of it. Still, if you have infantry up against tanks, the infantry will lose. So NATO had this idea, we slow them down, we channel them, we bomb them into oblivion. That happened also with the Iraqis in 1991, where that concept was adapted because NATO had to attack at that not NATO, the United States coalition had to attack. So the concept was amended that the air power goes in first and just destroys everything, and afterwards the ground forces go in. So the Ukrainians are not fighting like the West, like the United States or like NATO, with an immense air power. Just to give you an idea, the biggest air forces in the world are the United States Air Force, the United States Navy, the United States Marine Corps. If you look at NATO as a whole has more fighter jets than Russia has tanks. Or in other words, NATO has more fighter jets than all of the rest of the world combined. So the Ukrainians don't have that. So how do they compensate? Drones and artillery. They're going back to the pre-air superiority times of NATO and using artillery to destroy the enemy at a distance. In earlier times, you didn't know where the enemy was, so you had just to hit with artillery on good luck and hope you hit something. Thanks to drones now, Ukrainian can use artillery much more successful. The difference is it takes way longer. Air power, if you send, like the United States sent 500 F-16, F-15, F-18 into Iraq on the first day of the air campaign in 1991, each of those planes destroyed 4 or 5 Iraqi fortification bunkers, tanks, command posts. So it was 2,000 pieces of equipment or command posts of the Iraqi army destroyed in a day. And these fighters came back. Pilots got out, next pilot got in, new bombs, new missiles, and they went back out and destroyed another 2,000. So by the first day, the Iraqis had lost thousands of pieces of equipment. The Ukrainians can do that. They have to send out drones. They spot Russian equipment. They fire artillery at it. In usual times, they would have to fire 10, 20 rounds to hit it. Thanks to Excalibur and thanks to HIMARS, they just need one, because those are so precise. You can hit a molehill 80 miles away, 80 kilometers away. So you need just one and destroy for sure the enemy, but it takes so much more time because you have the drone, it spots something, you have to figure out where is that, GPS coordinates, you have to send it to the HIMARS unit, which has to get into range and program the missile to hit it. The drone has to report back, yes, this thing is still here. Then you hit it. And air power, the moment an F-16 pilot spots an enemy tank or technical or air defense system, it's 30 seconds until destruction. So the kill chain is much shorter, faster. Air power, you know, they have much better thermal cameras and observation technologies, avionics and radar reconnaissance and all this stuff than the drones that the Ukrainians use, because lots of them are commercial. So the Ukrainians take way longer. So we need to have more patience. NATO would have ended that in a few hours, that offensive, because they would just have gone in with 2,000 fighter jets and destroyed 8,000 Russian positions in the first day. Then 90% of the Russians would be dead. But Ukraine doesn't have it, so they need to have artillery. So what they need is a lot of ammunition and a lot of drones. So if you can donate for Ukrainian units to get drones, always donate for them having drones, because every drone helps.
That brings me to two questions, which we've had from our audience both yesterday and today. Whether you could speak a little bit about how the Ukrainians use modern counter-battery radar and sensors, and seemingly, you started now directing this as to how to coordinate with drone information, but their counter-battery fire seems to be also quite adept. At least that's what we're told. And could you also speak to the 203 millimeter ammunition shells, which the US seemingly is now donating?
Of course. How do you find out where the enemy artillery is located? Drones that fly over the battlefield. And you need to be lucky, because if the enemy is any kind of competent, he will try to hide it under trees and under nets and or in buildings. Or you find it with counter battery radar. The thing is, when you fire an artillery shell, it will show up on a radar. And Ukraine finally got Western counter battery radar or battlefield radars that are precise enough, and especially their chips inside are fast enough, that the moment the Russians start firing and those shells reach 50, 100 meters above ground, the Ukrainians already know the GPS coordinates where those shells originated. Now, the thing here is that once the Ukrainians have that, they must transfer that as quickly as possible to an artillery unit that can fire at that location. And that is basically the only hiccup, because if the Russians manage to basically move away from their position before the Ukrainians can strike it, the Russian artillery survives. So what the Ukrainians need is to have artillery spaced out along the entire front, able to quickly react to a known Russian battery and strike it immediately. And the Ukrainians are destroying a lot of Russian artillery right now, because you can tell from the videos they release and so on that this is one of their main concerns. Because when they attack, artillery is a main danger. And so, yeah, they are really trying to get the Russian artillery destroyed. Counter battery radar helps. But the most important thing is the quickness of spotting and hitting. The United States and Western militaries have a network where the counter battery radar sends the GPS coordinates of the target directly to the gun, like a Panzerhaubitze 2000. The guys in there just say hit 2-3 buttons. The Excalibur is programmed, and after 5 seconds it's fired. The Ukrainians don't have that. The Ukrainians send it also over internet, secure app that they developed. It arrives, and the Ukrainians then have to enter the GPS coordinates for an Excalibur round by hand into the round. That takes a minute or so. So it's still very, very easy and possible for them to hit and destroy Russian artillery with no problems. But the efficiency of a Western military, they don't have yet, because the West didn't give them access to NATO's Link 16 network, which connects all NATO weapon systems, out of fear that there could be a leak then where the Russians get in and have access to all of NATO's weapon systems. So the Ukrainians found a solution, because they are a smart, educated country with lots of programmers. The time between a minute or 5 seconds is not that big. And you can tell from the Ukrainian released videos that they're hitting a lot of Russian artillery. Again, much a slower process than if you would do it with fighter jets in NATO, but they're getting there. So that's why in this first phase, where the Ukrainians are trying to attrit Russian heavy equipment, especially the Russian reserves, takes more time than with NATO, but they're getting to the point. So patience, people, and the offensive is well underway, and the Ukrainians still have only committed just a little bit under 10% of the forces they have arrayed for this offensive. That means 90% is still waiting around for the order to go in. So we are still in very early phase, and from what I can see, it's going very, very good, because there's the 37th Marine Brigade has gone way beyond what was expected of it in pushing into Russian lines. So that's a very good sign, because if that one single brigade can get so deep in Russian defensive lines, the Russians have really built an immense amount of fortifications and didn't man most of them. So it's a very good sign. Still, early times, patience. It will get more interesting in the future.
The 203 millimeter, what do you think that is for?
Most likely it's for the 2S7 Pion that the Ukrainians have. They should have like a 90 still around. It's the Soviet version of a 203 millimeter heavy artillery system. The Ukrainians have been using those, and they have been using those to blow buildings up, because that's a 90 kilo something. Someone else will know it better probably, but it's around 90 kilo shell with about, I think, 60 kilo something of explosive. So it's a huge detonation. And they have like a range of 30 kilometers, I think. I would have to check, because there's different projectiles, you know, that have different ranges. That is kind of like a heavy artillery system that is very useful to destroy buildings where Russians hide inside. And they're more powerful than a HIMARS GMLRS rocket. They have more explosive. So I assume that 203 millimeter is that the United States managed to find a country willing to supply Ukraine with that ammunition, or that a country reopened a production line to deliver these to Ukraine. There's very, very few users that are still using that. It's just like Russia, Ukraine, some Azerbaijan, Angola, or something like that. So very few countries using the Pion. But I think Bulgaria and Slovakia or something like that, they could produce the shells. So likely it comes from there. The other
Isn't that
theory,
interesting? Bulgaria, the country of the hamsters, who just found now finally a new government and are starting to deliver.
yep. The other possibility is that the Turkish military is removing its M110A2 howitzers from service. That's the Western version of the same heavy artillery 203 millimeter system. The Turks, I think, sorry
I had
guys,
no idea
let's
that
say
they still had
200.
them.
The Turks and the Greeks still have them. These are the only two countries in Europe that they still have them. And the Turks are all replacing it with their natively, their nationally produced version of the K9 Thunder from Korea, the T155 Fertina, I think. So the Turkish army is taking like, I think 200 almost out of service of those. So the other possibility would be that since the Turkish government isn't announcing its vast amount of military help to Ukraine, it's a really funny country, you know. It's like, yes, we are delivering Ukraine stuff that must not be known because it's going to kill thousands of Russian soldiers. At the same time, they're advertising in Russia for, come to the Turkish coast for holidays. You're still welcome here. This is of the family members in Ukraine that were killed by Turkish ammunition. So interesting black and white Turkey here. But the other possibility would be that the Turks decided, since they have this like 200 M110A2, that they don't really need anymore and they would have to scrap. They could give some of them to Ukraine, and the United States, who still has likely shells, or also like probably Greece or other countries that are using those might still have shells, might be willing to give it to Ukraine to replace the peons. We don't know, because once again, you know, Turkey keeps its help to Ukraine secret. And if it comes out, they make a fuss because they want to keep it secret. It's much more than people know. On the other hand, the United States doesn't say for which system this 203 millimeter ammunition is. We don't know, but 203 millimeter is very, very useful. NATO replaced it with bombs dropped by aircraft, 250-pound bombs, you know, even way more, have more explosive, and you can, thanks to GPS and laser designators, you can hit buildings even more precisely than with the 203 millimeter guns. So once again, NATO replaced them completely with air power, the Turks and the Greeks, who don't have that many fighter jets, retained them. And for Ukraine, they would still be useful, 203 millimeters, because they don't have air power. So 203 millimeter it is. And the Ukrainians were using the peons, running out of ammunition, and the United States somehow found a way to resupply them. So very good, and we have to applaud it. Any kind of creative way to supply Ukraine with ammunition and equipment needs to be applauded, even if you don't really realize in the first moment why. But anything the Ukrainians can get, anything, give it to them. They will find a way to use it. If they ask for some, give it to them. They will find a way to use it.
Absolutely, Thomas. Just very briefly, given the fact that we have a lot of people currently in the audience, I just wanted to highlight to everyone, to the extent that you have not been aware, we are currently, say, going for a donation run, which has a significant benefit in addition to everything else, because some of our existing friends of the space and larger donors have said they'll double up, and actually, as 2 of them did it, we're essentially tripling donations. So if and when you have anything to dispose of in order to support Ukraine, such as Halina Lukova, who was here yet again today, the secretary to the Kherson City Council, who has asked us officially to support them as well as the other causes in Ukraine with donations. So if you want to send MriyaReport a few donations, that would be helpful, and our friends will double, respectively triple it up. And that is still up until this evening. You can find all the details on top in the nest. And we have lots and lots of questions in that regard anyway, but you can find the details there. And let's move on. David, you had a question about helicopters, or if I'm not quite mistaken.
I do. I've got to find it. It came in from a listener, Thomas. Russian helicopters seem to pose a real challenge to ground forces, tanks and other vehicles. Would it help to have more Gepards attached to those assault units to counter the threat? How would one address the helicopter threat in the current situation?
That's a big problem. The Russian helicopters, just the KA versions, they have very, very long-range anti-tank missiles that outrange Stingers and Gepards. So these missiles are pretty much the biggest problem the Ukrainians face. I don't think the Russians have a lot of those missiles, but the ones they have, they're using now, and it's costing Ukraine vehicles. Especially they're trying to hit, as I saw, they're trying to hit the Leopard tanks that have the mine close. So yeah, I think the missile is called Vikar and has some 8-kilometer range. So if always remember, this is Russian pronunciation. Oh, the Russians say 12 kilometers. I just checked. So no, it's probably 8 kilometers, because the Russians always way, way, way overestimate the range of their equipment. The thing is that something like IRIS-T or an air defense system needs to be out there to shoot it down, the helicopters. Problem is the helicopters can hover so low over the ground. NATO doesn't have that problem, because NATO sends in air power and then the helicopters are all gone. So again, the lack of air power is hindering Ukraine and costing lives in Ukraine. And the West was way too late to provide F-16 and so on. The Gepards would be helpful to shoot down the drones which correct Russian artillery fire. One of the problems is that the Russians now are also using mines that are deployed by artillery. So basically artillery missiles that fire mines into an ongoing Ukrainian advance, which is problematic, because basically you have cleared a line, you have cleared a path through the minefield, and suddenly new mines rain down, and you have to basically push them away again with a mine plow, which naturally is at the front, and you have to reverse, and the vehicles are in the way. So it's a huge problem. But those systems, like all artillery systems, are corrected. The fire is corrected by drones. And the biggest threat to Ukrainian units right now is basically getting rid of all those Russian drones that correct artillery fire. Because, as I said, if you have counter battery fire, yes, you will spot where the Russians fire from at your units. And you can fire back and destroy these Russian artillery units. But in the meantime, Russian shells and artillery rockets rain down on the Ukrainian advanced forces. killing stuff, destroying stuff, damaging equipment, and so on. So drones, if the Russian gunners just know there's some Ukrainian advance 8 kilometers up there behind this forest, they're not going to hit it. If they have a drone and then can spot it and then see after the first shell, oh, we missed by 50 meters, we have to correct the angle of our gun, the drones need to be shot down, and the Gepard should be able, but the Gepards are also needed to shoot down the Shahid drones that attack the cities. So as always, Ukraine has what it needs, but it doesn't have enough for everything. It needs more. The Germans just bought back Gepards from Qatar, just 15. The Brazilians would have a lot, which supposedly the Brazilians want to sell, but an extortionate price, because the Brazilians basically are Russian
Bankrupt.
allies here. Yeah, absolute Russian allies.
Yeah.
Vile, and so on. So there is a problem here that needs to be solved. Honestly, the easiest and best solution to get rid of Russian attack helicopters is ATACMS. Don't get them from the US, get them from Turkey, because the Turks still have the versions with cluster munitions. The Russians have airfields. On the airfields, they have the helicopters parked wide, and the space between the helicopters is quite wide, so a Storm Shadow would only kill 2 or 3. If you fired from an M270 from the British, which has the ability to fire ATACMS, 2 of the Turkish, or I think the Greeks have them too, with the cluster munitions, and let it rain down on that helicopter airfield, not a single Russian helicopter will survive such a strike. So ATACMS, the Ukrainians want them with unitary warheads to blow up bridges or command posts like with Storm Shadow, but to get rid of attack helicopters, the ATACMS missile was developed to get rid of enemy airfields and the airplanes and aircraft and helicopters on those airfields. The Ukrainians need it. They don't need the unitary warhead because they have Storm Shadow, which is even better. But if we could get them a dozen Turkish or Greek ATACMS of the M39 variant with the cluster munitions, they could adjust, I think at JUN, sorry if I mispronounce it now, I think at Jankoi, there is a Russian airfield with attack helicopters, which is being used to strike Ukrainian formations that come down at Melitopol and Tokmak. So ATACMS would rid the world of that airfield and every helicopter on it. So please, if anyone can convince Erdogan that this is the next best thing to do, he should do it.
Good point. Thomas, we have 2 of our regulars on the panel also with a question. I know that we're slightly over time already. I don't know how we managed this again, but we did. If you allow, I would go to George and then to Lou. Is that okay?
Go.
George, please.
Hey, Thomas, it's George. Hey, really quick. Japan has a vehicle, it's almost like a Gepard clone. It's called the Type 87. It actually uses the same guns as the Gepard. They have about 52. Wouldn't they come in handy now that the Japanese are more willing to export weapons?
Yes, they would be very, very useful, because that's basically a Gepard with a much better radar, updated version. The problem is, as you said, the Japanese have like 50, and they are used to protect Japan's northern command. Just to give, Japan has regionally aligned commands. Northern Command is meant to defend Hokkaido, and that's a huge armored, I think 2 armored division and 2 smaller brigades to defend that northernmost island in Japan, because it's the one closest to Russia, and there was always the risk of the Russian Soviet army making an invasion in the north of Japan. And unlike the West, who got really wishy-washy in defending the armored formation, because we have so much air power, the Japanese kept air defense brigades and air defense regiments in their units, which are armed with systems to shoot down drones and especially helicopters to protect their armored formations. So the Japanese, yes, they have it. Would they be willing to part with a few of these 52? Very difficult to say, because as always, the system that was produced the most was the Gepard. Hundreds were built. And then so many were scrapped. And that's the error, because, in the war on terror, it was like the Taliban don't have an air force, so we don't need the Gepards, and they were scrapped. That's a huge problem for NATO now, because except for the Romanians, nobody in NATO has enough of anything to defend their armored formations. And the Romanians have like 40 Gepards, and they need them because they are constantly in the worry that they have to intervene in Moldova to protect it from a Russian invasion or a Russian attack, and then they need them. So everybody has too little of this, and yeah, NATO has,
and
there
nobody's
should be,
ordering Sky Rangers.
yeah, everybody's talking about we will order and we plan to order, and there's we should make an order, and the American are ordering Stryker M-Shorat, but they're ordering them to protect their frontline brigades in Europe from the threat of Russian attack helicopters. So they're not going to part with those, because they just came online of the production line like a few weeks ago. So there's a huge gap here that NATO has, and that's why the Ukrainians have too little. The 15 that will come from Qatar will help get the Ukrainians to 53 Gepards, right? But the amount that is really needed is so much more. And let me try to remember, in the Cold War, every German corps, if I'm not mistaken, had an air defense regiment. I think a full regiment with like 100-something Gepards, just to defend, columns, and every tank company and every Marder company got some Gepards just to protect them from Soviet attack helicopters, because that was one of the biggest worries. Okay, I have it. 36 per division. 36 Gepards per division. And the Ukrainians have now like 30-something, 38 maybe, something I heard. So what the Germans consider to be necessary for one division, the Ukrainians have now for the whole country. But if you look at the Ukrainian brigade numbers, the Ukrainians need like 900 likely of the Gepards, if they want the same level of protection. 12 per brigade, around 100 brigades, like 1,200 they would need. So it's an immense amount that the Ukrainians would need, and nobody has it.
And we are not actually ramping up production for building even the replacement thereof.
No. The Europeans are still way, way too slow. Way, way too slow. The Panzerhaubitze 2000 production hasn't picked up. Leopard 2 production hasn't picked up. Caesar production has picked up, but not for Ukraine, but for Lithuania and Czechia. Bradleys don't need to pick up production. There's enough spares around.
What kind of logic is that? What do you think? What's the logic behind that, if any?
The governments are all stingy. They don't want to spend taxpayer money. They're afraid. I mean, if you wanted to do war-level production amounts, not a single NATO government has increased spending radically, except for Denmark, which are going nuts with how much they want to give Ukraine in ammunition and buying equipment from other countries for Ukraine. So, and the British also. But the other countries like Germany, Italy, they all should be spending 2.5–3% on defense by now, because in the Cold War, almost everybody spent 4% of GDP on defense, like the United States does today. Countries like Canada are still at 1.5%, and except for talking a lot, the Canadians have zero increased production or spending or anything. So there's a huge gap. And I think lots of the European countries have this hope, not the Eastern Europeans, the Western European countries, France, Canada, maybe also Spain or Germany, that what we gave the Ukrainians will be enough to destroy the Russian military for 10, 15 years. So we don't need to spend on more and new equipment, because obviously the threat of Russia is gone, thanks to Ukraine fighting with the little scraps that we gave them. Okay,
Kicking the
that can be,
can down. It's called kicking the can down the road again, right?
yeah. But the thing is, yes, if that is your strategy, that the Ukrainians should destroy the Russian military, then you don't give them just scraps. You're like, okay, Ukraine, then we will take 100 Leopard 2 tanks from German formations and give it to you as a lease. And when you don't need them anymore, you give them back. But right now you get much more equipment than you have asked for, and you get the best equipment because you're defeating the Russians for us, and that's cheaper down the road. Not just giving the Ukrainian like, yeah, here is 18, good luck with that. I hope it's enough. No, it's not enough. The more you give them, the better that strategy of using the Ukrainians to defeat the threat of Russia, and that way defeat the need to higher spending on defense. It doesn't work that way. You have to. The United States, when they saw that Britain is fighting the Nazis alone, the United States poured in an immense amount of equipment for the Brits to help. Fighter jets, engines, destroyers. I mean, destroyers for bases. Someone please check if I'm correct, but I think when the British said we need destroyers to hunt German submarines, the United States made a deal with the Brits. Bases. The United States would receive rights for bases, naval bases in the Caribbean and other places from the Brits, and the United States would give the Brits 100 destroyers, which the Brits basically at first didn't even have the personnel to man because it was too many. But the United States understood, if we want the Brits and the Canadians and South Africans and Australians, New Zealanders, and all those nations like India, keep the Nazis in check for us, so we don't have to fight, and we don't have to spend that money and shed that blood. We have to give the Brits the equipment to really, really fight. And giving the Ukrainian all the time like just a little bit of equipment, but having the same idea that they will fight for us. No, give them everything, or start production like crazy, because you will not need it yourself in the future.
Yep. I think we can sign off on that immediately here. And it begs the question as to how short-sighted the current strategies and the passivity and lack of commensurate future, say, thinking. LR, you had a question for Thomas.
Yes, thank you, Axel. And Thomas, thank you very much for your time and your support of this space. It's like getting a master's education in military for people like myself who don't have any background every time you're up here. So thank you. I have a quick question. And obviously, we don't want to compromise any OPSEC, but what would you say, from your perspective, is the most surprising or impressive aspect of this campaign so far?
First, thank you for all those kind words. And I mean, I just know a little bit of stuff, because when I don't know what to do, I'm just reading military manuals. No, about this current offensive, the most impressive things what have shown is the Ukrainian 37th Marine Brigade. The 37th Marine Brigade was meant to attack, break through the first Russian line of troops, draw in Russian reserves, and basically fix Russian formations here. And they're so good and so efficient, they're so deep in the Russian lines now, that the Ukrainians had to push 2 brigades, 68 Jäger and 35 Marines into the flanks, because the 37 advanced too far than projected. So the 37th is doing fantastic, and with not the best equipment. They have AMX-10, so that's a very light tank, or let's say a fire support vehicle. They have Max Pro, that's basically just an MRAP, not an infantry fighting vehicle. But they're going in, as far as I understand, they're going in the night on the attack, where the Russians can see, and the thermal cameras and the night vision the 37th Marines have help them overpower the Russians, who are blinded by the night. And yeah, so that brigade has done really, really well, and it shows that the Russian lines can be dismantled systematically, slowly, because they don't have air power. But there's nothing what the Russians can do to a determined brigade that comes in. On the other flank of that bulge, of this Russian bulge, is the 31st Mechanized, which is also into the Russian lines, but not as fast as the 37th, which is doing astoundingly good. And what I'm surprised, the Ukrainians have always planned to have phases in this offensive, and this is the first phase, and they have 10 brigades for that offensive phase. So that was the plan that I heard about, was 10 brigades for the first phase. And of that 10 brigades, only 3 are engaged now. So the Ukrainians have so much reserves to push more and push for the Russians. And if there's not a 37th brigade in there, in those next 7, the Ukrainians will be in Mariupol without engaging all of their forces. So it's very, very amazing that a systematic, well-trained, and determined force can move so deep into the Russian lines, which some people are like, oh, they're impossible to penetrate, and the Russians have so many lines. And yes, but you can tell from some videos you see that the Ukrainians storm a Russian position, and it turns out this was a position built for a platoon of 30-40 men, and it was manned by 4 Russians. So there is a lot of these Russian positions are completely undermanned, and many of them are not properly even dug out. I mean, you see some Russian trenches which are just like, they're not even half a yard, not even half a meter deep. I mean, that's just to lie down and hope that artillery that impacts near you, the shrapnel goes over your head. But it's not really a trench. It's just it's a joke, military-wise. So you can tell that almost all of these Russian positions, lots of them are undermanned, and many have been built very shoddily. And only above Melitopol, the Russians, or Kryvyi, this city that is north of Melitopol, and Polohoy, these cities in that area, the Russians really built excellent defensive lines. And all the rest is around Bakhmut. The Ukrainians are advancing every day and running over Russian trenches that the Russians quickly built. And you can tell that these were built by someone who has no idea about military trenching. So the surprising thing is that with just 3 brigades, maybe 3.5, because the 4th Tank Brigade has sent a battalion of tanks to support the 37th. So let's say 3.5 brigades of the first group of 10 brigades is engaged now. So we have a minimal force, barely 10% of the entire force engaged right now. And the 37th Brigade is doing great and is basically crushing it. And yeah, and the Russians have to abandon that bulge. And once they bulged,